this thing off with 5 wins. 5 wins. The least wins in the NHL. 5 wins. You know how perfect that is? The only way that this thing could have been better is if you finished off with like 0. Or if you didn't win those 3 games going into the Olympic break. That actually would have been the perfect way to do it, because then we would have known for sure. You would have at least given this organization that can't seem to get its head on straight a little bit of a buffer period there where they could have, started to come to the conclusion a little bit earlier, maybe this thing isn't going to work. But regardless, you finish 5th last in the NHL. Now, there is not a guarantee that the Toronto Maple Leafs stay in this spot here to hold that 5th position and draft top 5. But they've at least done a lot of the groundwork to get themselves there. They've done a lot of the groundwork to make sure they put themselves in position to at least have a good shot at either A, getting the 1st overall pick, which is obviously the least likely scenario, or like one of the least likely scenarios to come of this all. But B, staying in the top 5. That is the most important part of all of this. The Toronto Maple Leafs found the way to finish bottom 5. Tonight on the postgame show, we are going to have a mega show. It's just making sure that some of our guests are set up and are going to be good to jump in here tonight on the postgame. But we will have a mega show. So throughout the course of the program tonight, how this thing is going to go, we are going to have Carter Hutton stopping in here, Jay Rosehill, Nick Alberga, producer Vick, Mike in Buffalo, and then we're going to open it up to you guys in the chat to call into this show and give us your thoughts on the game, how everything has played out this season, in terms of your expectations, how you wanted it to end, what you think best case scenario is for the Maple Leafs here, if you actually wanted to see them get a top 5 pick this year, because I know that there's a lot of debate here now in this market about whether or not they should have got it this season. We'll talk about all of that, what you want to see changed, what you do think will change. And tonight's show, as always, is a presentation of Bet365. Hockey fans, if you're tired of waiting for the end of the game to get paid, make sure to check out Bet365. They have a 3-goal early payout. When your team goes up 3, you get paid. It's that simple. Download the app today. Must be 19 plus. Please play responsibly. With that, let's get to the first guest here of the program. A guy we haven't had on the After Dark show all year. He's been too busy because he's gone Hollywood on us. As the co-host of Daily Faceoff Live, let's welcome in Carter Hutton. Huts, what's up, buddy? It's been a while.
Don't forget it. Favre's number 1, baby. I've moved up. I've upgraded. I moved out of the map room, and I got my own office now, and things are good. I haven't been on this year at all.
No, that makes not on the After Dark at all. You left us. You went big shot on us. You got to watch games and stuff like that, so you can't come on and just talk about the Leafs.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. And honestly, I think maybe is that why things went so bad this year. You know what I mean? Like
it's because you weren't on the program.
Wide open. We got a year where the Panthers are dog shit and the Leafs can't even get in the playoffs. Like, what is going on? This is just a tough go, buddy. And again, I'm surprised that you kept your wits about you holding this show together all year with what you had to deal with.
Well, my sanity was tested at points. There were shows where I came on here laughing like the Joker, Huts, because I just couldn't make sense of what the hell was going on and how this team got to this point to be this bad this year. But I guess we'll start there. Like, this is the postmortem of the entire season. I'm going to get you on here for just a quick little bit. I know you're busy and stuff, so we're not going to keep you on here forever, but kind of just big picture thoughts. I know you've been on Leafs Morning Take and broken things down throughout the course of this season, but what is the biggest piece of blame that's got to be taken for why this season went the way that it did for the Toronto Maple Leafs, in your opinion?
Well, it's hard to label it just one for me, right? You look at the way it's built, right? Like again, like the back end for me, I, I think it's a swing and a miss in a sense, right? Like Tanev comes in, like look at the age, like just look at the age alone. Like this is a big like back end, and I think things started to get structured. Like it's such a copycat league, right? Where it's like, well, the Florida Panthers, they're big, they're physical. We need to play that style of brand. And then you go get Chris Tanev. You get the players that they get, and things don't really work out. And I think that is worrisome now moving forward with the contract structures and the age on their back end. And then for me, it's just the way that things started out, right? Like you look at Anthony Stolarz. For me, a moment that stands out really big with the Toronto Maple Leafs is like when Anthony Stolarz calls out the team and the way that they're playing. And then he can't even make a save after that. I feel like when you talk about like a room, like that's a big moment for me as a goalie. Like when I think about this team and I think about everything that's gone on. And then I also, okay, so Zach, something I think about last night that strikes with me is like the Rick Bowness comments last night. Like the way the heartfelt emotion that went into like that team. I feel the same way about Toronto. And I also feel like Craig Berube gets to the point where I know he had that big scar on his head, but it felt like it was him beating his head against the wall because of the way this team played consistently in front of him. When like this is a guy that like bleeds for everything that he does, the way he played, the way that he wants his team to play, and he could never really get that. So I think there's a lot of things that went wrong, and you could go back to Tree Living and like Nicholas Waugh and the trade for Lawton and the Carlo trade. And there's so many different situations you could pinpoint. It's really hard to say one, man. This is like, I'm sorry to start off like this, but
No, it's true.
I'm having a good time here. I'm on the road in a hotel. I'm going to come and say what I think.
No, it's fair. You're 100% entitled to that, and you're right. Maybe that's the answer that we needed. We've talked about trying to get a documentary together to find out what really happened to Berube's head. Maybe that was it. He was in the coach's room. He's just hitting his head against the wall, and finally it just broke. Yeah, I think that was a pivotal moment too. Like that beginning of the season, the team wasn't playing very well. Stolarz was playing pretty decent, comes out, calls out the team, and then all of a sudden he just can't stop a beach ball. And it was, the accountability factor that we've all been clamoring for here kind of just went up in flames right in that moment, where it was like a guy calls out everyone else to hold them accountable, and then he can't do it himself. Not to say that it wasn't trying. Anthony Stolarz is a battler, and we all know that, but it was like, okay, dude, your job's to stop pucks. Like, simply put, it is, and you can't stop them right now. It was a pretty tough moment in time for this team. The one thing I think you touched on there, and I want to know your thoughts on if they can fix this, because I kind of started to really get to this point as it went on, was that the Maple Leafs were never proactive. They've been reactive, even dating back to Kyle Dubas. This isn't strictly a Tree Living thing, right? You look at not trading any of the four. You probably pin it more to the three rather than throwing John Tavares in there, but always holding on to Matthews, Marner, and Nylander, never moving off of a guy, despite seeing moments where, hey, maybe this thing isn't going to go the way we need it to, not moving off of Morgan Riley and just sticking to the group, and then realizing, oh shit, now we need to get tougher because, we've had moments where we've gotten beat up a little bit. And instead of going out and trying to get ahead of the curve, they were always trying to respond to everything else that happened. It's kind of what happens here. You look at the defense and you look at this team that got older, heavier, slower. They never made any type of proactive decision here in the summer to recognize maybe we can't bring back Benoit and Myers if we're going to keep older guys ahead of them in McCabe and in Tanev and Carlo, where, hey, maybe their skating's deteriorating. Do you think that this is something they can fix, where you can go out next year and flip some of this around and get younger and get faster, or is there just way too much to do to make any meaningful changes?
Well, the tricky part is now you're not really catching anybody off guard, right? Like when someone puts a yard sale sign in the front of their lawn, you're not going to come by and be like, I know I'm getting it pennies on the dollar too. So that is the tricky situation with the Leafs now, where I think in years past, when you're like kind of in it, you're trying to win. If you were to move a guy out, it's not like a desperate move, where now it reeks of desperation and they're trying to rebuild. So, if you're calling up a GM trying to move a guy, he's kind of got you by the what to begin with. So I think that is the interesting part when I look at this team and I look at the way they're built. But what you said, Zach, is like this team was built on, I know Marner's gone, right? But it was built on Marner, Matthews, Nylander, and
Mhm.
obviously Riley Morgan, Tavares, these guys that it's like rinse and repeat. And it feels like a little bit of insanity. And when you look back on the last years in the NHL, there's always been a big team that has made a big move at a time that we didn't suspect. And I think top of mind for me in the Atlantic Division is like the Jonathan Huberdeau trade. He had a career year. He was unbelievable. And they went out and they're like, this is a guy that just can't, he's not going to win us a Stanley Cup. But I also feel like the pressure in the market and the way that it's built, they just don't have that decision making. And I think that window has passed now. Like, where maybe there would have been that trade for somebody that was in that core or someone you could have moved to push you over the top. And then it becomes that monkey see, monkey do, right? Where, okay, the Florida Panthers are bigger. So we go get Nicholas Waugh. We go get, you know, Hag, Lawton. Like, we're going to try to beef it up down the middle for the playoff run. But at the same time, you forget what gets you there too. And now we're going to look back possibly, like, say if this year the Buffalo Sabres win the cup, or the Colorado Avalanche, or someone with speed, with like that plays like a 5-zone speed attack game. So now are you going to sit back as a team in the league and say, well, we need to change big and deep doesn't work anymore. We need to be fast. So it's almost like you're always trying to catch a moving train because it's changing in front of you. You have to find your own identity. And I feel like the Leafs have never done that during this phase.
Yeah, I feel like they always struggled to marry the two things together. They would build these skilled, fast teams, and then they couldn't compete in the playoffs because they were
Yes.
too light and too skilled or too cute with the puck, and then they would just get bullied around. And then the fan base would kind of be pushing back and being like, we need to get heavier. We need to get tougher. We need to get more physical. And then you'd flip and go and bring in these big, heavy guys at the deadline. And it's like, okay, well, those guys are heavy, but they can't marry the speed and skill into
Yes,
their game.
100%.
And then Tree Living comes in and he's like, well, we're missing all that. Let's build a heavy team. And now all of a sudden we're looking here going, dude, we can't even break the fucking puck out of the zone. Like, the
Yeah,
Leafs
tough
were
to puck.
outshot, I think, 63 times this season. You know how hard that is to do? And part of that is obviously because they're poor in their defensive zone. But part of it is just because they don't have the puck, because they can't control it. They can't break out with it. They can't possess it. Like, they're just turning it over constantly. It's just a mess of a situation here right now. But, I mean, in terms of being able to fix it, I'm not really that optimistic right now. And it seems like whatever the hell's going on in MLSE is pretty messy as well, Hunt. So that's a little concerning to me. I'll ask you one thing here about ownership. I got like 2 more questions for you, and then I'll let you go. The ownership stuff. I'm sure you saw the comments here today. Keith Pelly's involvement, ChatGPT, AI, and the trade deadline war room. What did you make of those comments? Because I saw people online freaking out. I saw people online saying, hey, this isn't that big of a deal. Like, he's trying to learn and use this to make sure he gets a better understanding going in there. My personal standpoint on it was kind of somewhere in the middle, and I'm not trying to fence sit on it. It's more just like, it's not that big of a deal, but it's kind of embarrassing that the idea that the president was going in there and like searching up on fucking Grok, what is the value of Matthew Nyes, And I don't know that's exactly what he was searching up, but like how to make a hockey trade. That's concerning to me, the fact that he was in there. What were your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it is concerning. It is concerning. And like a conversation we've had a lot in our household, right, is my wife considers ChatGPT a female. So I always make the joke, like, I'll give you that because she doesn't know how to drive yet. Okay. So the other fact is, like, we have conversations and she's super educated on it, is like AI figures out what you want to hear too, right? Like, I don't understand how you can publicly announce that you are using it. Like, I get behind closed doors if you're using it or whatever it is. I think there's terms that need to be like stuck inside meetings, and not everything needs to be aired to the media. And I think that's been a big issue this year in the NHL, especially in like a clickbait era, where if you say one thing wrong to the media, people can run with it and it can be skewed a certain way. We're talking about running the Toronto Maple Leafs. And Pelly has said this about, like, it feels like he's on a fishing expedition right now, and he has no idea what he's fishing for, what the bait
Yeah.
is, and what he needs to do. And I just think the optics publicly, like less is more. And you talk about other winning organizations, even like thinking about like the way the Panthers have run it. Another guy that stands out for me is Jim Nill. Like you don't even know Jim Nill exists in Dallas, and he's
That's a
constantly in
good
the
point.
finals. He doesn't answer these questions. He doesn't have to air his dirty laundry. I know it's a different market, but I think there's other ways to tiptoe around it. I think when things like this go public, it's just like a sign of weakness, in my opinion, from the outside looking in. And again, just things that you can avoid because it's controllable. Like there's a lot of things that aren't controllable. This feels like a moment where the Leafs could have controlled it much better from a management standpoint.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think one of my favorite things that came from today, Huts, I don't know if you saw it, but you know those Boston robots that they've been building there where they're teaching them how to dance and run around? It was a photo of Keith Pelly up on the stand in with the Toronto Maple Leafs background behind him, and he was introducing the next GM of the team, and it was the Boston robot beside him. So I like that. Next question I got for you here, and this is the one I think you can answer better than everybody else, or at least give some type of clarity from your perspective that we've all kind of been searching for here. What the hell do you what do you do with the goaltending situation? Anthony Stolarz is about to enter a 4-year deal that hasn't even started yet. He's injury prone, and he finishes off this season with an injury, which, by the way, just a cherry on top is that like Craig Berube last Friday says his season might not be over, and then the next morning says that his injury is going to impact his offseason training. This is a very big swing on those two things there, but finishes the season with an injury, about to start a contract. He's going into his 30s. You've got Joe Woll here, who's also an injury-prone goaltender. You now have Dennis Hildeby, who can't clear waivers to go back down to the Marlies. You've signed Aktiem off to a contract, who's going to be here coming through. He's, I believe, 24 himself. So you've got two goaltenders who are coming up through. Now you're kind of sitting on 4. Not to say that Hildeby and Aktiemov are ready to take the net next season, but you're in a way kind of stuck here a little bit. Like, what do you make of the goaltenders? I guess I'm going to ask you a big question here on this. Do you think those guys could be ready soon? I'm not saying to start next season, but soon. And then, the second piece of that is, how does that impact the other guys and what you do with the 4 that you have?
Well, I think the main question here, though, is like, what do you have around them? Right? Like when I start thinking about where this team is going in that direction, it's like, where are you going to insulate them? Right. And I think Joseph Woll is at a point now where even I find myself at times giving myself, well, Joseph Woll, like he's got he's 27 now, right? He's 27 years old. Like it's time. It's either like shit or get off the pot almost, in a sense. Like he's an old enough guy where if you're going to be the guy, you have to be the guy. You have to carry the mail. But where is he insulated? Where is he protected with the way they defend? And for Anthony Stolarz, when he signed that contract after his first year in Toronto, I was kind of judgy, like, oh man, he could have got more. I think he could have waited out. Like right now, he looks like an absolute genius because of his number. So that being said, like it depends on what they do as a team in a whole. Because if not, if you're heading down this road where it's not going to be these young guys, start to move pieces out where maybe Hildeby can grow with it. Maybe Atiaf can go with it. Like try to find a different situation where maybe they have growth. But if you're trying to do this retool, right, I think that would be a situation where you still have Woll, you still have guys, like ride them through this and see what you can get. Or if you can get some value for that number where you think that maybe you're going to draw something back for a Stolarz or for a Woll and you have faith in that, then you have to make that move, because you're just not going to redo this by us sitting here talking about it. Or you can check on GPT. It ain't going to tell you how to fix this. You got to make some big swings if you want this to work.
That's what I'm going to be searching up after this is on ChatGPT. What do the Maple Leafs do with their goaltending? All right, Huts, last question for you. And I'm going to ask everybody who comes on here tonight. So obviously Rosie's coming up next. We're going to have Alberga later, producer Vick, Mike in Buffalo, and then people calling in. It's the one thing I want to know from everybody. So the Maple Leafs finish here 5th last in the NHL. As it stands right now, they would have a pick this season in the top 5. They could get bumped out. They could move up. They could sit at 5. I'm not going to ask you to do like a prospect deep dive or anything like that. But what I'm going to ask you is this. If the Maple Leafs get a top 5 pick, wherever that may sit, and you are the general manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs, are you picking a defenseman or are you picking one of the forwards who are available in this upcoming draft?
I'm taking a defenseman. I just think like if you can get someone, I just don't think they have a guy. Like they don't have a guy that's a puck moving steady. Like look at Montreal. Okay, like I hate to bring this up. I'm sure the viewers are not going to be happy about it, but like where's your Hudson? Like you don't have a guy that's going to be a difference maker for years to come offensively, a Cale Makar, a Quinn Hughes. Look what Zach Werenski's been able to do. He's been a staple now for Columbus. Like arguably like, I don't know if he's still the Norris favorite right now on betting odds, but that being said, like, I just think that's where you're going to build your team around. And when I look at their back end and their contract structure and their age on their back end, it's like, it's really hard for me to look off a D-man right now. I think that would be where I would be shopping.
All right, Huts. I appreciate you giving your time here tonight. I know that you're on the road. You're in a hotel doing this for us here. So thank you for jumping on. I appreciate it. We'll have to get you more involved next season. We'll figure out what your terms in your contract are, and we'll see if we can get you on the postgame show more often. But thanks as always, Huts. Enjoy the rest of your night, and enjoy, I think you're at a tournament, right?
We are kids tournament tomorrow. So the Leafs are done. Now we move into the real. We're in, we got 2017 birth year. So 8 and 9-year-olds. It's a big tournament tomorrow, but we're having fun, man. I wouldn't change it for the world, but thanks for having me on, my man. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Huts. There you go. Carter Hutton on the Leafs Nation After Dark postgame show. Always appreciate Huts giving his time here. As we've mentioned, we have numerous callers coming up here on the postgame show here tonight. We don't want to waste any time, so we're going to bounce through. We're going to have Rosie up. We're going to have Alberga coming up after that. We'll have producer Vick. Numerous guests coming through here. It should be a fun one tonight. If you're in the chat, make sure to do a couple of different things. Like the stream, subscribe here to the channel, Leafs Nation 401, right here on YouTube. You can find us wherever you get your podcasts as well, Leafs Nation After Dark. Send in those super chats. Proceeds from our super chats go to Sick Kids Charity, Canada's #1 research-intensive children's hospital, #3 in North America. You send in super chats. Proceeds from our super chats go to Sick Kids Charity, so it goes to an amazing cause. As well, you like the stream. Every set of 50 likes, we do smelling salts here on the post game. But with that, let's go now to our next guest here for tonight's mega stream, Jay Rosehill. Rosie, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Game 82, it's over. We're done.
Oh, wasn't she a beauty, man? I was absolutely locked to the screen. That was incredible stuff, man. Oh, wow. Thank God that's over, buddy. I had a lot of trouble tuning in the last little while. Watching for the losses is not fun, but we did it. We got the top 5. I can't help but look at all the little I guess there's a lot of games they should have probably won or could have won. Be happy that they got the bottom 5. I can't believe the odds are still that low that we retain a pick in the bottom 5, but if they had the most leafiest thing would be to finish 6th and have no hope.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, there's a little bit of hope. There's a little bit of something and I've honestly got my hopes way too into the bottom 5 draft because I just wasn't paying attention. Didn't realize it's like 42% still that we get to retain it if we get into the bottom 5. So we'll probably get destroyed again mentally and spiritually if that ends up being a 6th or whatever it is and we hand it to Boston. But I don't know, man. I'm glad that season's over, as much as it just kills me to realize that we're not going to watch another Leafs game until October. Oh, that's tough stuff, man. Everyone else is ramping up for the playoffs. You look at fucking Ottawa and everyone else. It's tough sledding right now. Tough sledding, to say the least.
Yeah, it's a tough one too because this year kind of feels like it's the most open, right? And I know that a lot of people look at Montreal and Tampa and what they're doing right now, but and Buffalo for that matter as well. But I just don't look at those teams and view them the same way that I viewed Tampa in years past, or the Florida Panthers the last couple of seasons, even the Boston Bruins before they kind of had gotten through this little reset that they're in when the Leafs are running up against them. And not to do like a boo-hoo, it's more just a statement on this could have been a year where you would have had yourself a little bit more of an open pathway. You know what I mean? Where it's like the Montreal Canadiens, I don't view as the boogeyman that you're going to have the hardest time in the world getting through. The Buffalo Sabres have made the playoffs for the first time in 14 fucking years, Rosie. And instead, you squandered this thing away. It was a mess from day one, where it was just lack of communication, different messaging, guys not showing up for each other, guys calling each other out, as Hutz brought up when Anthony Stolarz does that at the beginning of the season, and then he can't stop a puck to save his life after the fact. This thing has just been a complete gong show from day one, and I'm with you, man. I'm glad that this one's over.
Yeah, it's I don't know, like the Leafy thing is almost like overused, but it's just hilarious how often you can use it and how many situations it's applicable. Like, here we go again. How Leafy is it that for 10 fucking years this team has been, trending towards, that Hockey News cover where it's like it's not about if, it's about when and how many cups this group is going to win. But they run into like this powerhouse Boston Bruins team, the powerhouse back-to-back Tampa Bay Lightning team, this powerhouse back-to-back 3 final appearances in a row Florida Panthers. And it's like there's always something in their way. And of course it's like, oh, well, you can't cry. I mean, you got to beat the best to be the best. Fine. There are different years that add up. And this is a year that you absolutely could have taken advantage of if they won the Atlantic this year and were doing what they did last year, and they had their goalies playing that way. They had their D playing that way. They had, guys clicking. It wasn't perfect, but I mean, they were a pretty good looking team last year. You would think they would be the favorites to go to the Eastern Conference final and most likely the Stanley Cup final. But no, they piss right down their leg the entire season. And the one time that it's up for grabs in many ways, and also the West is like dog shit. But no, they're not even they're not even participating. Yeah. And when they want to be sellers at the deadline for the first time in a decade, nobody's buying. Oh, weird. Every time they want to be buying, everyone else is fucking buying. Like, it's just nothing has ever lined up. And I agree. It's not to cry boo-hoo or say poor us. There are plenty of things in their control that they've completely let go by the wayside. But it's just hilarious as, this poor fan base, and no one feels sorry for them. Everyone loves to fucking hate on them. But realistically, what they've gone through, it's like, holy, like what? And then this latest bullshit with, like, we're getting down to the nitty gritty of like ownership and board members and like some serious, higher ups and foundational pieces of the way this thing operates at the ground level. It's just in fucking shambles. I mean, a Stanley Cup, it just blows my mind how far away, you could go in 9 or 10 months from having the Cats down, 2 goals down in game 3, having them down two games to 0.
Yeah.
What would the Vegas odds be on that? Okay, in 10 months time, you are going and just start rattling off the shit that you could rattle off. Like, the show probably won't go long enough to rattle off the calamity of errors that this season has been. And obviously the big question is, how do you fix this? Where do you even fucking start, man?
Yeah, that's the question that I keep coming back to and trying to figure out what happens. And that's why as it goes on, I become less optimistic that this thing does turn around. Like, where do you start? Because I look at the back end, it needs to get younger, it needs to get faster, and you need to add puck-moving guys. I don't think you really have them internally. I've watched Villeneuve here for 3 games that he's played in, and he's fine, but I'm not playing him next season anywhere near my top 4. I'd be hesitant to have him in an 82-game schedule if I'm trying to be, if your approach is that you're a competitive team next year, I don't think he's a guy you play every single night on a competitive team. Yes, he can go back and retrieve pucks and he can get it up a little bit quicker than some guys you have, but he doesn't look amazing. He's a 24-year-old guy who's been trying to get through, so that doesn't scream hope on the back end. Ben Danford's coming in, but by all accounts, he's like another Chris Tanev. Okay, that's great that you're going to get younger in the Chris Tanev department, but you still have Chris Tanev, and that doesn't solve the puck-moving aspect of your game that you're still looking for. Are you going to be able to find guys to come in here and replace Myers and Benoit? Yeah, probably, but are they impact guys? I don't think so. The free agent market is pretty weak. Are you going to find a top 6 guy? Maybe if you overpay Alex Tuck, and then if not him, who the hell else is out there? It's going to have to be a real creative fix if you're going to have this thing in a position to be competitive next year. And I kind of feel like it's going to take way too much, which then leaves you in a position of, is it time to just tear this thing to the studs? It's like, what the fuck do you do right now, Rosie? If you're the GM looking at this thing, applying for this job, interviewing with MLSE, and you're trying to come in here and have this thing, have this job going into next season and say, hey, we can do this. What do you even tell them?
Yeah, I think that just the nature of the beast and the money and the dollars and the market and this, you're going to have to retool this thing one time. This thing fell off the rails so goddamn fast. Just the nature of the beast with all the opinions and everything that's riding on it, they're going to try to retool. You go out there and, I mean, first of all, who's running this team? Who is making the decisions? Who's calling teams, asking about players? Who's proposing trades to the other teams in the league? Who's trying to sign free agents? That needs to be dealt with, obviously, and they're in the hunt for that, apparently.
And just to jump in, Rosie, on that quickly, the other thing that's confusing about all of this is we still don't know if they're looking for a president of hockey ops or just the GM. And then they're out here, by all accounts, searching for GMs and trying to interview GMs, and they haven't solved the president of hockey ops. So are you going to hire your GM before the president of hockey ops? Are you hiring a president of hockey ops? Like, even that part is confusing right now.
And yeah, to be, I don't give a shit what fucking nameplate is on the guy's shitty desk. I don't care. I need a person to call people and try that has the authority to make moves. Call him and I mean, is it going to be 2 people? Is it going to be 1? Well, what's the nameplate on the door? I don't give a shit. How many assistant general managers do they have? Are they all assistants to the? No, they're just people in there. Do they even put their hand up at a fucking meeting? Are they allowed to? Do they say anything? Like, how does that work with 6 assistant general managers? I have no idea, but it looks good on a resume, I guess. Well, I don't even care. I don't care about titles. I want to know who's calling the shots. I want to know who has the authority to make moves. And whoever that guy is, once that's in place, how creative are you going to get? How much do you want to change? How relentless are you going to be? Are you going to be Nick Alberga, pestering people trying to get guests on Leafs Morning Take? Are you going to have that level of insanity? Or are you just going to kind of kick tires and pussyfoot around and say, I tried? I need some Alberga in this thing, right? So, first of all, free agents, trades, leave no stone unturned. Trying to win, like the guy that takes a paperclip and just keeps trading up and trading up and trading up and eventually ends up with the fucking motorcycle or something. Like, try to win these deals. Try to get the best of people. That's very hard to do. It's the public eye. Everyone knows that the Leafs are in a vulnerable position. But whether it's through free agency or some creative trades that are made sometime in the offseason, also, I really think that this draft class is going to be whether we get the top 5 pick or not, it's going to be crucial. And I believe that a rebuild is in the works, even if there's a mediocrum of success next year and they make the playoffs and lose in the first round. Oh, cool. You have to move on from these guys eventually, even if they just fucking age out. You can't let them walk. You're going to have to pull a trigger at some point in time. And I think that's inevitable. You have to be in a position to set yourself up for when that happens. I mean, maybe you have to overpay for somebody here in the offseason. It was supposed to be a plethora of riches in the offseason with these free agents, and everybody is signed. Do you overpay for Alex Tuck? I mean, to what degree? What's that number? I don't know, but you have to change the roster is what I'm saying. You have to make change for the sake of making change. You have to get whatever this goo was on this fucking team that relentlessly just fell short, that just refused to buy into anything that sembled a hockey team that was willing to get uncomfortable and do things that are difficult. And then I believe that it's getting more and more realistic that they're not going to move on from Craig Berube. I still think that the chances are they will, but the cheapness and the penny pinching that's going on lately, maybe they'll try to fucking run this thing back with the same coach, which I've always been like, listen, the players are the problem. It's not Chief. I promise you he probably bashed that 45 plate against his head out of frustration, as you guys were talking about before I got on here.
You heard that?
I heard
okay.
it.
Okay.
I believe that makes complete sense. Do you have any idea how fucking, if you were to go out and have a couple of beers with Craig Berube, how intense you could get him, like sitting out of his chair, losing his fucking marbles out of frustration on everything he tried to get something out of this goddamn group, and they just refused. You need to get them the fuck out of the room. A bunch of them, move them, sign new guys, do something to change the feel in that locker room, and then bring in a coach. I mean, like, after hearing Rick Bowness last night, seeing that frustration and like the understanding of what hockey's supposed to feel like, a guy that's been in the professional game since 1975. Do you know how many teams he's seen come and go? Do you know how many eras he's been a part of? You know how many players, good and bad, that he's seen come and go? Do you think that guy has an understanding of what it's supposed to look like when it's good, whether it's 1975 or 2005 or 2025? That guy knows what the hockey game and a team is supposed to feel like when it's doing things right. And you could just hear it in his voice, the sickened feeling. It reminded me very much of the Leafs this year. Like, you stupid fucks, you don't even seem to get it. Like, are you guys simple or something? You don't do anything. You come out flat after like a back-to-back losses in an embarrassing fashion, where one game you totally blew a lead in just this ridiculous third period. Then you expect a response, and then your first period, the next game, was this pathetic fucking nobody was prepared to play. Everyone's looking around going, oh, there's a game tonight, and you weren't ready to play, and you got behind the 8 ball, and now all of a sudden you lost back-to-backs, and then you expect something, like at least being pissed off or like refusing to lay down in the third game, and they just do something fucking embarrassing again. I just look around, I'm like, you're fucked. Like, you expect, like, if they don't get it, they don't get it. Like, you can't put that dog in those people. Like, move on. Like, as many as you can, get rid of them. And I believe that a rebuild is coming because the guys that are supposed to get the team over the finish line don't have that in them. That's kind of a separate story. But make changes for the sake of making changes. Get a coach in there that's going to change the fucking culture, which was supposed to be Craig Berube. If there's one critique I do have of Berube, which is there is a few of them, although I feel like way too many people put too much of the onus on Berube for this season, it's that I thought he was going to hold them more accountable. I thought he was going to like put his foot down and say, this isn't how you want to fuck around? I'll sit your ass on the bench. I'll scratch you. I'll bag this shit out of you till you throw up. Like, do you want to go back to junior B style of shit? Or do you want to be a big boy and play in the National Hockey League? Because if you guys want to fuck around like this and be a bunch of Gen Z soft bullshit fucking, I do it my way and my daddy's going to call you if I, like, fuck off. I'll bag you till you throw up, or I'll sit your ass down, or I'll embarrass you, or I'll call you out in the media. I don't give a shit. But it's going to be done this way, and that's the only way that it can be done. And if you're not on board, there's going to be consequences. And that wasn't the case with Sheldon Keefe. And I thought that Berube was going to kind of demand that a little bit more. And however you go about that, there's different schools of thought. But I just think there needs to be serious change. Bring in the best players you possibly can through free agency, through trading if you can. It's obviously a tall task. And I mean, the next year is going to fly by, then 2. Then we'll be dealing with Austin Matthews' contract. Then we'll be having serious talks about William Nylander. And inevitably, hopefully, that guy is starting to look like he is going to step into the Maple Leafs and be a force, or be a guy that you can hitch your wagon to. And then I think they're going to have to pull a pin and do a serious rebuild. And at some point in time, move on some guys and look at what they can get back and say, here is our future. And here is what we're working with, and we're going to work like hell to get these guys on the same page to the point where they're competing for a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, I think one of the things that myself at least, I don't want to put you into this category, but I think myself and maybe a lot of other people had maybe mistaken when Craig Berube got here was that he was going to come in and change the culture. And I think part of the problem is that it's not just somebody coming in like a coach who's going to change it. It's the guys in the room. They have to be the ones either willing to change it themselves, or they have to be different people and different names and different personalities in there to change the culture. And I think that's part of the problem that we experienced. We do have super chats that are coming in. This one, I'm going to get to all of them, but this one that comes in here right now, Rosie, massive super chat, $450 super chat from Tom Robbins. Tom has been one of the biggest super chatters all season, and he sends in a $450 super chat. First year watching this show. Love that it supports sick kids. This will take a bit to fix. AI can't fix it. Rosie, by the way, I'm waiting for my jersey. He wants a Rosehill signed jersey. So we'll have to, maybe if he can find a Rosie jersey, we'll get it to you and then you could get it signed and sent back. Done. But says, hope you beat last year's sick kids donation. Tom, I think that we're blowing past that number. But one of the things that Tom brought up there, AI can't fix it. I know that on Leafs Morning Take, you guys have an opportunity to go through all this kind of stuff and everything that was said and the articles that come out and the penny pinching as you brought up. But just here for the viewers who may not have caught it on Leafs Morning Take, what did you make of the AI comments that came out and the AI usage of Keith Pelly at the trade deadline last year for the Toronto Maple Leafs, Rosie?
Oh, yeah. Like, look, I'm not a dinosaur, and it's not like I don't think that, if you're sitting in the room with the coaching staff, the general manager, maybe a president, and you're going, where are we at, boys? Like, what's going on? How can we get better? Where are we lacking? Obviously, I like the eye test. I like it when some hockey guys sit in a room and say, what are you seeing? What have you seen over the last 5 games? What have you seen over the last 10 games? For sure. But nowadays, I think you're a moron if you're not like, let me go to those 12 people upstairs that sit there and crunch numbers and fucking get hard to different calculations and variations of numbers. And did you know this happens during that? And get way into the weeds with it and just say, hey, what can you tell me about, our possession time and how often and how hard it is, and when we get into the neutral zone, how often does it turn into offensives? Like, whatever the fuck you want to know, go crunch that and get the information. And then look at the boys and say, that adds up, that checks out. If you're looking at maybe making a change on the style of play or the type of player you're going to put in the lineup or what your third line looks like or how often you should use them and in what situation, crunch those numbers and see if it backs up the eye test. I'm all about that. But after hearing Pelly's press conference, and I'll tell you one thing I'm not, and that's, a corporate Silicon Valley techno type of boardroom, let's all fucking brainstorm and circle back and put a pin in it type of fucking meeting guy. And I've never heard anything so much like that than that press conference. All those fucking words and little cute, I'm the smartest guy in the room, everyone pay attention, little fucking synergies and parallels and interconnected variables. Like, I could just look across Leafs Nation. We all know who they are. We all know how passionate they are. And we all know that they're just hockey people. I could just see them all just staring at the screen going, is this guy fucking talking to me with this bullshit? Like, does this guy have a clue who he's talking to? Did he really think that bullshit was going to land with the fan base of the Toronto Maple Leafs? Like, if you're giving a presentation to some Silicon Valley dickhead and you want to use all that stuff and you're trying to get an angel investor, like, fuck, go do your thing. I get there's a place for that. But when he came out with that, I'm just like, oh, wow, this guy is from a different world. This guy has never run a hockey team. He's not a hockey guy. And I think he tried to get across the fact that I know that and I'm going to put hockey people in place. But when these reports are coming out, and I take it with a grain of sand, but also a grain of salt, but fuck, man. Even if half of that is true, it's terrifying. That guy's running the Leafs. That's the guy that interviewed for the job, and Rogers said, "You're our man." it's terrifying. It makes you wonder if they're going in the right direction, if their head's in the right place. Charging a kid $68 to honk the goal horn. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're a $15 billion organization who is the Toronto Maple Leafs is their shining gem at the top of the whole thing. And you're nickel and diming and like hurting your own reputation in the hockey world for $65 fucking dollars for some kid to press a button and honk your horn. Like, where is your head at? Like, if you're having meetings and putting that shit into play and that stuff's actually happening, waving the flag for $1,000, like, does that stuff even mean anything? Like, I thought the point of being a $15 billion organization is that nickel and dime shit doesn't even matter to you. You could take players, you get 50% off at the fucking merchandise store. How is that even thought of? No, let's back it down to 30% and really save some dollars. What kind of monsters are running this thing? And how far down the road of priorities are the actual nuts and bolts and details of the Toronto Maple Leafs? And I don't know if it's true, but to ask AI these questions and think that, you have the answers and you have to go to the powers that be that are calling the shots and going through a trade deadline or going through a free agency or going through a meeting talking about the direction of the team. And you're like, I've got it over here. It just printed it out. It says that we need, it's just like, holy fuck, boys. How, it's scary. I'm thinking I always hope that we're just on the precipice of being better and having light at the end of the tunnel. And you hear that and it's just nobody's selling the team anytime in a hurry. It's it's fucking scary, dude. And again, I try not to go torched mode, and I want to reserve my judgment until I see what they kind of do here. Who do they hire? What is their plan? What does their press conference sound like? How much autonomy do they have as far as, can I go out and pull triggers? I need to wait and see that before I start freaking out. But if they put some dickhead with some name I've never heard of that I can't even pronounce, who I don't even know what the hell he's been doing, who's never done this before, and they start, puffing their chest out, doing a bunch of, California boardroom speak, I'm going to be seriously questioning what we're doing here, even as can I even be, is this even the team that I like? Is this the franchise that I care about anymore? It's some serious DNA altering shit, the stuff that they're fucking around with. And I hope I'm wrong and I want to reserve my judgment, but they're walking on thin ice here with what they're doing to this historic, beloved franchise that so many people genuinely care about.
I think that was a good point that you brought up about, do I even care about this franchise anymore? Is this the team I like anymore or want to cheer for anymore? The one thing that happened with the Pelly administration, if you want to call them that, and it has been happening, and one impacts the other, but the on-ice product deteriorated this season in particular. That was one thing. But at the same time, they alienated the fans with a lot of what they did, whether it was what you said, $65 to honk the horn, $1,000 to wave the flag, dinner in the dressing room for 10 grand or whatever the fuck it is. We're not here to sell jerseys, but, Mitch Marner returns to town. So if you want to buy his game-used signed Vegas Golden Knights jersey, come on down to the lower bowl. We'll have it on auction. It's what the fuck are we doing? You've done that to make life hard on the real fans of the Toronto Maple Leafs. And then while upping ticket prices, tacking on costs to everything that you're doing, which you made a great point. You're a legendary organization. These things shouldn't have to have little price tags attached to them to do these things. It's an honor to get to do that. It's the most exciting moment of a kid's life to sit on the Zamboni and honk the horn or something like that. And you're like, nope, it's for a fee. Pay to play, pay to get in here. It makes it all so cheesy. And I understand that it's a business and you're trying to make the most money. I get that aspect of it, but when you are valued at what you are and you make as much as you do, and it's so hard and expensive to do all the little things to be a fan of this team in the first place, and you still have that many people to do all that kind of stuff and then put together a shitty product on the ice. It's mind-boggling that they would do this to people here in Toronto, and it's all happened at the same time, Rosie. It's really frustrating as a fan of the team, not just what's happened on the ice, but what they've done to people and to push fans further away off of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Columbus Blue Jackets, you're the Seattle Kraken, and you got to charge a kid to ride the Zamboni 100, well, that's okay. Well, that's 3 flats of Gatorade in the locker room. Like, you're fucking pinching pennies, and you're trying to get in the black, and you're literally don't know if you can make this thing work or not. Like, I get that kind of stuff, but $65 to toot the fucking horn? Like, isn't that, don't you just find a kid who just like beat leukemia and put him at center ice and have him wave and put that on social media, and it's just a feel good story and everyone just likes being part of, like, that's my team doing something sweet.
Yes.
Like, isn't that worth the $65 that you're going to charge some guy to honk the fucking horn? Like, and not to mention the black eye it is on your reputation, as far as like, you know that everyone's worried about you being these corporate monsters coming in. That's why you said we're not here to sell jerseys. You're aware of it. And then you do this nickel and dime shit. Again, if it's $1 billion TV contract, like, I get it, man. Be businessman, be ruthless. Like, ticket price, like, I get that stuff, but this nickel and dime bullshit, like, oh, you can't bring Bobby Hastings, you can't bring your dad on the trip, because then we'd have to get another hotel room. Like, it just cheapens it. And in my experience with the Toronto Maple Leafs is like, it's like visiting like the Vatican or going to the Royal Palace kind of thing. And it's like, how cool is this that they have the ability to say, whatever you need, man, like whatever you need, whatever you need. Yeah, we're bringing everybody on the plane. You want to bring your dad? Yeah. You want to bring your brother? Yeah. You got it. Ritz-Carlton, 4 Seasons. Yeah, you got it. We're eating filet mignon. We're taking you guys out. You ever had Wagyu? Well, now you have. And it's just like, holy shit, man. Like, this is like something I would have never done otherwise. And it's just that special little zest that makes the Maple Leafs the Maple Leafs. And now I'm just like, you fucking, dime store alleyway swindlers trying to, like, is it really worth your time to hurt your reputation for this kind of shit? And I guess we're getting off the topic, but my point is, if that's the shit they're focusing on, where they're putting that stuff into play, how far down the line are the actual details that matter as far as this hockey team is concerned? And after hearing the press conference, my mind did not get put to ease, not one fucking little bit. Yeah. And I guess we'll wait and see what happens, man, and see who they hire and see what their mindset is and see what the first triggers they start to pull are. But they have not set themselves up for anyone to be optimistic about where they're at as an organization.
Yeah, I mean, going back to like the hockey product that's put forth, that's part of the frustration, at least. And maybe my simple brain is just oversimplifying this, but it's like you are not hockey people who don't know anything about hockey. And I'm not just making that assumption. You made it clear in the different statements that you've made, the press conferences that you've had, all the reports that are coming out. You don't know anything about hockey. Now you're nickel and diming people, and now the on-ice product has gone to shit. It's like, it feels like this is in the wrong hands. It's very concerning. I want to ask you some hockey stuff here, Rosie, before I let you go. I've kept you on here for a long time, but some hockey things to get through here with you. Out in Ottawa tonight, they're chanting Matthews is leaving. Last year, they chanted Marner's leaving. That one came true. What do you make of the chants here tonight? Do you think that Sens fans might be onto something?
I don't think he's leaving this year. I really don't. I think they're going to try this thing again and just see, was that a one-off or did that actually happen? Like, could we actually be that bad? I think they're going to make the biggest tweaks that they possibly can with the retool idea and see what next year brings. So it's going to be a feeling out process. Like, hey, was this a one-off or are we in trouble here? So I firmly believe next season you're still going to have Nylander. You're still going to have Matthews. They're going to move on from Morgan Rielly to the best of their ability. They're going to make the changes that they can. They're going to sign who they can. They're going to draft who they can. They're going to do the best with what they have. And we're going to see if it can look better next year. I don't think they could be any worse. I think this whole season, if you go through it and break it down from like the Stolars thing and Wall just disappearing and no one gets any explanation, and Willie and the wife beater and flipping off the camera and Chief doing this and this guy doing, it's just like, and then it was just this fucking horrific season of just negative things happening that led to zero on ice success. Try to see if you can rectify that. See where you actually are at. And after that year, I think it's seriously time to say, Austin, what are we doing here? And maybe just like, hey, we're going to move on from you. We're not going to do another contract, but you're due for one after another year, and it's time. And what do you think about this? And basically, like, we're rebuilding. And they're going to go, okay, well, obviously I'm going to have a say in how that looks, but here's where I'll go, here's where I won't. And you try to get the biggest haul that you can. And hopefully that's the problem. If he has a decent year, like you guys were talking about it before, why are they so hesitant to make a fucking move? Like, you have to just be married to these guys till they're just driven into the ground and they have no value left. Why can't you make a move like the Huberdeau trade too? They saw something they didn't like. He got 110 points. They're like, you're fucking gone. We're moving on from you. You could never do that in Toronto. I think it's because they're scared because there's so much noise. Everyone, like half of Leafs Nation loved Marner. Half of them couldn't stand him. How is there that big of a divide? It's like politics. Like, there's two parties, right? So you can't make a big move because you're going to piss too many people off. It's like, why? If you smell something that you don't like, and if Austin under a different coach that isn't Craig Berube, and he's still not himself, well, then you got to ask, where is his value at? But say he has a pretty decent season. Say he can score 50 goals next year, but it doesn't lead to any playoff success. Maybe you squeak into the first round. He does fuck all. Doesn't lead the team to any success. They don't really have an identity. They just ride goal. Like, who knows what happens? And then afterwards, to make an honest assessment of let's see what we can get for this guy, and let's move on. And hopefully we got the first 5 pick this year. He's coming down the wings. Maybe like start the rebuild. And it's not going to happen this year. There's not going to be any big splash. Move on from Morgan Riley if you can. I think you're going to just try to get out of that contract for free. Don't act like you're getting anything in return. You might have to eat some salary just to maybe get a second, third rounder back. How much that's going to be is up for debate. But you need to make change for the sake of making change. Get out from some bad contracts. See what you can do with Willie and Matthews one more year. And then, I mean, what are they going to go win the fucking Stanley Cup next year? Let's be honest. I think you got to seriously see what you can get for them and make some hard decisions that they've been so unwilling to make in this market.
I'm on the same page as you, so I'm glad to hear that. I'm on the same page about how to approach this offseason and into next year. I got 2 draft-specific questions for you, Rosie, and then I'll let you go, and we got Alberga coming up next. So first draft-specific question is, there's a lot of talk about the scenarios that could take place here. Whether you get the pick this year and then how the next couple go and giving picks to certain people, becoming unprotected, because the Flyers and the Bruins own 2 of the next 3, however you want to shake this out, if you're going to take the one here this year. Obviously, if you don't get the one this year and you give that one to Boston, then you could get next season's if that ends up being the case. But what would you prefer to do, Rosie? Do you want the pick this year, or would you rather push it down the road?
Oh, 100%. I want it this year. I want it right now. I want it in the top 5, and I want it in this draft class. There's 2 stud D-men in the top 5 that I have my eyes on. I mean, fuck. These guys are 18 years old, right? They're not going to change your franchise tomorrow. You get them now, that saves you a year. If you get them next year, that just is another year of waiting that you're going to have to do. You draft this kid now in June, and then say you run back another retool next year, and then you want to do a little rebuild, and then maybe it's that second year, maybe it's that third year, maybe it's the first year after this one. Eventually, like, that kid is, if he pans out, which he probably should, he's a top 5 pick. Those guys are studs. They're special, and it's a deep draft class, and there's some good pickings in there. Sometimes you get a first overall pick who's Nail Yakupov, and it's shit. You know, this is a heavy draft class. Everybody agrees. I want it now. I want it in the system. I want him to be ready to go when the team's ready to go. And that is not wasting another year and getting some dickhead at 16th next year. No, we've just had the worst season in the world. You're in the bottom 5. I hope they're not that low ever again. Take it while you can. I would be devastated if they don't get this pick and it goes to the lottery balls and they're kicked outside and it goes to Boston. You know for a fact whoever that kid is gonna be a factor for the Bruins for the next 15 years, and we're gonna have to fucking play against them how many times a year?
Yep. Okay, so I'm on the same page as you there. Next question, and this is my final one for you, and then I'll let you go. Let's say the Maple Leafs get a top 5 pick this year. You're the general manager of the team. There's forwards and defensemen sprinkled throughout here, whether it's Verhoff, if it is, you're looking at McKenna, Stenberg, this Chase Reed kid, Malhotra, Carrolls. Like, there's a bunch of defensemen who are supposed to be really good. There's a bunch of forwards who are supposed to be really good. Are you picking a forward or a defenseman in that top 5 spot, Jay Rosehill?
Yeah, D, 100% a D. I know Morgan Riley was kind of supposed to be that guy, very good player and a great career and everything else, but we've never had that stud D man. When you have that guy, they settle things down, man, and their confidence just reverberates across the entire rink. I mean, you're shutting down defensively. You're giving them nothing. Those guys calmly break up plays like nothing. They move it up the ice. They see the lanes. They see the plays. They spring guys, and then they work it up on the point. Power play, they can be that quarterback. And it's just like a stud D-man is something this team hasn't had in a long time. You can seriously build around them. You're looking at some of the young kids who have come in to the league recently and made serious impacts on their team. I mean, killing penalties, offense, defense, transition, power play. It's just a really good, well-rounded defenseman knows no bounds, and that's just something that a winger can't really do for you. It's what they're lacking, and if you're inevitably going to have to fix what the problems are around here, I think it's pretty wise to start with a stud D-man and build around that kid.
All right, Rosie, thank you for your time here tonight, man. I really appreciate it. We're going to have to find a way to get that Jay Rosehill jersey. Then we got to get Tom to find one, and then we'll get it out to you autographed, and we'll get it back to Tom. You send in $450 super chats here on the postgame show. I think that we can try to sort something out. So we'll take that off your hands. I'll try to facilitate that. But
work the DMs. We'll make it happen, man. If you got a jersey, I don't have a ton kicking around sitting on the shelf, but if you find one or get one made, we'll get it done and get it back to you. Thanks for even wanting one of those dusty old things, but much appreciated on the super chat.
Thanks, Rosie. Thanks for doing this, and we'll talk to you again soon. Well, I mean, I guess
Appreciate
I won't on the After Dark, but at some point we'll talk to you.
How long are you going tonight? Like another 2.5, 3?
I think we're probably looking at another 2.5 hours.
Atta babe, I love it. I'll be watching. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Rosie. See you, buddy. There you go. Jay Rosehill here on the Leafs Nation After Dark, giving his thoughts on how this season went. Keith Pelly, the use of AI and ChatGPT, what to do coming up here at the draft lottery, keeping the pick, giving the pick away, whether you'd want to stay in the top 5 or leave it to Boston at 6, as well as who you would end up drafting. So appreciate Rosie for jumping on here and giving his thoughts on the season as a whole. With that, let's go to our next caller here on the line, the one and only, the Golden Muzzy, Nick Alberga. Nick, what's up, buddy? Season's over. Are you finally taking a sigh of relief, or what's going on?
Yeah, I would say mercifully. It really felt like it was a death march for, I mean, the numbers are pretty staggering since the Olympic break, but in my
5
crazy
wins.
world, I thought they'd been done since November, so I couldn't wait for this season to end, and mercifully we're here, buddy. How are you?
I'm glad that it's over. I don't ever want to be the person to complain because I feel like doing this, like I have the best job in the world. I'm super lucky, but turning on these games every single night, to be quite honest with you, Nick, has kind of been a bit of a miserable experience. Doing the post-game show is fun. I've got no issues there, but man, watching this has been just an absolute mess. And then you throw in the comments, whether it's directly from Pelly or the articles about him and the management and the trade deadlines. It's like, let's end this shit so we don't have to deal with this anymore. That's kind of how I felt.
For me, it's been a lot of like thinking about what's transpired and what's led to this situation where here we are on April 15th and the season's finished. Like, we've never really done one of these shows where it's a post-mortem before it even starts. Like,
Yeah.
if you recall back to training camp, man, eyes on the prize. They're going after the Stanley Cup. And yet here we are, and we've been praying for loss after loss after loss. They lost 7 straight games to finish off the season. I think the product was ugly. The players were miserable. They stopped playing for as pissed off and as Rick Bowness and Todd McClellan have been the last couple nights consecutively. I could only wonder what's stewing in the brain of one Craig Berube right now as he watched his own execution for the last 5 weeks, as you mentioned, maybe even longer than that. But that was a cherry on top. It was a difficult watch. Like, I wonder often what it would have been like if this team just stunk and like was playing 6-5 hockey but losing games, how different my mentality would be going into the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of what made this so miserable down the stretch. I was watching atrocious hockey that wasn't even that fun. There were a couple of nights where I came on. I mean, the Dallas game on Monday night. And I'm like, you know what? 6-5, 11 goals. They played like shit. They lost in reg. Perfect. So it helps the tank. And I had some fun watching this one here tonight. I won some money on some bets on some anytime goal scorers. And we move on with our lives and we get to the next game. But that's not what it was. And I think that's part of what the problem was all season was it wasn't even like watching this exciting group of players who were just struggling to put it together. You knew that there was some type of hope or future for the team. It was miserable. Everybody was miserable. You know, it was Craig Berube in post games, miserable. Stolars to open the season, miserable. Matthews and Nylander answering questions, miserable. Everybody was miserable all season long. Do you think any of this can change going into next year? And not necessarily talking about players and results wise, but do you think we could get these guys to snap out of this funk that they've been in here, or is this just kind of going to linger over into next year in your opinion?
It's got to be a mentality thing. Talking to a few people around the team the last little while, the thing that's been consistent, it's not as bad as you think. That's what's really been dragged out and drawn out. And I wonder if that's sort of the PR standpoint coming up for locker cleanout day tomorrow. But damn, it reeked and it was pretty ugly and it smelt and it was just not a great product. But I think to answer your question, I think yes, without question, it's tough to think about the future when we don't even know who's leading this franchise right now. And obviously watched what Rosie and Hutz had to say prior to me jumping on here. But I think we want some answers as a fan base, and it starts with who's going to be running this operation. What does the future entail for some of the best players on this roster? Like the one name I'm really intrigued to hear from tomorrow is Austin Matthews. We haven't heard from him since prior to the knee job from Radko Gudas. So I just want to know his train of thought, more so like the mannerisms, his vibe. Like I think it's going to be a big vibe check day for me when it comes to Austin Matthews, his handling and how he feels about this team right now. But I do think there's a world where they come back next year, and I think they're a winning hockey team again. To what length, I don't know. But I said it on the show the other day. What gives me hope is, like, for example, we're seeing the Battle of Pennsylvania. Going into this season, nobody in their right mind expected even one of those teams to make the Stanley Cup playoffs. They're both in there. So it shows you what you can do. It doesn't really matter who's on your roster. It's more so extracting the most valued of all the players on your roster. And I think that's what the Leafs mentality have to be moving forward. Like your hope is, I think, from the fan base and the fans' point of view, that it was a one-off and they can bounce back, but easier said than done for sure.
I think one of the big things, and I know Rosie is being a big proponent of it, and he kind of talked about it when he came on here, was he's not putting Craig Berube at the top of the blame chart. You know, he's not the number one culprit for why this thing didn't work this season. And I would agree with him on that. But do you subscribe to the idea that bringing in a fresh voice and a different approach into this thing can open things up again? You know, like Nick, I know that one of the things that we knew Craig Berube was going to do was simplify things, and he was going to be a motivator more than anything, and he was going to be a guy who demanded harder, heavier hockey out of everybody. But one of the things that we witnessed over the last 2 years under Craig Berube, which is part him, part Brad Treliving, but regardless of how you want to split that blame up, it was some slower tougher to watch hockey in both seasons. And I know last year they had a lot more success, and I'm not trying to, just wash that away, where they ended up getting to Game 7 of Round 2 and ultimately lost to the team that won the Stanley Cup final. But the possession game was gone. You watched guys like Austin Matthews and his creativity get limited. You saw it into this season. You saw it with Nylander a little bit. Like, do you think that just bringing in a new voice can open things up a little bit more and change the perspective of the guys in the room and maybe how we as a fan base view this team here as well?
1,000%. Like, look, I'm not the former player, but I can tell you anytime you come into work and you're happy to be there, I think the mentality is going to be contagious. And I, for one, can't say right now, knowing nothing about that room, how guys could show up on a daily basis and be ready to work. Ultimately, I think his message has gone stale, dating back to Game 7 last year and that specific series against the Florida Panthers. I know people can argue me on this, and I understand Mitch Marner was a big component, but the Leafs proved right there that they're capable of playing this brand, this style that will bring success in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Having said that, I call it the Joey Gallo of off seasons for Brad Treliving. He swung and missed on every edition, and that doesn't help. To me, it looked like a bunch of players playing hockey as opposed to a team. And I think, honestly, that has to fall a lot on the head coach. I just think his message wasn't getting through anymore. Like, I'm curious to get your opinion. I brought this up on Leafs Morning Take today. Had the Leafs made a coaching change in late November or early December, I genuinely feel like they make the Stanley Cup playoffs. I thought they were in dire need of a change, a reset, whatever you want to call it. Maybe they get in. Maybe it masks some of their deficiencies and issues still, but I think it changes the course of the season. Do you agree with that?
100%. 100%. And that's not me trying to say that this is a good hockey team that Craig Berube torched.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's what you're saying here either. I think that bringing somebody in would have picked things up. Ultimately it didn't end up working out in Columbus, but look what happened when they brought in Rick Bowness and the run that they went on and them ending up being a competitive team that was pushing for a playoff spot. Now, I know it's a tough example because they did fall short, but I think you bring somebody in here who has a different approach to the game, maybe can bring a different system, can just maybe connect with the players a little bit better in terms of what they want to do and meet them on a happy medium where, Sheldon Keefe probably wanted to play a more creative style of hockey and is maybe a little bit softer, and Craig Berube was the complete opposite. Somewhere in the middle probably could have been a nice meeting grounds for these guys, and I think it would have changed things. There's still a lot of holes in this group, but yeah, I agree with you, Nick. I think that's a good point.
Put it this way, like I think that the style that this team played or tried to play, because they obviously didn't execute on that, drags on a player. Like, for example, I played baseball a good chunk of my life, and I can vividly recall when I show up and I'm in the 3-hole or the 4-hole and I'm playing first base, and I know I don't have to really worry about anything. I'm obviously in a better mood than showing up and not seeing myself on the lineup card that day. And try to compare it to the Maple Leafs. It's just like you show up and you know that your coach's mentality is to get the puck in deep, and forecheck, and the amount of physicality you're going to take and play like such a structured game. I think it wears on a player. And obviously I can lean more on you guys, you being, Rosie, Huts, guys who have been around the game at a higher level. But I think there's some wear and tear there. And I honestly felt like in the second half of the season, the guys were just finished. They were cooked. They had nothing left to give. They didn't want to play that style. And I thought it really, really showed. And I'm with everybody here. Like, I don't firmly place everything on Craig Berube, but I think it was quite definitively clear very early in the season. It smelled different. It felt different. It looked different. They were slower. And they just didn't want to play that brand, and they didn't have guys who could play that brand too. I think there's a lot of blame to go around here, though, Zach.
Yeah, well, I think that's part of the problem too, was the disconnect between Treliving and Berube, and whether they want to admit it or not. The most obvious incident that ends up happening, I've brought it up a million times, but it's so telling to me, is they fire Mark Savard, and literally within the span of like 30 to 45 minutes, Brad Treliving says that Derek Lalonde's going to run the power play. And then Craig Berube comes out and says Derek Lalonde will not run the power play. The entire coaching staff will. And, it's just like, that's completely different messaging. And then you look at the guys that Treliving brought in, some of them fit, some of them don't. I look at a guy like Matthias Michelli, and you look at what he can bring to the table. I'm not saying that Michelli scores 90 points if he plays, a very different way and has a different coach, but he's very clearly not a guy who's going to play Craig Berube style hockey. So why was that guy brought in? If you're looking to play that way, why are you acquiring a Matias Michelli? And then you can't change that while the season's going on. So to your point, you look at Matthews, you look at Nylander, you look at Morgan Riley at this point, who very clearly is struggling in this style. You look at a Michelli, not like you're trying to cater to a Michelli, but you recognize, okay, this style isn't working for them. You can't trade the players that way in a season. Sure, in the offseason, you could go scorched earth and change everything, but during the year, you can't. So the easy one to do, the easy way out, not trying to do a cop-out for the GM, but it's the coach. Let's change this. Let's change the style. Let's change the voice. But you had too many guys trying to play a style they couldn't play. You had guys who didn't fit the way Craig Berube wanted to. You had guys brought in here. I look at that Lawton trade as well. I think that if Brad Treliving, and this is, assumption, I don't know this for fact, but I'm under the impression that if Brad Treliving knew that he was just getting a fourth line center who was going to play 8 minutes a night and kill penalties, he's not going out making the trade for Scott Lawton. I don't think that would be the case. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but you look at those moves and it all just feels very confusing, and it ends up building into this pile of mud ultimately, where it's guys who just don't have defined roles, and Craig Berube can't get the most out of them because what Treliving brought in doesn't match up with Berube. Berube's style doesn't match up with the players, and then it just became this mess this season.
Dysfunction across the board. It starts from the top and it works its way down to the players on the ice. It just never felt like they had chemistry, that they gelled together, that they enjoyed playing together, that they enjoyed playing the brand of hockey, that they had a connection with their coach. Man, I'm sorry to bring it up. I laugh about this once a week to myself when I wake up, and I hate to put this on you, but you had a quote in our group about these guys are different. I know you remember this. You're like, this team's different. And all it was fucking Scott Lawton playing tummy sticks at the morning skate with somebody. You're like, this team is different. Not to drag you in there, but I laugh about that once or twice a week, man. And it's so weird, but it's so Jekyll and Hyde, and it's so Maple Leafs. I'm not getting on you. That's unfortunately what has been a theme with this franchise for the last decade. They pull you in, and then boom, they shit themselves. And then they pull you in, and then they shit themselves. And that's pretty much what happened this year, although the sample size was much smaller, that 12, 13 game stretch, post-firing Mark Savard, who ran the power play, and then all of a sudden you go on a heater. But again, that is the most Leafiest thing ever. Nobody was shocked about it. But yeah, I ultimately keep thinking back to that and just how much belief I think internally we had here over at the Leafs Nation. Your rebuttal. They're different, man.
None, dude. There's none. Look, you got to admit, at that point in time, it felt like it. They had just beat the Avalanche. They were on that heater. I'm like, dude, the way they were
can you
playing,
believe the season derailed after beating Colorado on the road? I'm still trying to figure out, because remember they beat Colorado, the back-to-back. They go into Utah, and it's a scheduled loss. We're already whatever. They got punted. And it started this crazy free fall after that. It still makes no sense how you have a high like that, and you can't find it at some point. The Vegas game, which I was at, they're up in that game. Nylander gets hurt. I'm just trying to decompress the season. Hutz brought it up, and I've heard other publications, just a really wacky and weird year from everything to Wall. Stolarz calls it the team. Berube, I guess he was working out the barbell situation. Nylander flipping the bird. There was just, it's such a Leafy season when you look back at it, but here we are, man. Game 82, it's in the books, and I still can't believe and comprehend we won't see these guys now until late September.
Dude, I forgot about that Vegas game. I buried it in my mind. Nylander was having the game of his life. It was like he showed up he hated Mitch Marner's guts and was there to prove everybody why he was the guy. I think he had 2 goals or something in the first 4 shifts of the game.
Yeah.
And then, that's what it was, 1-1. And then he ends up injuring himself in a fucking celebration. And then he's out of the game, and it just went to shit after that. And then next thing you know, the season falls apart. What a year that this was. If you had to put together a blame chart and you had to prioritize it from 1 down through, I don't know how many I'm going to say here, so I think 4. But, if you're going to list in coaches, GM, player, I guess let's also throw in MLSE and Keith Pelly. What is the ranking here of who deserves the most blame?
I think right now, like, you really can't put much blame on Pelly, so I'll say like 5%. Aside from not hiring a replacement for Brendan Shanahan, like, I don't think he really had much say aside from everything we heard today from the trade deadline and trying to get too involved and trying to make up his own mess after everything that transpired with Shanahan. So I'm not putting as much blame because ultimately it's the players on the ice. And I think Tree Living deserves a lot of heat for, some of the moves he made. Like, I thought they were fireable offenses, and as we later find out, they were fireable offenses. The Brandon Carlo deal that we're going to talk about for years to come, the Scott Lawton deal with Philadelphia, we're going to talk about years to come. And then Joey Gallo, like, I like to bring that analogy up. Like, he swung and missed on every offseason edition. Like, at the time, I was pumped about Nicolas Waugh coming in, and we'll see what he does for Colorado coming up in the Stanley Cup playoffs. But this guy brought absolutely fucking nothing to this team. I wasn't crazy about the way he was deployed either. I felt like he should have been given an opportunity at some point in time to try have a look, on the wing in the top 6 with Matthews. Like, we never really got that iteration. I'm not defending Nick Waugh. It didn't fit. Michelli, same type of conversation. I thought he was dog shit. And Dakota Joshua, I didn't think he was great either. Like, I don't think he really found what they were trying to get him in for. Like, the consistency is a big thing I'd pull from those 3 guys. So Tree Living, I'm at 5%. Tree Living, I think, deserves like 60%? Does that make sense? So we're at 65% here.
Yep.
I think a lot of this is on the roster. Like, I've got to be frank with my response and just comprehend that the players they brought in to try to replace Mitch Marner or try to reimagine this roster didn't work out. There's the old Jack Roslovic thing from last summer that never came to fruition. So we're at 65%. I think Craig Berube, I'm going to give. See, that's the big thing too, because I put a lot of onus on the players, man. Like, I really, really do. I think this comes down to execution. I'd probably split the difference on the players and the coach at this point. And maybe it's a cop-out, and maybe it's too much on Brad Tree Living. But I think ultimately he puts the players intact, and I think he deserves a lot of heat for this. And you can't fire an entire team. But I think there's, to answer it long-windedly the way I have, there's a lot of blame to go around, man. Like, and for me, and I know people in the chat are chirping me saying Nick wants Sheldon Keefe back. No, that's not what I'm intimating. I'm not blaming Craig Berube for this pile of shit that we watched for the last 82 games. I'm blaming the nucleus. I'm blaming the players on the ice, because ultimately, last time I checked, Craig Berube's not playing hockey anymore. Brad Tree Living's not playing hockey anymore. This guy got professionals to come in and play daily 82 games, and I can pick apart maybe 1 or 2 players that are actually genuinely happy with A, their development, and B, the way they played and their consistency throughout the year. Like, that's scary. You guys are professionals. And I think there was multiple times, maybe 30 to 35, games of the 82 where I was like bewildered. I'm like, is this a professional hockey team? Are these guys who get paid to play this sport? And this is how they show up. So a lot of blame to go around. And I think we'll have plenty of time to dissect this all too.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty fair to kind of even it out between Berube and the players, because on one hand, I think he wasn't, I don't want to say like catering to them. I don't know if that's the right word, but utilizing them the right way. Even you brought up Nick Waugh. I use Scott Lawton as an example of just not using guys the right way. But then at the same time, you also had guys just quit on him. Like, they're professional hockey players making millions of dollars, and they quit on them. They quit on the coach. They quit on each other. They quit on themselves. They quit on the season, and they did it pretty early on. And then even to that point, which probably ends up being part of why the blame ends up being so much on Brad Tree Living. Okay, the team construction was poor, and you made a lot of mistakes, but then you can look at that situation and at least resolve one of them. You could have changed the coach, and you fired Mark Savard. Like, what the hell was that?
It's weird. And I think to your point too, there's so many like examples of strong coaching in this league. Like Dan Muse, I like to bring up. You look at that Pittsburgh roster, and I think it's tough for me, who was very anti-Dubas in this market, to give credit to that team, but he's done a wonderful job. Dan Muse, the head coach, has done an incredible job. And I like what they've done, keeping receipts on all the media members that said that team was trash, myself included. I thought Pittsburgh was going to get Gavin McKenna this year, and here we are. And that's a perfect example of coaching, getting the most out of your players. Because you look at that roster, and even right now, you can't tell me with a fully healthy Leafs team that the Leafs are not a better squad. I can't get to that level. So it's another example where Sofsky and San Jose, there's so many around the league where you're like, wow, like that roster isn't unbelievable. And I get maybe Celebrini and San Jose, but the Leafs have two of those guys in quotations. So I think coaching is bigger than people give it credit for. But I think I look at Berube, I think his message just went stale. And I think it's really the biggest indictment on a player. And me and Rosie talk about this a lot on Leafs Morning Take. If you question the work ethic or the try level of a professional athlete, like that's the biggest indictment. Like that's the last thing I think you would want as a pro in any walk of life. And the fact that it's been questioned more than a handful of times this season tells you we're on to something pretty much.
Not just this season, look at the big boys and look what happens in playoffs past. You could question that ethic, the drive, the desire that these guys have. It's all being questioned, whether it's by us or other media in Toronto or people around the NHL. Like everyone wants to say Toronto is so hard on these players and the Toronto media is so tough. It's not just us asking these questions every single year. It's not. Every other team's fan base and media members also ask the same questions. We all view the players the exact same way that everyone else does. Unbelievably talented players and guys that you have in that locker room. When you look at especially like Nylander, Matthews, Marner when he was here, John Tavares in his prime, and yet they could never get it done. And I think a lot of it was just that give a fuck meter when the going got tough. Rick Bowness kind of said it perfectly. What went wrong? And he said, it got hard. Things got hard and these guys just disappeared. And we saw that happen with this group time and time again. Couple more questions for you here, Nick, before we wrap this up and let you get on with the rest of your night. Let's start with this one because we're going to enter an off season where you're going to have the draft lottery. You're currently sitting at 5. You're going to have free agency period coming up. The Matthews and Nylander questions are going to circulate. A new GM and potentially president are going to come in here. Do you think that the Maple Leafs have the players, the talent, the assets in that room right now to be able to turn this around and bounce back next season? I'm not talking about being a Stanley Cup contender, but bounce back next year where you're not a dumpster fire situation again, and you're a team that's competing for a playoff spot. Do they have it in them in that room, or are they a lost cause?
A lot has to go right, but profoundly, I feel like this team can get back to the Stanley Cup playoffs next year. And the two prime reasons, guys, I don't think will be dealt this summer, Austin Matthews and Willie Nylander. I think when you look around the league, very seldom do you find a team with one star player, never mind two. I think these guys are good enough to drag this team, to put it on their shoulders and be like, we're going to get to the Stanley Cup playoffs. And I understand the second half of the season was a train wreck and a disaster, but for a good majority of the year, the Leafs were at least sniffing around a playoff spot, right? There were 2 or 4 points around. I think it's obviously been ugly, and I think it's been an ethical tank, which we love to see. They dropped 8 in a row. They dropped 7 in a row to finish the season. So bravo on that front, and tune in on May 5th. We're going to do a live stream, and hopefully that goes in the way of the Toronto Maple Leafs as well. But I think the ingredients are there just based on those two guys specifically, assuming they bounce back. Nylander, the all-around game was not pretty this year, but the point production was there. Matthews, A, can he stay healthy? And B, can he be reinvigorated, assuming there's a new head coach? And maybe that's all it takes to get Matthews cooking again, man. I still think you don't go from a guy who had 69 rips in a season to Philippe Deneau. It just doesn't happen that way. And I think Matthews has more to give on the goal-scoring front. There was a flurry of like a 10-game stretch this year where you're like, okay, there's still something there. So as long as they have those two in the mix, I think Matthew Nyes is going to have a much better year. It's not going to be as banged up. As far as I know, he's been dealing with that knee thing all the way since training camp. Easton Cowan had a really, really strong last quarter of the season, and I would anticipate him being sent to the Toronto Marlies for their Calder Cup playoff run momentarily in the next couple days. So I think there's pieces there. I think ultimately it'll be interesting to see who comes in and what they try to do with this roster to complement those guys. But as long as Matthews and Nylander specifically are Maple Leafs, sure, I think the Maple Leafs have a chance of getting back to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Can they be a contender? Probably not. But as we've learned time and time again, anything is possible. Just get into the dance, right?
Okay, 2 more quick hitters here for you to wrap this thing up. The Leafs are sitting with the 5th best odds to win the draft lottery, but that also means that they're sitting in a position, if they hold on to number 5 at minimum, which they are locked into right now, like you can't fall out of 5 before the draft lottery on May 5th. Do you want to keep that pick, Nick? Would you rather have it this season? And I know obviously that would involve you falling out for the Bruins to take this year's pick, but if you're looking at it, given the scenarios that you could have coming up here in the next couple of years, whether it's Matthews and Nylander leaving, if it's the draft picks that you look at becoming unprotected and handing things over to Philly and Boston in the next couple of years, if you do keep this year's pick, what's your ideal situation? Would you rather keep this pick and pick in the top 5, or would you rather have this one go to Boston this year and then you pick in one of the next 2 drafts?
I should preface by saying they're fucked either way, and I truly believe that. My pushback, firstly, with having the draft pick come this year, I already know what's ahead. Okay, they make the selection. Is the NHL ready? Can we force feed him into the lineup? Because if you're trying to retool, you're trying to get a Keaton Verhoff into the lineup right away and start the season and be an impact guy for you in the top 4. Sadly, not everybody's going to be Matthew Schaefer is what I'm getting at. So I'm not dancing around the question, but I think any way you slice it, they're absolutely screwed that they are a middling team, we'll call them. And the next 3 first-round picks, they only have one of them, although they got the Nicolas Waugh deal done, which is a great piece of business. It's probably going to be a late first-round pick, but still, it's a first-round pick no less, and you can use it as an asset moving forward. But I don't think there's one right answer here. Like, I think if it depends on so many different factors, but I still think there's a world where the Leafs come back next year, even with this draft pick and our shit. And maybe the draft lottery is in contention again, and maybe it doesn't potentially go Toronto's way and it lands Boston a top 3 pick. Again, I'm not dancing around the question. I just don't think there's like one prime solution. At best, I think they put themselves in a good position to make a draft pick, but that's ultimately, Zach, where my head goes is like, even if they select a Malhotra or whoever, are these guys NHL ready? And I wouldn't know. Like, we'll bring Steven Ellis on at some point in time as you get closer to the draft, assuming the Leafs make a top 5 selection here, and ask those types of questions, because I think the one thing people are forgetting is like the maturation process. Like, we're seeing it with Easton Cowan, and I know Cowan's a bit different, but there's the expectation there. There's been so many examples of top 10 picks that it takes some time for grooming. So that's ultimately like my biggest question I could ask any prospects person. When you look at some of these top prospects, how long until they're NHL ready? Like, I keep thinking back to Michael Hage. What's the conversation been on this guy? He's Keith Pelly's favorite player, apparently. What's the combo been on? This guy's electric. He's going to change the fortunes of the Montreal Canadiens. And granted, I understand he's hurt, but season's done, and it's like, oh, he's going back. He's not NHL ready. So I just have an opinion where it's like, okay, even if they get this draft pick, who's to tell me that they're even going to help this team next year? Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. I completely get that. I look at it more so that, and I think it's the same way Rosie did when he came on, is you get the guy now, even if you are bad, by the time 3 years from now that you're in that position where you're probably trying or hoping to start being good again, if you can get it to that level, then you have the guy for that one extra year. You've had him cooking, because to your point, the guy might not be ready next season. So if he's not ready next year, you've at least gotten a 1-year head start on it. Whereas if you hold on to it to next year and you pick next year, then you're just 1 year behind. Maybe that guy that you pick is closer to being ready than the guy you pick right now, but you're just 1 year ahead of the situation. So that's how I've kind of viewed it, where it's just like, let's get this out of the way and get this going here now. Figure out what happens with Nylander and Matthews after attempting next season. But I don't know. Like, I completely understand your perspective on it. And to be honest with you, I think your assessment of they're fucked no matter what is a pretty accurate one. Final question for you here, Nick. Assuming you get a top 5 pick, you stay in that, you end up keeping it yourself, you don't hand it off to Boston. regardless of where you land, 1 through 5, there are high-end defensemen and high-end forwards that are going to be available. If you are the general manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs, are you picking a forward or are you picking a defenseman?
I think it's an easy decision. Again, assuming Austin Matthews is going nowhere, you got to take your shot at a defenseman. Like, who's the last defenseman? Ironically enough, it's the guy that they're probably going to deal and move off of this summer, and that's Morgan Rielly. Like, I still remember when Rielly was drafted and the excitement. I think it's so hard to find number 1 or number 2 defenseman in this league, something that we've, been prone to seeing in this market for many, many years to come. So it would depend on a variety of different factors, man. But I think we're learning again how important it is structuring a blue line that's going to be successful. But then just even look at the Norris voting, man. You can make a case for like 6 or 7 or 8 guys, even having like Quinn Hughes, like 7 on the list. It just shows you the importance of having a bona fide, like, puck-moving defenseman on your blue line. So asking me this question right now, and I know it depends where they're selecting. If they select, I'd probably want to go with a defenseman and build around that for sure.
I think that's fair. It pretty much lines up with where everybody's at. Hutz said that. Rosie said that. You're saying that. And I think it's also dependent on where you're at and who's available at that point. But yeah, I think that looking at a defenseman who could change the fortunes of this and be a guy who could be the guy would put you in a different position than what you've ever been in. You still even went through the entire Matthews, Marner, Nylander era without like a true number 1. You always hoped that Morgan Rielly could do it, or you could do it by committee, and it never really came to fruition. So if you get a stud back there, it can really change things. Even looking at Vancouver, like, yeah, you lost Quinn Hughes, but you brought back Zeev Boyum, and he's not going to be Quinn Hughes. I don't think so, but he's a very exciting player that is providing energy from the back end back there that you can look at for the future and say, okay, thank God we have that, and then let's figure out the rest from there. So I think I'm probably in line with that for the most part. Again, though, it does depend on where you're at and who's being picked, because there are some very interesting pieces that could be sitting available. But Nick, thank you for doing this here tonight. I appreciate it. That's the last time you'll do After Dark this season, unfortunately, but probably jump on with you at some point doing Leafs Morning Take. And then, as you mentioned, we'll do some draft lottery stuff and prospect stuff and free agent frenzy stuff coming up over the next little bit. So you and I will be back together at some point. So thanks for doing this here, man. You enjoy the rest of your night.
Yeah, 1,000%. Zach's going to be all over Leafs Morning Take moving forward. Just reminding people that we're going to stay with you guys. I think we're going to morph into more of a pseudo like Stanley Cup playoff show, but we're going to cover obviously the Leafs on a daily basis. So keep it locked, and if we could talk about more AI, then I'm pumped up about it, buddy. We'll see who the next I'm still trying to figure out like and. I know we're wrapping here, but like even the whole story that came out today, the one thing I'll throw at people, just don't believe everything you see, okay? And I'm taking nothing away from The Athletic. Those guys do a brilliant job, and it's amazing reporting. But I think there's always 2 sides to a conversation, wherever it may go. So just keep that in mind tonight, that just because you hear one thing doesn't mean it's the absolute truth, okay?
Yeah, cool. That's fair. All right, Nick, thanks for doing this, buddy. Appreciate it.
No worries, bud.
All right, there you go. Nick Alberga, joining Leafs Nation After Dark. Appreciate Nick for stopping by here. We're going to get to our next guest in one moment. Just before we do, there's a bunch of super chats that have piled up, and I don't want to have people in the chat feeling like they've been neglected. We've also gone over 100 likes here, so we'll do some smelling salts for you guys as well. But just quickly rattling off some of the super chats. Maxentius Decimus, it's over. It's finally over. It was tough, but we got through it together. We did. As Joe Bowen said, quote, "We are a Leafs empire." I'll miss him calling games. Yeah, I think that's one of the saddest things of all of this is like, okay, yeah, it's Joe Bowen's last season. Obviously, at some point, it had to be his last year. But to go through, I know they ended in pain, but 9 years of like great regular seasons and excitement and all this stuff for Joe, for this to be the last year that he does is kind of sad for him to have to walk out in game 82 and not calling playoff games, just from like a personal standpoint for Joe. It's unfortunate, but yeah, definitely some exciting calls Joe's had over his time as the Maple Leafs play-by-play voice. Valkyrie Kalesi here says, "Thanks for a great season. I just got into hockey this year, and I learned a lot from you." Well, thank you. I appreciate that. She says, "Thanks for all your hard work and dedication." Of course, I'm glad that you chose this channel. You found this channel, and this is where you came to partake in either the post-game show or Leafs Morning Take or the chat here. And this is how you've learned about hockey. I don't know. I feel like this is probably one of the more jaded years you could have joined and learned about hockey and chosen this channel of all places to learn things. But regardless, thanks for joining on the journey, Valkyrie there. Tom Robbins as well, who sent the $450 super chat, says, keep OEL, McCabe, Tanev if healthy, then put puck movers, with each of them. May take a couple years of AI. Well, Tom, AI is working hard in that front office, so maybe they're finding solutions here right now. But I think that's the biggest thing. Regardless of how you pair these guys up or who you keep, who you don't, you need more puck movers. It's inevitable. Like, we looked at Troy Stetcher like this was a gift from God when he joined this team, and the biggest reason was because he could move the puck. And I think that says a whole lot about how this roster was constructed. Maxentius here says, could this finally be the last game for Riley here? I don't know. And obviously there's hurdles, one of which being, does he want to move? But the questions this guy got down the stretch were fairly interesting, we'll put it that way. Vickus Patronus sends in, the Leafy thing would be to trade a goalie to a team that wins the cup with that goalie next season, probably Edmonton or Florida. No fucking kidding. I did a Panthers podcast with their guys Cats and Rats. They're always in the chat, and they brought up the idea of trading Joe Woll to the Florida Panthers, and I said, I'm just going to stop you right there. Because what division are you in? And they said the Atlantic Division. And I said, yep. Okay. No. Hang up the phone. Not doing this. Because the Atlantic Division trading in there gives me nightmares. And the idea of trading a goalie to an Atlantic Division team just adds that much extra heebie-jeebies to the idea of pulling off one of those trades. Vickus here also says the Leafy, Vickus also sent in another chat here with nothing on it, but J-Rock, the final super chat here right now, says, I've been saying all year we should have kept Savard. Would have had a top 3 pick. Fair enough. It's been another fun season of listening. Thanks, Zach. Well, thanks, J-Rock, for following along. Quickly here, before we go to our next guest, we did hit 100 likes, so that means I owe you 2, but minimum, I owe you 1 here for the first set of 50 likes. And that would be doing the smelling salts. So thank you for liking. Thank you for watching. Continue to hit that like button, subscribe here, as we have about 500 people still watching the show right now. Here are the smelling salts. There you go. There's the smelling salts. Wow, sad. We'll get a whole new load of smelling salts coming in for next season to start. With that, let's go to our next guest here on the line. Mike in Buffalo from the Hockey Hot Stove. Mike, how you doing tonight, buddy?
Oh, Zach, it's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. It's really sad when you find joy in the fact that the team fell into a 5th draft slot. That was a victory. But it was, because now they have, I think it's a 41.8% chance of drafting 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 5th. And, I know you're going to ask about, the disposition of whether they should have and keep the pick or have the pick this year or down the line. To my mind, now I'll save my answer for that for a while, for later. But I just think that, having that option and having the possibility in this draft, which I've been told by a number of people is a very good draft, especially at the top, and the possibility of getting a franchise quality number 1 defenseman, whether it be Verhoff or Chase Reed or Carrolls. The last time the Toronto Maple Leafs had a top 5 NHL defenseman, his name was Boreas Salming.
Yeah. And
previous to that, it was Tim Horton. So, you're talking about, 40, 45 years since, and there've been some good defensemen along the way. I mean, Cabriolet and McCabe and, Dave Ellett and a few others. But, with an organization with such a lengthy history as this one, the fact that they have not been able to find themselves a top 5 in the league NHL defenseman is just an example of, and if you can go through it. I mean, in the 80s, they drafted Gary Nyland. He blew out his knee. They drafted Jim Benning. I think it was 6th overall. They rushed him into the NHL at 18 years old. Luke Shen, 5th overall. They rushed him into the NHL at 18 years old. So the point that I think Nick was making, any one of these guys is probably not going to be in your lineup this year. I mean, Verhoff is playing in North Dakota. He still has things to round out his game. Carroll is in Prince George, and not Verhoff, but the other kid, Reed is at Sault Ste. Marie. So it's like, it's a big jump to go from, 1 year in college or a year in the OHL or the WHL into the NHL, especially in this, situation where you're going to be thrown to the wolves. So I don't think, even if they pick in the top 5, unless the guy's name is Gavin McKenna, that player is going to be on the Maple Leafs roster next year.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, let's stick on this right now because we're on the topic of it. So you'd rather have the pick, let me rephrase this. Would you rather have the pick this year, or would you rather push it down the line and find a spot next season or the year after that and hold on to that pick?
I would rather have the pick this year based on the fact that in the top 5 you have those defensemen, because I think you need that number 1 defenseman, especially a guy like Reed, who apparently is a plus skater and very good offensively. Carroll's has I think he has 73 points in the WHL this year. Verhoff, I guess, has some skating issues, but he's big and can really play. I mean, you're talking about 3 guys that probably go in the top 5 or 6. And I think you need one of those guys. I mean, the last time I can remember you had that collection of defensemen at the top of the draft, it was, Alex Pietrangelo and Drew Doughty and Zach Bogosian. I mean, it was, Bogosian didn't have a great career, but I mean, a defenseman at that point can be, with proper development, your number 1 defenseman. And that is something that this team needs. Other than top pick, if they win the lottery, you're taking McKenna. You have to. Now, if somebody, and believe me, if somebody came and said, well, we'll give you the 5th pick and we'll give you our 1st round pick next. No. Because you do that and then McKenna becomes a superstar and everybody's killing you. So if you win the lottery, you're taking McKenna. If it's 2 through 5, you're taking the defenseman.
This is, and I don't mean this as any disrespect to McKenna, and I'm not trying to say he will be a bust, Mike, but this seems like the best year to pick 2nd through 5th. Because if Gavin McKenna just doesn't become a superstar, like if he doesn't become a legitimate superstar, you probably end up looking at any of those guys who go 2 through even 7, maybe at that point, and any one of them could have a better career than him. I'm not saying they will, but just based on the fact that it is such a deep draft and there's so much talent and there's so many defensemen, if you pick McKenna and he doesn't become the next face of the league is too much to put on him, but you get where I'm going with it, where it's like if he doesn't become like the guy the rest of the time that you spend with the pick that you take, or look with Gavin McKenna, you're looking at the other ones going, oh my God, that guy went 2, that guy went 3, and we picked this one. Now, Gavin McKenna could very easily become a face of the NHL type of guy, just given the talent he has, what he did in junior, what he's done since coming back from World Juniors in the NCAA. Like, he has it in him. He has obviously some of that swagger to him as well. But it's like the best position almost ends up being 2 through 5, just because you're going to get some really, really good player anyways. And that first pick just almost feels like, if we fuck this up, or if we don't pick McKenna and he goes 2, and then we got this guy and it doesn't work out, then we're always also idiots. So 2 through 5 feels like the better scenario, as insane as that is to say.
I mean, I in a way, I get a Alexi Lafreniere, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins vibe on McKenna over, say, a Patrick Kane. I mean, they're all, I know Nugent-Hopkins has played most of his career, or some of his career at center, but he's played a lot on the wing, and he had a great great scoring in junior, and so did Lafreniere. But they've never dominated in the NHL. They've been good players, don't get me wrong. And Lafreniere, I mean, if the Rangers ever trade him, they're stupid because I think he's a talent. But, Patrick Kane is generational and is a Hall of Famer and won 3 Stanley Cups. I don't know whether that's Gavin McKenna. All I know is that, if the Leafs pick second and they can find a team that's drafting third, fourth, or fifth, and you could get, they want Stenberg. That's a perfect situation. They trade down a pick or two and maybe get a future first or something like that. They've got to refill the coffers. I mean, now we're assuming a lot here because there's a 58% chance they fall to 6th, and then one of those defensemen goes to Boston, and then he's probably the defense partner with Charlie McAvoy for the next decade.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know, which is a terrifying, sickening thought here, Mike, as well. But yeah, and that's a good point as well. That's something I didn't even think about is if you grab a pick that ends up being 2 or 3, you could maybe find a way here to swing with somebody behind you where it's 3, 4, 5, and you give that pick to them so that they can move up, and then you can also add assets to the cupboards that you don't have right now. So that's a good point. You covered the draft stuff there that I was going to ask you there, so I think that was good. We got that out of the way.
Okay.
I want to ask you this one question. I haven't asked anybody who's come on here yet, but I want to ask you, and I'm curious what it's going to be. If you had to give one word to describe the Maple Leaf season this year, what is that one word?
Disaster. Disaster. Absolute, unmitigated, complete, and utter disaster. I mean, everything went wrong. From the decisions made over the summer, Mitch Marner was going to go. Mitch Marner was, there was nothing to stop. They got something for him in Nick Waugh. But the summer moves by Brad Treliving, the moves that he did make and the moves that he didn't make were all disastrous. Dakota Joshua, you gave up a 3rd-round pick for a guy who has had health issues. I like the player, but he can't stay healthy. He plays a crash and bang style, and he really, when he played, he was okay, but he was out of the lineup for long stretches, lacerated kidney and this and that. So, and Michelli, I think, and I don't know this for sure, but Shane Doan, who was an assistant to the general manager for Treliving, was part of that Arizona organization and knew Michelli from there. So I probably thought, well, this guy had 40 assists with the Coyotes and didn't like Utah, so you could get him for a song, and he can at least fill some of the gap, some of the playmaking ability that was the Leafs lost with Marner. It didn't work. He didn't fit on the first line. He didn't fit on the second line, and it was a complete disaster. And then, as you know, we had that gulf between the middle of July until just before the deadline where Treliving did absolutely friggin' nothing. It's wonderful that he talked to everybody. Apparently he talks to every general manager in the league multiple times.
Kicking tires.
What the fuck good is it if they don't do anything? How much did we hear during the season? Well, they're kicking tires. They'd like to make a hockey deal. Okay, who made hockey deals? Nobody made hockey deals. There may have been 1 or 2, but and according to the article, the lengthy article in the Athletic, some of the things, he was trying to get Ricard Raquel or Brian Rust from Pittsburgh. He was trying to sign Jack Roslovic. He was trying. None of it happened. Great, it's like that's the thing. It's like this is a guy who supposedly had his finger on the pulse in the league. And if you believe, and I don't know, you can't say you believe everything in that article because you're dealing with sources inside the organization. They may have an axe to grind. That's all possible. But the picture that painted was a completely cluster-effed organization dysfunctional, shooting in all directions. And based on the way things fell apart this season, it's tough not to believe that part mostly is true.
Yeah, I mean it's a good way to put it. Like the word I would use to describe the season, disaster, is a good one, but dysfunction. And I think dysfunction leads to disaster, but you bring up kicking tires and them being interested in this guy, being interested in that guy, being interested in this guy. You look at the moves that they did make. You look at the coach that they had running this. Like nothing made sense when you look at the final product that was put on the ice. Even looking at the Matias Michelli deal, like, okay, you brought in Matias Michelli and we all thought he was going to be able to provide points and that kind of stuff, but Craig Berube demanded him to play a certain style of game that he just doesn't have in him. Like, it doesn't work. You can't bring in a guy like that to play in a Craig Berube system. So that shouldn't have even been a thought in the first place unless Berube was going to open things up and say, hey, we'll open up and we'll play more offensively. We'll play more creative. We'll play a more possession game, because then that will allow those kinds of guys to thrive and to excel. And you're going to say, hey, go play your game. You're going to make mistakes. You're not Mitch Marner, but we're not going to make you play a dump and chase style. That helps. So it shouldn't have even been a trade that you went out and made. You know, I look at the Lawton one and then the Nick Waugh trade. Great, you brought in two great guys, but they kind of became redundant. And then you didn't play either of them in situations that were going to benefit them. So you never got the most out of either of those players. Like, you used Nick Waugh in 12 minutes. You didn't put him with the best guys. You probably at times, as Nick brought up, could have moved him up into a second line role or onto the wing, and you just refused to do so. There were times where Nick Waugh was playing on like your third line and Max Domi was playing as your second line center. There was no need for that. You look at the move that was made to fire Mark Savard instead of Craig Berube. That doesn't even make sense. Then you look at the decision here of who's going to run the power play and the comments that were made. It's a mess. Was Keith Pelly too involved? Again, to your point, yeah, you can't take that full face value. There has to be a grain of salt in how you read that and analyze what happened. But no matter what, Keith Pelly was involved. Let's just call it what it is. Like, that isn't coming out if he wasn't involved in some way, shape, or form. He was involved. He was in there. He was probably asking questions at minimum about what was happening. It just is a complete and utter dysfunctional mess and led to that. And it's like, even right now, Mike, honestly, you know, you came on last week and we talked about guys that they were looking at, and it's fine for us to have these conversations, but then the more it goes on, the more confused I become about what it is that they're trying to put together. And, you know, Rosie kind of said he didn't care, and I understand the point that he's making, but it's like, are you bringing in a president? Are you not bringing in a president? Is it just the GM? Because if you're bringing in only a GM, do you not want that first-time general manager to have somebody here to help him and help take pressure off of him? And we know what the market is and what you're going to have to answer to the media, to the fans, and what you're going to have to say. Do you want to be putting a first-time GM up there with nobody around to help him? Like, at least Kyle Dubas had Brendan Shanahan to answer questions and go up on the podium and sit there beside him. Brad Treliving was a more veteran guy. I'm not defending any of the moves or anything like that, but he's a more veteran guy. So at least him being the only guy, it's like, okay, there's a guy who's been there, done that. He can at least sit on the podium on his own. And like, I don't understand what they're doing right now. And it's confusing about what direction they want to head. And even the final thing for me on that whole situation is, which is concerning about what the future is, and I want this to kind of get sorted out now, is why are you looking at GM candidates so intently and so, as it seems, with such force here right now, if you haven't hired a president of hockey ops and you're going to? Like, if you're going to do that, don't you want that guy involved? Am I out to lunch on this take, Mike? Don't you want that guy to have a say and maybe pick his own guy? You're going to hire a GM and then bring in a president of hockey ops and be like, hey, by the way, 2 weeks ago we hired this guy. I hope you like him.
I'll believe that they hire a president of hockey operations when I see it. You know, we've said it before. They eliminated Masai Ujiri with the Raptors. They eliminated the president with TFC. It seems to be, you know, eliminate middle management when it comes to Rogers, cut costs, you know, all the things that were, and like I said, maybe not all of it is true, but all the things in terms of, discounts to real sports and discounts at the, it smacks of sort of chintziness that is inherent with Rogers. And this is the point when I talk to friends in Toronto, I'm sure sports fans in Toronto were overjoyed when the Blue Jays won the World Series in 92 and 93 and came within a few pitches of winning it last year. I'm sure they were overjoyed when the Raptors won in 2019. They loved it. What do you think the reaction would be in Toronto if the Maple Leafs won a Stanley Cup? It would dwarf all of them. I'm sorry. They're second-class citizens in Toronto. Yes, it's Major League Baseball. Yes, it's the NBA. And the NHL is the fourth or fifth or whatever. It doesn't friggin' matter. This is the center of the hockey universe. This is where it matters more than anything. We're still talking about Kerry Fraser in 1993 and Gretzky screwing him in Game 7. We're still talking about that. We're still talking about 4-1 in 2013. These things linger. Why? Because people care. Now, I'm sorry. Rogers, now you have the whole shebang. The Leafs are the centerpiece. They have to be. And if you treat them like they're, subservient to the Blue Jays or the Raptors, you're going to have an insurrection in Toronto. People are going to lose their minds. People stopped showing up to these games. Why? Because the product sucks. It's terrible. And I think it can be changed and moved around. But what Keith Pelly, everything, it was funny when everybody said AI. It's like, what is Allen Iverson doing? No, okay. I think Keith Pelly was in the room and asking questions because he didn't trust Brad Treliving, because he thought Brad Treliving was going to do something stupid. And the talk about trading Matthew Nyes is just plain stupid, especially when the rumor is he was talking to Montreal and Buffalo. You trade a 23-year-old power forward to one of those two teams and you face him for 6 more years. You're going to have people in Toronto jumping off the CN Tower. Come on. That's just absolutely bafflingly stupid. So I think he was in there, not to control the situation, but to probably keep his general manager from doing something completely insane. And, we would go back to Berube and go back to Mark Savard in December. And the only thing I can think of is, if Treliving had a thought in his mind of firing Berube, Pelly probably told him, you fire him, you're probably firing yourself, where everybody's going to go. So you can't fire him. He's got 2 years left in his contract. And that was the only thing they could do was shake up and fire Mark Savard. Now, the thing I'm worried about right now is Berube's not going to be fired tomorrow. Every report is saying he's in limbo right now until a new general manager and a new president or whatever is hired. Wouldn't you think they would want to provide a clean slate for that new guy?
Yes.
And say, okay, now you can choose your coach. The disaster scenario here is that Pelly hires somebody who wants the job so badly that he will accept Berube as the coach. And I'm sorry, you're going down a pathway of disaster if you decide to bring back Craig Berube when we know the things that he did this year contributed to their decline and fall. He needs to go. If he doesn't, what the hell was the point? Then you may as well rebuild, because this team will be a disaster next year.
Mike in the chat, Lord Olbermann says 2067 should be a realistic date to be competitive again. Do you think that this team could turn this thing around sooner than that? Maybe next year? Do you think they could be competitive again next year? Could they make those moves? Do they have the right pieces? What are your thoughts on that?
2067. I'll be 100 years old. I was a month old when they won the Stanley Cup in 67. So you can't blame me. I was alive when they won a cup. Do I think they can be success? Yeah, I do if they make the right moves. I was sort of like writing, plotting out what their lines could be. Okay, you've got Nyes and Matthews on your top line. You've got Cowan, Tavares, and Nylander. I continue to believe, and they probably won't do this because every time a new coach comes in, or Sheldon Key, let's try William Nylander at center, and then they give it 2 games and they go back. Okay, John Tavares is at a point in his career. He's a great player. He's a great teammate. He still can play. He's too slow to play center. He can take faceoffs, but he's too slow to play center. He can play the wing. William Nylander is fast. He's very skilled. He's a good puck distributor. Mm-hmm. He's played center in Sweden before he came over to the Marlies. He played center with the Marlies early on. Then they moved him to the wing because of his defensive deficiencies. Okay, he's 30 years old. He can play defense well enough. They need his skill and offensive ability up the middle. Pavel Zacha moved from the wing to center in Boston, and they made it work. And he's basically their de facto number 1, number 2 center. You're not going to be able to get a center in free agency or trade because you don't have the assets. And I don't think you want to draft. If you draft Caleb Malhotra with your top pick, he's not going to play for you for 3 years. So that's I think that's your best move. You're not. What centers are out in free agency? Charlie Coyle, he's 34 years old and he's slow. All the centers were signed to long-term extensions with their teams. Mm-hmm. So there's nobody out there in free agency, and I think you have the assets to go out and get Robert Thomas. So I think that's their only move to move Nylander to center. But I don't think Berube will ever do it. But a new age coach, whether it's Manny Malhotra or whoever, might say that's what we have to do.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good solution. Like, I look at the only thing then now obviously becomes you have to find a guy to play right wing. You're going to have to find probably a couple because you're going to need one with Matthews and Nyes. You're going to need one now with Nylander and Cowan. If you move JT down to a third line center role, maybe he could fit in that second line right wing potentially. But I think you probably want some more speed up there, and moving John Tavares down to third line center does give you a little bit more depth if you want to do that. But yeah, I think moving him to center obviously even adds value. Like, what's harder to get, right wingers or centermen? And, it's centermen. Everybody is looking for a second line center. If you can replace one internally, you're in a pretty good spot heading into next year, even if you need to find guys who can play on the right wing there. As far as the blame chart goes this year, Mike, I asked Nick this question. I want to ask you this question. I don't know whether you want to just rank them, if you want to assign pieces of the pie here, however you want to do it. World's your oyster. But Pelly, Tree Living, Berube, the players.
Okay.
How do you rank these guys? How do you put the blame on them?
Pelly is 4th. I think he has the least impact. The thing with Pelly here is make your choice and go away. Make your choice of a hockey man, and then you've got 5 other teams to manage or to oversee. Hire somebody and then go away. Just let that guy do. Now, that's why they brought in Neil Glasberg and his agency to do a search. I'm glad that they have somebody who's doing that, and they're going to bring up a bunch of candidates. And hopefully they choose somebody good. Some of the names I don't like, but anyway, I think he's 4th in terms of impact. 4th, 3rd. I actually think 3rd is the players, because Treliving is the one who chose the players. I'm not saying that they were good. There were players who were wanting, but there were players who got injured. There were players who did stupid things. There are players who flipped the bird when they were injured at the camera. There were players who didn't respond. Actually, that's the same player who didn't respond when their captain gets kneed by, a 20-year-old rookie had more guts to attack Nikita Zadorov than veterans on your team. That's a friggin' problem. 2 is the coach, who I think needs to be fired. And number 1 is Treliving. Treliving, I think, gets easily over 50% of the blame. I mean, because of inaction, because of decisions made in the summer, and essentially just, cluster effing the trade deadline when we hear that he didn't start really talking about trading Lawton and McMahon until 2:00, an hour before the deadline. I mean, I don't know how he doesn't get fired right then and there. We were talking about everybody, writing. I'm writing for Hockey Hot Stove. David Alter writing for the Hockey News. Everybody out there was writing about McMahon, writing about Lawton and what they could get from right from the Olympic break till the deadline. And
before the Olympic break.
Before the Olympic break, it calmed down when they won that in a row, which was stupid. Of course, that 3 games in a row cost them maybe the 2nd or 3rd pick in the draft. Instead, they're 5th. Every victory you look at from then, they could have been ahead of Calgary and the Rangers if they had lost a couple more of those games. But, yeah, to say, we're only seriously going to trade Lawton and McMahon in the hour before. Something about the hour before. He waited until 2:00 to trade for Brandon Carlo when he tried to get Rasmus Anderson. Mm-hmm. Wasted his time with Calgary. And then an hour before the deadline, that's when he, in earnest, tries to trade McMahon and Lawton. It's ridiculous. Now, you have to say, they did get lucky. Matthias Michelli did not score 50 points, so they gave up a 3rd-round pick for him. You have to say they got lucky. The LA Kings made the playoffs. So now instead of getting their 3rd-round pick, they get Buffalo's 2nd-round pick. Okay. They got a 1st-round pick for Nick Waugh. That's fortunate. Now they're in the 5th draft slot, and if that 40% turns out to be good, they have a top 5 pick in a very good draft. So there are fortunate things there, and they actually have draft capital, more draft capital than anybody thought they were going to have. It's just a question of whether they're going to let their scouting staff make those picks, or a new guy comes in and says, okay, I make those picks and just cleans them out. These are the things they have to. And I'm sorry, I don't think they can wait until like the first week of May to leave Berube in limbo and to finally decide on somebody. I think they need to hire somebody in the next week or two, but it doesn't sound like that's going to be the plan. It sounds like they're going to go through this process and interview a number of people and then make a decision. And maybe being patient and going through the process is the right thing. I think that you've been talking about this since February. You've been holding discussions under the radar probably since the Olympic break because you knew you were going to fire Treliving. So why the hell aren't you ready to jump right at the word go?
Yeah. No, the other thing too that I've just had in the back of my mind is, do they just keep Berube so that the new GM has a bullet to fire? That's the other thing that is possible, because a lot of times the guy will do that. He'll try to make his off-season moves and then figure out where it's at, keep a guy, and then fire off because he's like, well, that one didn't work, and it's a warning shot at the team, yada, yada, yada. That can't happen. It can't happen.
If they keep Berube, and see, this is the thing, and this is my conspiratorial mind. If they keep Berube, they're basically saying, well, he's got 2 years left in his contract, and we don't want to pay him. You know what? Raise the price of a friggin' hot dog at the Rogers Center, I'm sorry. It's tip money for Rogers. Yeah. Go out and get the best coach. That's the thing. Now, whether that's a new guy, a Malhotra or another young coach, I don't want to go down the retread route because look how it's worked before. I don't want to go Bruce Cassidy. I don't want them to go Alain Vigneault or Peter Laviolette. Go with the young coach, because we know what happens with an older coach who's sort of, set in his ways. oh, let's play Jacob Quillen 9 minutes. Gee, when you play him 12 or 13 minutes, he actually scores a point or scores a goal. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, some of the things I see with this team right now is like you've got the slowest third and fourth line in the NHL. Speed is the thing right now. I'm watching the Buffalo Sabres play 82 games. And they definitely benefited from drafting high for a number of years and being out of the playoffs. But the one thing that they have throughout their lineup, and I'm not talking about, just Tage Thompson and Alex Tuck. I'm talking about like Beck Mallenstein, the fourth line, or Peyton Krebs. They're fast, they're feisty,
Yep.
they're deep 1 through 12 up front, and they've got 3 really great defensemen. Okay.
Yep.
The Maple Leafs have play. I mean, Quillen can skate. Luke Hames looked like he could be an NHL. These are guys that you put on your fourth line and you let them grow. They're young, they have talent, but Craig Berube is not open to that. He does not like young play. How long did it take him to play Easton Cowan? And then finally he played Easton Cowan 16, 17 minutes when they were completely out of it. What if he had played him that much early in the season? Maybe he would have been better earlier. I mean, that's the thing. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, up front, I think there's enough internally to, put some guys in your third and fourth line. I mean, if you really want to go out in free agency and overspend on Mason Marchment, who I like as a player, who should have never been traded for Dennis Mulligan, thank you very much. But
Yep.
I like Mason Marchment. I don't particularly want Bobby McMahon back because he's going to score. He's going to probably get asked for $5.5 million, and I don't think he's worth that. I do think Scott Lawton is going to end up back in Toronto.
Yeah.
And this time, if it's a new coach, they'll actually play him at third line center, which he was actually traded for to be, and then. Because they got Nick Waugh, he gets pushed on the fourth line, and he was better on the fourth line than Nick Waugh was on the third line. So, but my point is that internally, you never give these guys a chance. How about giving them a chance and seeing what they can do? And that's up front. Defensively, I'll just say this. I understand Morgan Riley is the pinata for Maple Leafs fans. I've defended him all year because I think Craig Berube and his coaching style was not a fit for Morgan Riley. He's playing him 21, 22 minutes a night. He is not that anymore. If you believe the report that came out from Nick Kiprios that said the Maple Leafs can move Morgan Riley, but they're going to have to retain 50% of his salary, and they're going to have to throw in a sweetener of a draft pick, my 3 words to that is kiss my ass. Morgan Riley can still play in this league. He's not a number 1. He's not a number 2. Are you telling me he can't play 15 minutes as a second pairing or maybe even a third pairing? I would rather do that than trade him someplace and have to eat $3.75 million of his salary and throw in a second round pick to get somebody to take him, and then watch he'll go someplace and win a Stanley Cup. That's what I mean. It's like you're throwing away. Okay. Is he working out well here right now? No. He's not the defenseman he was 5 years ago. He can't cover up for his mistakes with his speed because he doesn't have the speed anymore. But he's a smart enough player that he can, I think he gets, if a coach knows how to coach him. And based on everything that he has said, he's like, I'm loyal to Toronto. I want to stay here. He doesn't want to go. Now, he may be forced into it, but not want to go. And people have to realize.
Yep. Yeah, I know. It's going to be interesting. I don't know what they're going to do with that one. If you're going to have to add picks and retain that much to get off of them, I think it's just a steer clear situation. Like there's no point, especially if you're unclear about what's going to happen with the direction of this team. If you're going to end up in some type of rebuild here where it's going to be having to tear it down and you have to look back and you had to move off of Morgan Riley where you're eating salary and you had to move off of picks, like what the fuck was the point of that? I completely get it.
You may as well at that point. And that's the thing. So, I mean, right now their defense is McCabe and Tanev, OEL and Carlo, and then Riley. If they keep Riley, then you need one. And here's the disaster scenario, folks, and it's already been floated out there. Darren Radish.
Yeah.
There is your disaster scenario. Oh, he scored 20 goals. Oh, he's playing. He's right. I'm sorry. It's all smoke and mirrors, folks. He got those points because he was playing on the power play with Kucherov. He's the Jeff Finger of the 2026 free agent class. I'm telling you right now, he gets signed by Philadelphia or Toronto or some team that's desperate defenseman. That 60 some odd points that he has right now will turn into 30, and then everybody will be crying, saying, "Oh my God, what a terrible signing!" I can see it clear as day. Don't do it. It's spit.
All right, Mike, with that, I will wrap this up. I appreciate all your contributions here on the After Dark show all season. This has been a lot of fun. I'm glad we got you involved in this, and I'm glad we got you on here for the final post-game show of the season. So thank you very much for this. You enjoy the rest of your off-season here now, I guess, as we go into the draft lottery, free agency, the draft, all of that and more. Everything has been very appreciated. So thank you very much for this this year, Mike, and we'll talk to you soon.
I really appreciate it, Zach, and it's always great fun talking with you and talking about the Leafs, even though they were a disaster.
Even though it wasn't that fun.
The talking about that not fun, but fun.
Yeah. All right, Mike. Thank you for this. Appreciate it. Enjoy.
Thanks.
There you go. Mike in Buffalo from the Hockey Hot Stove, covering the Toronto Maple Leafs, contributing here on the postgame show all season long. Thank you to Mike for that. With that, let's welcome in our very next guest. Someone we'll have on here for a quick one, because I know he's got important things to do and probably wants to get to bed here at some point, but he's got something in his hand that I think is going to keep him up for a little while. So let's welcome in producer Vick.
How's it going, Zach? I miss you, buddy.
I miss you too, man. I'm glad you this guy's playing the sound effects. All right. We did hit 100 likes here. We're inching closer and closer to 150, and I haven't done the second set of smelling salts. So
I know.
Let's do them together.
I opened, this is fresh, like brand new. I put the water in. I haven't opened it yet.
You got to turn down the gain on your mic as well, by the way.
Okay,
You are
no
just absolutely cooking. There, that's much better. All right, let's do the smelling salts. Oof. There you go. All right, Vic.
That woke me up a little bit.
Season's over. How are you feeling right now?
Fantastic. They got right where we wanted them to get, to that bottom five. Wish we could have got bottom four, bottom three, but whatever. They got in that bottom five. That was the line that I thought they could get to. I was hoping for some Rangers, Flames luck at the end there, but they got there. And I cannot wait to stop giving a fuck about this team. So it's good. We get a couple weeks off until the draft lottery. And super happy that it's finally over.
Yeah, I mean, the games down the stretch were tough. And I think one of the things, I don't know if you would agree with this, but like, we are fans of the team. And no matter what we think about what's best for the organization, it sucks tuning into a game and A, watching a shitty product on the ice, but B, actively rooting against them. Like, they score a goal and I'm cursing.
Especially today.
Yeah, especially today, knowing how important it was here in this one, and they're keeping it close. They pull the goalie down one in the third period. I'm like, you fucking idiots. You're going to pick up a point here, aren't you? Vegas just beats Seattle here. Air is going to beat Seattle here. I don't know if this thing is over. Yeah, it is over. So they beat them in reg. Like, it just became all that much more important every single night for you to not pick up points. It sucks. And honestly, like, that's one of the main reasons why I'm just like happy that this thing is over. Who the hell knows what it'll be next season? But this one, from a playing perspective, from a vibes perspective, it was miserable all the way around.
Yeah, I can't really, you've been through it with Nick and Jay and Carter and Mike here. Like, just the storyline after storyline after storyline of negativity, of bullshit, over and over and over and over all throughout the season. This might be, I mean, Gord Stella called this the most disappointing Leaf season of all time. And it's hard for me to disagree with that, just in terms of the context of it. Like the expectations, everyone thought they would take a step. Oh, they're going to change the identity. Oh, they pushed the Panthers to the brink. They're right there. This is another learning lesson. They learned this one too. And it turned into just a goddamn dumpster fire. And the worst part of it, well, in the beginning for me, the worst part of it was those people that were saying it's all because Mitch Marner left. That's just put that in at the beginning of all this bullshit. Yeah. There was the power play struggles. There was the firing of the coach. There was the middle fingers. There was the lack of effort. There was the go ask them, clear disconnect between coach and players. There was the practice, the trade deadline. Oh, we're not benching anybody. Oh, wait, we're scratching 3 guys. Just clear disconnect, top to bottom, every single thing negative, one thing after the other. And then your captain goes down. Nobody stands up for him. Just go down the list, Zach. It's just been bullshit after bullshit, and I'm happy it's finally over, man.
Yeah, like going through the season that it's been, it's like we could pit, everyone wants to look at one thing or try to pick out one thing. And I've asked everyone who's come on here how they would rank it all about what went wrong. The reality is everything went wrong.
Yeah.
Everything went wrong.
And if I was to do that, Zach, for you, I think Nick did a blame pie. 1% Pelly, 33% players, 33% coach, 33% GM for me. However, I will say if it goes down the gutter next season, I'm putting a whole lot more on Keith Pelly's shoulders. This year, not so much. Next year, this guy's got to carry the load here and take some accountability. He fired Shanahan. We don't really talk much about that. He didn't replace him. And then admitted that he's not a hockey guy. So then why the fuck are you running shit? He should take a little bit of blame. Again, I don't put too much on him because that was on Tree. However, next year, let's make some moves here.
So do you think that this team is in a position to be able to turn this around and be competitive again next season? Like Lord Olbermann in the chat I'm going to remember this until next season starts, said 2067 is a realistic year for this group to be competitive again, but I'm hoping it can be faster than that. Do you think it can turn around for next year?
Like, define turnaround. Like, are we talking contending for a Stanley Cup? No, but contending for a playoff spot, probably. The East is awful. The Atlantic is tough, but there's a pathway there to get back into the postseason. Detroit never seems to take that step. I don't think Ottawa's all that good. I think if the Leafs, played to their expectations, I think Ottawa's on the outside looking in. And they want to chant Matthews is leaving. Well, so is Brady. So shut the fuck up. If you want to go there. But there's definitely a path there. John Tavares, again, 71 points. We're trying to kick him out of the 2C. I think he finished top, 25 in center scoring again this year. Matthew Nye is another year older. He had a rough one with injuries. Again, it's not an excuse, but I do think he'll have a better season. Willie, hopefully Willie stops fucking being Willie. How about that? Just stop fucking being Willie. No more Willie being Willie. Grow the fuck up at this point. You're turning 30. And then the ultimate question, obviously, is Matthews and if he's going to be healthy. And even if he's not, I think he's still a point-a-game player. So I think they have those 4 plus another year of Easton Cowan probably playing in your top 6 rather than bouncing around the 4th line. And I think there's a model there to be better. I think the goaltending will be better. Mm-hmm. I do not want, you wrapped up there with Mike talking about Radish or whatever, this and that. I don't want to block Ben Danford's path into the lineup if you don't have to. I would like to see him get some NHL games at least. I don't know if he's ready for sure, but I would like there to be at least a trial period for him, the first 9 games or whatever. And if Tanev's healthy and you sign a guy like Radish, for example, you can't get rid of Mo. Brandon Carlo's still there. OEL's still there. It seems like it's crowded with mediocrity. Let's be honest, but it's crowded nonetheless. Like, you're not sitting any of these veteran guys to get Danford in there, but I would like there to be some guys getting some looks.
I think the one thing that you brought up there is important to just in general, even outside of just Radish in particular. Whoever comes in here next needs to be somebody who's going to think outside the box. You know, you've done so much of the comfortable signing, comfortable trade, comfortable pick, where it's like, you know, the old school hockey guy can sit there and say, yep, that's the right move, the right play, whatever. This guy scored 60 points there, 70 points there. This guy has done this in this organization. We can bring him in and he'll just do that here. And you sign him to too much money because you say, one, we need to fix this. We have Matthews and Nylander here. We need to bring guys in. Or B, we need to bring what he did there and bring that here when that's not always like something that you can replicate. They need to go and find the guy before he's Darren Radish. They need to find the guy before he's Chikrin, or as I've said before they're Sam Reinhart or Sam Bennett and what they became in the organizations that their organization they're in now in Florida from their previous organizations. You need to go find those guys before they turn into those guys. The signings you make this summer can't be that archaic thinking of like, this guy did that there, we can do that again. That you've had way too much trouble in the history of the Maple Leafs making that happen. Like, I can't even begin to name the ones that happened even when we were kids, but you think about the guys who were at the end of their prime and you signed them just because they were names. How many of them worked out the way that you thought they would? How many of the guys like David Clarkson, where that's the most extreme example, but there's definitely others that fit in the same category. They did something somewhere and had a great run of it, a great year somewhere. You sign them to the contract and it doesn't pan out. You need to have some more forward thinking, however you're going to approach this going forward, whether you're going to be competitive next year or not.
Yeah, and it sucks. I mean, while you were talking there, I was just I was thinking about the Spit and Chicklets clip of Kyle Dubas saying my biggest regret was trading Mason Marchment. Yeah, like finding guys like Mason Marchment before they're Mason Marchment. Like, when you have them, maybe use them instead of getting rid of them. But another big problem with this, Zach, has been, which I think here in the near future we can avoid, is the guys that they had that did step up, couldn't afford to pay them anymore because the big four were taking up so much of the cap. So when Hyman's deal came up, you couldn't sign him anymore. When, I don't know, you name it. I'm drawing blanks here, but everybody, like Makheyev's gone. I don't know, Bunting's gone. Whoever, you name them. Even the, like, Bobby McMahon, for example. Bobby McMahon, you guys, you developed him. I know he's a late bloomer. He's turning 30, but he turned into a guy. And now, like, oh, we can't pay him you want to pay Bobby McMahon $5 million? Like, I mean, yes and no, but again, that's another guy that if you, in different circumstances, obviously, if you're a playoff team, you'd probably like to hang on to. So, I mean, it's just things like that. I think with the cap going up, you could probably avoid some of that stuff. But yeah, those are the things that kind of held this team back. The Andreas Janssens, the Kasperi Kapanens, you can't keep them because, oh, their deal's up and, oh, we have no money. Oh, the deal's up. Oh, we have no money. So hopefully we've turned a corner on that and you can start to see some of these middling guys that do turn into something stay in the Leafs organization now. At what, $5 million? We haven't had a $5 million, $6 million forward ever because they're all 11 or league men. So we can fit them in the bottom six, and the Jason Spetzas, the Joe Thorntons, this guy, that guy, just fill out the bottom of the roster. Right.
Yep, I agree with you there. I mean, I think that was what we all hoped would happen with Marner going, is that you were going to find those guys. I think that Brad Treliving just found the wrong guys. I think that was one of the biggest problems with it. I know that you've got to get up early, so I'll ask you 2 questions here before you leave. And it's the questions I've asked everyone who's come through here so far. So the Maple Leafs are sitting in the 5th overall pick right now. They only have a 41.8% chance of keeping that pick. They could either finish 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 5th. I don't think you can move up to 4. So 1, 2, 3, or 5. Would you prefer they stay in the top 5 this year and keep that pick and make the pick now, or would you prefer that they fall out, give the pick to Boston, and keep one of the picks from the next 2 drafts?
No. Keep it, pick it. I'm praying that they pick it. It would be very, very, like, forget the roster now. Just adding a top 5 talent to the organization is something that every team and every roster needs and should. Honestly, you can't win without one. So we already have the established guys. Now putting in a guy. Look, the rebuild is coming. We don't know when it is. It's probably not this season, but it's coming. So getting ahead of that and having a guy, 2 years into his career, when we start the rebuild, and pairing him with a Nyes and an Easton Cowan and rebuilding through that and making that the new core, I'm totally cool with. And especially if it is Nyes and Cowan, because those 2 guys seem to have some of the stuff that we've been missing from this core. Some of the give a shit, some of the hate to lose, some of the toughness, some of the pushback, some of the punch you in the face if you talk shit. So I'm totally cool building around those 2 guys and adding a top 5er to those 2. Really, really exciting.
Okay, last one for you here, and then I'll let you go, Vic. You pick in the top 5. Forward or defenseman, if you were the GM of the Toronto Maple Leafs, what are you doing?
If it's not McKenna, you got to go D. Like McKenna. I'm hoping for McKenna so bad. That would be absolutely unreal. But yeah, if you're not picking a D man at 5, then I don't know what the hell you're doing, and just fire everybody. I mean, fire everybody anyways, but fire everybody. Also, Frank
Fair
in the
enough.
chat is just going off. I don't know. He was calling me Nazem Kadri lookalike. I think he's trying to be racist, but that's cool. I've heard it all before. But he's just mad that I said Brady's leaving, and
Well, he
can't.
is.
Yeah, well, Brady's leaving. So deal with it, Frank. Brady's leaving.
Well, the thing is that these Sens
you're
fans
losing in the
don't
first round.
realize. The thing that these Sens fans don't realize, Vic, is that, okay, maybe Marner leaving had an impact, and then the second thing that left was Austin Matthews. When Brady leaves Ottawa, the second thing that might leave Ottawa is the team. So I mean, you should probably be careful about that, because the Leafs will stay. The Sens, who the hell knows? Vic, thank you for doing this, man. I appreciate it.
Man.
Thanks
Great
for taking
season,
the
Zach.
time. Thanks.
I don't
Well,
fucking
great
know how you
season
did it,
is.
to be honest. I don't know how the fuck you did it, to be honest.
We battled through game 82 here, and we've still got about 400 people. We hit 155 likes. So let's do this again on your way out. And I appreciate you doing this here on the post game. But thank you, Vic. All right, Vic.
Peace out.
With
Love
that,
you all. Go Leafs go somehow. I don't know.
all right. Thanks, Vic. Enjoy your night. There you
care.
go. Producer Vic. Wrapping up the show. With that, we're going to open up the lines for callers. We are 2.5 hours into this thing. We're going to open up the lines to callers. This is the mega show. However long this thing needs to go, it will go. But I'm going to ask you guys to do me one favor. Don't leave. Don't panic. I'm going to piss my pants. I've been here for 2.5 hours. I'm trying to drink coffee to make sure I stay awake for this thing. I've been trying to sit here and drink water to stay hydrated. I'm going to piss my goddamn pants. So just bear with me for a moment. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Fire off some super chats in the meantime. Get your super chats in. When I come back, I'll reset, and then we'll get to the callers here on the line. But yeah, give me one moment. Okay, we're back. I apologize. Getting up and leaving mid-show, probably not the best thing to do, but I didn't realize how much it was going to hit me here 2 hours and 40 minutes into this one. For those who don't know, flew the red-eye from Kelowna home to Toronto. I'm not somebody who can sleep on planes, so we left Kelowna at 11, landed in Toronto at 6. I got here, took an hour and a half nap, got up, worked the entire day, did not take another nap, and just powered through here, still doing this post-game show. So sorry about that, everybody. Thank you for sticking with me. I know there's still 350 people watching right now, so thank you guys for that. Thanks for not leaving and just bailing on me while I stepped away from the computer, from the screen for a moment. I didn't realize how much that was going to end up hitting me there, but thanks for staying. The link to call in is pinned in the chat. This is the mega show. We're 2 hours and 40 minutes in, but if we got to keep going, we got to keep going. Call into the show here now. I want to hear from those of you in the chat how you feel about this season, tonight's game, if you want to talk about that, what they do in the summer here, what any of the callers previously have said. I want to hear all of it. So call lines are opened up to everybody. Just quickly, before we get to the calls here, let's get to our best bet segment. Our best bet, as always, is a presentation of Bet365. Thank you to our friends at Bet365 for sticking with us for yet another season here on the post-game show. Hockey fans tired of waiting for the end of the game to get paid, ready to move on to the next puck drop. That's why Bet365, an official partner of the NHL, has 3-goal early payout. If the team you're riding goes up 3 goals at any point in the game, they'll pay your bet out early. Hockey moves fast. And now with 3-goal early payout, there's one less thing you have to wait around for. Bet365. Download the app and see what early payout's all about. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. Our best bets this season have been an absolute roller coaster ride. Like, it has genuinely been one of the most up and down seasons I've had betting on hockey in general, and it has been an interesting one to say the least. So, to enter tonight's game, a game in which we absolutely fired away and just loaded up on bet after bet after bet for this one, where we had a bunch of action in play here tonight. We will recap this and let everyone know where we were at. We were up 0.1 units. We had 100, 120, $270 in play here tonight. 2.7 units, almost 3 full units in action here tonight in this final game against the Ottawa Senators. So let's start the recap with this. Jacob Quillen, anytime goal, small bet, a fifth of a unit at plus 1100. Loss. That brings us down 0.1 units. $20 loss when we were up 10 brings us down 10, down 0.1 units. Easton Cowan, anytime goal, half unit, loss. That brings us down 0.6 units on the year. So we end up down from $10 down $60. Ridley Gregg, anytime goal, half unit, loss on the Ridley Gregg anytime goal. That is another loss for us here. 3 losses, $120, 1.2 units down. 2 more bets on the line. William Nylander, anytime goal. Half unit, cash, $87.5. Profit. That brings us up. Still down on the year, but up more. Finally, the 5th bet. Profit of the season, riding on the line. Ottawa Senators, puck line. Cash with 6 seconds left. Dylan Cousins, empty net goal, seals the deal, and we finish this season. Thankfully, we finish this season up 1.03 units. 137 bets on the year, and we finish with a profit of $103. 1.03 units we finish up. So if you bet everything that we did all season long, you bet the same amount that we did all year, you would have finished with a profit. We did it. Last year we finished up 10. This year we finish up 1. Regardless, we finished up. So 6 1/3. All your chirps of the bets. Take it and fly a kite because we won. Okay. With that, let's go to callers. I open up the lines and we've got a bunch of people calling in here. So we'll keep them relatively quick. I don't want to rush people in and out. If you got thoughts, you got thoughts. Let's hear them all. But, we're not going to do like 30 minutes per person here on this one because there are a lot of you who are waiting to call in right now. So with that, let's welcome to the program Jordan for the last time this season. Jordan, how are you?
What's up, Zach? How are you?
I'm good, Jordan. Lost tonight in reg, and we end up finishing 5th last. So a positive. It could have been better, but you know what? At the end of the day, good enough.
Yeah, it was great. By the way, where were you Saturday? You were out of town, yes?
Yes, I was out in Penticton, so I couldn't do the show on Saturday. We tried to find as many producers as possible to fill in, and unfortunately, it just ended up being one of those nights where nobody was available, so the show just was not able to go to air, unfortunately. I apologize for that, but yeah, that's where we were on Saturday.
Yeah, after the Leafs collapse, I was all excited. I was like, all right, we can celebrate, and you were nowhere to be found. But
I know.
I just want to say thanks for a fun season. Obviously, it was not the most fun season as a fan. However, it was fun rooting at the end that they for the tank. But to answer your question that you've been asking everyone, I think even if we get the first pick, we should trade the pick. We need defense. Even if McKenna is going to be as good as Marner, what good has that done us? We need to change our mindset of how this organization operates. I don't think we're going to win the lottery, so I don't think it's going to matter. So yeah, if we're 2 through 5, we take defense. But if we do get the first pick, I think we should trade, and we got to start looking at this organization differently. Start from the back end and then work to the front.
Who are you trading for? What are you trading the first overall pick for?
I mean, obviously, you got to see what you can get. Obviously, if you can acquire another first round, a couple first round picks, that would be awesome. And if McKenna turns out to be great, so be it. Because, like I said, if he turns out to be as great as Marner, when we had Marner, what did we win? Nothing. So we'll see. And obviously, we got to see who's going to be the GM. But I think they got to start looking at things differently. And I think, look, the results might not be as good, but you got to try something different because what we've been trying has not worked. So.
I mean, true. I personally would not trade the first overall pick unless Edmonton's calling and offering Connor McDavid, or the Colorado Avalanche are calling and offering McKinnon or Cale Makar. I'm not trading it. I don't think, there's a select few people that I'm trading that for, but otherwise I ain't trading that first overall pick. I ain't. Producer Vick puts a question here. I'll get you to answer this, Jordan, while you're on. Okay. Would you trade the first overall pick for Connor Bedard?
Well, that's a good question. I don't think that addresses our main issue, which is the defense. So no, I want to figure out a way to get some defense. So
okay. All right. Fair enough. What else you got for me here tonight, Jordan?
No, that's about it. I'll keep it quick because I know you got lots of people, but just want to say thanks again for a great season. It's going to be kind of boring now that we don't have after Leaf, but hey, off-season's around the corner, and we'll do it again next year.
Yes, off-season is around the corner. Maybe some stuff to be excited about, Jordan. We'll do a draft lottery watch-along. We'll be covering everything. If they fire people, hire people, we'll be here on the channel as well, probably going live for all that kind of stuff as well. So we'll be around, but yeah, no post-game shows is a sad thing. Realizing tonight was going to be my last one, it was a sad moment. It's like bittersweet. It's like I don't have to watch this shit anymore, but I don't get to talk to everybody and talk about Leafs the same extent. So it does kind of stink that way.
Fair enough. All right, Zach, have a good summer, but we'll see you in the fall.
All right, Jordan, thanks for the calls. Thanks for being a part of this all season, and we'll see you in September, I guess.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too. There you go. There's Jordan. Quick, in and out. You know what? He brought something up there. I think I can ask some other people who are waiting to call in here as well, like maybe our next guest, Maxentius Decimus. Long-time caller, long-time super chatter, long-time chatter in general. Max, what's up tonight, buddy?
I'm feeling pretty good. How you doing?
I'm feeling pretty good as well. You know, it's just, as I said to Jordan there, it's like the relief that I don't have to watch shit hockey constantly, but you know, we get that top 5 pick as well, or at least sitting in a top 5 pick position. I don't want to get too ahead of myself and get the top 5 pick, but you sit in a top 5 position. So that's a nice thing. But again, sad that the calls and the post-game show is over.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss this show definitely. I think a lot of people are gonna miss the chat too. We have a ball down there, especially Frank lately. I just wanted to explain one thing that I was talking about with other chatters, like why I was cheering for them to lose. You know, because I agree with other callers and chatters where, like, you know, maybe just tear it down to the bone and rebuild. But the main thing is that Pelly said it earlier, is that they're not here to sell jerseys, and then they put Marner's Vegas jersey on sale. They're definitely here for money. So MLSE would never do a proper rebuild. They're not trading Matthews. They're not trading Nylander unless, like, it's the perfect situation. They're going to retool. So if we get the top 5 pick, maybe we can actually add that to some UFAs and some trades and do a retool. That's kind of like the only hope we have right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's kind of what... Yeah, that's why I want to get this pick now too, Max, myself. Like, whether you're retooling and you're going to be good next season, or it's not going to work out and it's going to be 2, 3, 4 years down the line, getting it now helps you jumpstart that, because this can be the focal point piece. This can be the guy that you get that's a top 5 pick. He's going to help the future of the franchise, whether it's with Matthews and Nylander or not. It's a guy that can come here, be a part of everything, and then he can start developing, whether that's with your organization or in college next year or another season in the OHL, however they want to take their development path with the guy. You start to get the ball rolling on it, and then, you know, maybe you do trade Matthews and you have to trade Nylander, and you bring back first-round picks and second-round picks for it, and you can add to all of that. Maybe you trust your scouting department. Like, I don't think that the guys they've picked right now are guys that are blowing anybody away, but you look at what Miroslav Holenka did, you look at the growth of Harry Nancy, you look at Tyler Hopkins, who joined the Marlies here now. Maybe those are pieces that were drafted in the Tree Living era, and I'm not pinning it on Tree Living who did the drafting. He's obviously the one who goes up there and makes the pick and says the name, but the guys that are around, the scouting staff and all those guys, maybe they've identified some talent here. Maybe they can continue to identify talent. Maybe they bring in a new scouting staff who can identify even better talent, but you start that process here by getting the first a top 5 pick in this year's draft. I think it can accelerate things.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a couple quotes here.
Okay.
One is from Pat Quinn, where I was listening to Joe Bowen the last couple of days because he's retiring, and so I was listening to stuff, and he brought up this quote where Pat Quinn walked over to him, looked him dead in the eyes, and said, "There's a lot more talent here than I've been told." And I think that with this Leafs team, we had a terrible, terrible year. So many things went wrong, from Wall with his personal leave to injury after injury, decimated D-core, Joshua with his spleen, you know, everything that could go wrong went wrong. But I think at the core of it, we're all ignoring the fact that there's some real talent on this team and that they can still have a chance to retool this and come back next year or next 2 years or whatever and do something.
That kind of seems to be the sentiment from everybody who's come on here tonight, whether it was Hutz or Rosie or Alberga. Vick brought it up there. Mike brought it up. There is talent on this team. And I think one of the things that Tree Living was at fault for was not necessarily bringing in pieces who weren't good hockey players. Now, some of them weren't. Let's call it what it is. Like, some of them weren't. And that's hand up on that. Maybe misread myself about what the pieces would be, or he misread the situation. But to your point, some of them just were good pieces, and I think we were excited about it because individually they were good pieces. But The combination of guys that were brought in didn't work. Bringing them into the group that you had maybe didn't work. The coach that was running it didn't work for everybody. So a reset and a set of fresh eyes and a different perspective, and maybe mixing some things up here where some of the guys that you brought in go out and you find some other pieces to come back in here, and then you more clearly identify what direction you want to head in and what your team is going to be. I think that you do have some pieces to be good again.
Yeah, I agree. And one thing that I was thinking about too is that as the season's gone along, I've been less and less impressed with Berube. And if we're looking to change coaches, I really like the interview that Rick Bowness had. Because, if Keith Pelly doesn't know hockey, just put that guy as the coach. That man, when he gave that interview, showed that he understands hockey and like how the locker room is supposed to be united, and it's almost like Ted Lasso. You got to get the right energy in the room,
Oh, I understand what you're saying. My thing would more so be, I would rather almost go the other way. And it's not because I don't like Rick Bowness. I think he's a good coach, but I think he would experience similar frustrations here. And I don't know what he could change personally, because I feel like, he'd be walking into a similar situation in what he did in Columbus, or at least feel that way. The other part of it would just be, you'd have like a guy who's going to have a similar temperature or frustration level, not the same, but a similar to what Berube had, and they tune that out. I would rather find like a newer, fresher coach with a different perspective, maybe somebody who could relate to these guys a little bit more and approach it from a different lens, whether that's Malhotra, if that's Jay McKee, I don't know. If it's finding the next Dan Muse, whoever it may be, but just coming at it with a different approach, I think would be important at this point in time.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I agree with that. It's more just kind of like of the wish to have, for me personally, to have them have like a culture change, to be pissed off about losing and doing that. So I say that kind of as a fan. So I definitely agree with where you're coming from, where like 100% there's other styles of coaches that would probably be better in the immediate situation.
I just wonder if the culture needs to change in a different way, and it doesn't need to be the old school hockey style culture. Like, look at what Carberry did in Washington. Look at what Dan Muse is doing in Pittsburgh. First-time head coaches. Look at what John Cooper did when he got to Tampa. One of the stories Carter Hutton told, I think it was on Jeff Merrick's show, and he was talking about when he was with the Buffalo Sabres. That's Hutton was with the Buffalo Sabres. They did a trip to Europe, and I think they went and played in Sweden. They're playing against Tampa, and at the time that they had gone, the Lightning weren't playing that great. And when they went out, the Sabres and the Lightning went out together, and the next day, the Sabres players who were all out got in trouble. And the coach of the Sabres at the time wasn't happy that they were all out past curfew and out partying and all that kind of stuff. And the only thing John Cooper cared about was the boys were out later than the Sabres. He was pumped up that his guys outlasted the Sabres and went out partying together later than what the Sabres did. And I'm not saying that just going out and partying is the solution and what makes it a team stick together and that kind of stuff, but it was a very different approach where it's a more new school, modern approach of a guy who wants the boys to be together and that kind of stuff, and was like more chill and more player friendly and that kind of stuff, where he could maybe relate to them in a different way. And I think that is the kind of approach that I would be interested in having, especially at this point where you've tried different styles, you've tried different voices. Maybe you just need someone to get in there and get these guys to love playing hockey again.
I've never really thought about it in that context, the way you said it like that, but I really like Matthew Tkachuk, or how the hell you say his name,
Tkachuk, yep.
for having that attitude that you're saying, that go out party late, and do that. And I'm probably gonna get a lot of hate for saying that, but that kind of F you, I'm a rock star, I'm partying, I'm a winner, you know what I mean? Like, you just made me really think about that, which is like lacking in the room, in my opinion. I mean, Willie has it to a certain extent, but he checks out the second things aren't going good, and that's what kind of bugs me about him.
Yeah, and I wonder too if there was an element in the room, and understandably so, but I wonder if there was an element where there was pressure on everybody. So what I mean by that is like Keefe comes in and he feels the pressure to be the coach who's going to win, and then it changes the approach and the vibe in the room. And then Berube comes in and it's like the hard nose, yell and scream and get everybody all fired up and motivational, that kind of stuff, where he's got the pressure where it's like, it's on us now to win the Stanley Cup right now. And it's not to say that you don't approach every season with like, let's go win the Stanley Cup, but maybe these guys need to fall in love with playing hockey again. And maybe somebody with a newer school approach and is a more modern approach and a more modern way of thinking can bring that back out of the guys.
Yeah. I don't want to keep you on too much longer. So I agree. And I think that's why Morgan Riley needs to go, because he's been here the whole time. And I've defended him for a number of years and liked him on the first power play when people are saying not to, but I think he's run his course, and he just needs to move on to a new place. You know, the fan base is tired, like everybody's just tired. You know, just move on.
Yeah, I kind of have the same approach to it myself. Like, I know what Mike's saying, and I do agree with him in the fact that a new coach could come in here and bring something different out of him, and he still can offer something if he's put into a different role, but I think it's still just fatigue from the market, the team, the organization, the situation, the losing. There's fatigue from everyone. Everybody looks at Morgan Riley and knows he was here for the 2013 blow-up. He was being here for all the years of losing that has been experienced, and it's not his fault, but he's been a part of it every single year, and I think there's an element of fatigue for everybody involved that it just might be best to move on.
Yeah, 100%. Anyways, I had one last question for you.
Okay.
What first-round series are you most excited to watch?
Oh, what first-round series? Philly, Pittsburgh. Because I wasn't expecting either of those teams to be in the playoffs, and here they are. And the old school rivalry, I think, will still have life because of Sid, Gino, and Letang. Like, regardless of how many Flyers players have or have not been in playoff series or have experienced the Battle of Pittsburgh to the extent that we've seen it, back in the early 2010s, they can bring the life to it. And they will bring the intensity between the three of them, Crosby, Letang, and Malkin. And that one I'm excited. I'm also excited because I think the fan bases will be super horny to see their teams back in the playoffs. And I think Flyers fans are psychopaths, which will be fun. The other one from like a pure hockey, there's two other ones. The one from the pure hockey perspective is the Wild Dallas series that we're going to see.
That's the
that
one
is really, really exciting. Like, it's going to be some awesome hockey, I think. The other one that is going to be really interesting is Tampa, Montreal for the storylines, if nothing else, because Tampa is the older veteran team who, kind of surprised people for how good they were this season, I think. I think we thought they were going to bounce back, but just for how good they were this year, I think it was a little bit of a surprise. And then Montreal, there's some expectation now. Last year there wasn't. You got into the playoffs. It was a good, fun story, but now it's kind of like, let's win. Let's win a series. Let's compete. Let's get to the conference finals if we can. So there's some expectation on them, and then the team on the other side is just more veteran, and in a way, this is the wrong way to put it, but it's in the same bucket. It's like the last kick at the can. Like, it's not the last kick at the can, but it's heading that direction. How much longer can Vasilevsky do this? How much longer can Hedman do this? Kucherov, I think we all expect to be an unbelievable player again next year and for a couple of years down the road. But at some point, you got to filter in other guys. Is this a one-off from Darren Radish and J.J. Moser? Does Vasilevsky regress? Does Victor Hedman fall down your depth chart? Like, what do you become next season? So you kind of want to maximize it while you're here. So there's a lot of pressure on that series. So that one's going to be fun as well.
If I gave you $10, who do you think's winning that series?
Tampa.
Okay, I think so too. I think
Yeah.
they're like Vasilevsky is going to have a year again where he's just, the Russian
Lights
cat.
out. Yeah.
Lights out. And maybe not for the whole thing. I don't think he's going to win a cup, but for one round, I think the Habs fans should be pretty scared of him.
Yeah, I would agree. I think everybody should be scared of him. I'll ask you one question to wrap this thing up, Max. One question. It's the question Vic put in the chat because Jordan said, and now it's just got me thinking. It's not. I don't want to do it, but just because the scenario is out there, Jordan said if he got the number 1 overall pick, he'd trade it. I'm not asking you if you would trade it, but I'm going to ask you the question Vic posed in the chat. If you got the number 1 overall pick, would you trade it in some type of package for Connor Bedard?
150% no for Bedard. I think he's very overrated. I'm a Celebrini fan.
Okay.
As for trading the first overall pick, I would trade him for Zach Werenski. If Columbus wanted it, that could just fix Riley and number 1 D-man, fix it all, So, that would be the one guy that seems reasonable. The teams would be in the right position to do it. I would do it with Columbus.
Okay. Fair enough. Max, thank you for the call tonight, buddy. I appreciate it. Thanks for participating in the chat, the super chats, calling into the show here on the After Dark program all season long. We will catch up with you again next season.
Oh yeah. The last thing I want to say, it was a quote from Joe Bowen's last remarks to us at his home game, and I'm just going to paraphrase it a little bit because I can't remember exactly, but there are so many hockey nations these days. You got like Montreal Nation and Philly Nation and, Edmonton Nation, whatever. But for the Leafs fans, it's an empire. And I'm proud to have shared it with you. That's what he said. And it's like, I'm so proud to have this show and have all these chatters, even the ones who disagree with me, who call me names or whatever. I appreciate this show and what you guys do, and I just want to let you know we'll be back next year or this next season.
Thank you, Max. I appreciate it and appreciate you leaving on that sentiment. So thank you for the calls. Thanks for the support, and we'll see you next year.
See you later.
There you go. Max Entius Decimus on the line. Let's keep it moving. Let's go to our next caller here. Let's welcome to the program. Second time, I think, calling in here. McCluskey. What's up, McCluskey? How you doing?
Oh, not too bad, man. How you doing?
Not too bad. I'm happy that we're sitting in that 5th spot. A point tonight or 2 points tonight would have had me shitting my pants for the rest of the year because then you're praying that you move from 6 into the top 5. At least now, there's still a chance you fall out, but at least now you're holding top 5. So I feel a lot better about everything.
I agree, man. I have a little faith in Seattle. I think they might put another couple points up. They got 2 games left. I haven't followed them tonight, but I feel a lot better sitting at this spot. They lost. Okay, well, good to know. Even better then.
Yeah. It's if the Leafs picked up 1 point, they would have been tied with Seattle at 79. If they picked up 2, they would have jumped over them. Given that Seattle lost to Vegas, so it would have scared me a little bit being there. But you lock up 5. Seattle locks up 6. The only thing that's up in the air right now is whether Calgary finishes at 3 or 4, because I think the Rangers and the Flames can swap. So that's all that's left for 1 through 6 to be sorted out.
I'm not going to lie, man. I had a wild take earlier where I was watching the game and I was thinking, you know what? One more time, Joe Bowen, an OT winner call. I want to hear it. Fuck that pick. I want to hear it. Holy Mackinac for the win, something magical. We're not winning a cup anytime soon. Those are the kinds of wins you can look forward to. So I was hoping for a little bit there.
Honestly, I get the sentiment. I do. It was the one thing I was thinking about, Joe didn't get to have some crazy experience with this group of Leafs. The most that they did was win a first round. They did it twice. They went to Game 7, obviously, last year in the second round, but he at least had 9 years of really good hockey and got to see playoff rounds and got to see 2 playoff wins. So he got to call that. To go out this way kind of sucked. And I was kind of disappointed for him from that perspective. So I can understand where you're coming from saying one more Holy Mackinac win would have been kind of nice for him. But at the same time, I'm kind of glad that they just lost.
Listen, man, I love the guy. I don't mean this, but at the same time, it's like, imagine he's the curse. Imagine, imagine. I heard someone say earlier, we should have Joe Bowen go and represent the Leafs, for the draft lottery. And I was like, this guy's been here 44 years. He hasn't exactly been good luck,
Yeah.
Like, if anything.
He hasn't been like the pillar of success for the organization while they've been here. It's not his fault, obviously, but it's not like he called like 6 Stanley Cups for this team and then saw the last 30 years after the fact play out. Like, no. He's experienced his fair share of disappointment. But where are you at here, McCluskey, on the season? What went wrong? Who's to blame? Like, how do you place all of this?
A couple things. One, just listening to the post-game interviews, I'm curious what your thoughts are. There seems to be like something that the team is alluding to, and I don't know if they're just being vague because, a couple things. Like this time of year especially, they're all supposed to protect discussion about their futures, especially if you're a pending free agent or RFA. But when they're asked like what's gone wrong, like Nylander alluded to it, Berube's alluded to it, Troy Stetcher said earlier tonight, like there's in the room, we all know what's going on, but like we're going to keep that in-house for the sake of the organization or something to that effect. And it just makes me feel like they're referencing this catalyst that they know about that they don't want to talk about, but like they know something went wrong. And I can't even like come up with a hypothetical for what that could be, but I'm curious, man. And I really hope that, we get some wildcat who sings like a bird at the locker cleanouts and tells us something that we don't know. But do you think there's anything to that at all? Or do you think that that's just them being vague and, it's probably just vague hockey terminology saying, something went wrong. We know what it is. We've got to be more accountable, that kind of bullshit.
So I'm reading the quote, and I'll read it for people. You tweeted this out, and if people aren't following McCluskey, go follow him on Twitter, MCCLXSKEY on Twitter. The quote you tweeted out, just for everybody who didn't see it or wasn't aware, the quote is, "We're definitely aware as players what went wrong within the room, but in saying that, we'll probably just keep that private for the organization." I don't think this is just vague hockey talk. Like, it's vague hockey talk. Let me rephrase this. It's vague hockey talk, for sure.
But about something specific.
But it's about something specific. I don't think you say things like that. I don't think you say things like what Nylander said, and I don't have the quote off the top of my head or available to me right in front of me right now, but I don't think you say things like that if it was just a bad season and things went wrong. Like, they're not talking about injuries, I don't think.
I agree.
Unless they're putting this on MLSE and Pelly and saying firing the director. This is me grasping at straws. Let me be very clear when I say this. But unless they're looking at it that way and being like, you fired this guy, and put us in a bad position, we're not going to say that and out the organization because they put us in this spot and we could have been better if X, Y, and Z happened, or whatever. But I think it's them pointing to something specific and not just saying this season went poorly, we're going to keep it in-house in terms of what went wrong. These comments, like, I didn't even know that this happened until you just brought this up. That comment and the comment from Nylander are far too specific for this to be, it didn't go our way and we're not going to say anything because we know in this room what went wrong. No, this to me screams that something bigger happened or is happening.
That's what I'm thinking as well. Like, Nylander's comment was something like, what's the problem? And he's like, well, I have an idea, but I'm not going to share that, or something like that. And it was like,
yeah,
okay, someone's got to share it. I think when you leave us a trail of breadcrumbs, especially in Toronto, it's just going to let speculation run rampant. I hope that they're asked more specifically about what this is during the locker cleanout. I also hope that they feel like now that the season's over, maybe there's a more appropriate time to address whatever the hell it is and come out with it. And I also hope that it offers like some inkling of a legitimate explanation as to like, we can all wrap our heads around like, oh, you know what, that is kind of fucked up and out of their control. And like, now you can kind of get behind, okay, like that's a messed up thing to deal with. I don't know what that could possibly be, but I'm very curious.
Well, I mean, again, speculation on my behalf, and maybe I shouldn't be doing this, but when they say things like that, like, we've made our own deal about everything that happened from MLSE when it came to selling out. I wonder how much of this the players are aware of and just see and feel themselves. Like, let's start with something smaller, and then I'm going to get to the bigger thing in a moment. But you sold dinners in the locker room. Is that a distraction? Is that something that bothers the players? Is that something the players don't like? Again, pure speculation on my behalf, but is that something they didn't like and they don't want to happen anymore, and they don't want people being around like that, and they don't want that, for lack of a better word, gong show taking place internally? And, the thing that I'm going to get to here that's a bigger picture thing and tying it all in is, what's the purpose of the dinners in the room, McCluskey? Money. You're selling things to make money because it's all about money. It's all about money, which I get it. It's a business and you're trying to make money, but you fired people and you cut corners to save money. You didn't bring back director of sports science to save money. You fired other people, whether it was salespeople or whatever around the organization, to save money. Okay, now let's make that the bigger picture thing. They had no father's trip. They weren't doing a father's trip. They put together a last-minute mentors trip that was so last-minute, not all the players could even get family members on the trip. They limited who could come, how many people could come. They didn't want to pay for hotel rooms and flights and that kind of stuff. It was a short, shitty trip, to be completely honest with you. I know getting to go and have that experience is still cool, but in the grand scheme of things, when you look at what they normally do, where it's a California trip or the Florida trip or whatever, and you get to go see cool cities and stuff, like they did like one night or 2 nights or something like that. I wonder if these guys just felt that and felt that happening from the organization and just felt like that is an impact as well. Again, pure speculation on all of this, but talking about like the organization, the way that they did with all of this stuff coming out, I wonder how much of that pisses off the players and frustrates them internally.
I agree. I mean, there's been a lot of changes, and the things that you mentioned are the only things we know about. I know people who are season ticket holders who say, like, they used to be treated like $1 million. Now they've fired all the season ticket sales reps. Everything runs through a portal. You have no direct communication. They used to send signed photos and annual gifts, and they used to send the entire family to a game and give everyone a tour of the facilities. And they've cut all this shit. And so, like, that's what you see as a fan, as a customer, and like, what kinds of things are they seeing internally as a team? Anyone who's worked at like a larger company is like probably seen things similar to this, where all of a sudden, like, what? There's no Christmas party this year, and then Karen in accounting is all bent out of shape. I mean, what kind of shit is happening with the Leafs? Where it's like, what do you mean I can't get a massage today? Who knows, right? Speculation, but yeah, I wonder if that has anything to do with it, and I wonder if that really pissed them off. The next part of that would be, though, Zach, what do you think? Like, let's assume that certain things have changed. They are still probably more one of the privileged organizations in the entire league, even if they have made some cutbacks. Is that a legitimate excuse? Like, oh, we're pissed off because things are changing? Like, I don't know if that is. Like, that would not scratch the itch for me if, like, it comes out and they're just all pissed off with Keith Pelly. It's like, that doesn't do it for me.
Nope, it doesn't do it for me either. It's an excuse more than anything, but no, honestly, there's no but. Yeah, no, it doesn't do it for me. Like that can't be the reason that it went this way. But what I will say and give them some lenience on is that you just wonder how far some of these things extended. Whether it was the care they got, whether it was the moves that were made, whether it was not being heard. Did they want Berube fired and he didn't get fired? Did they want different people brought in? Did they ask for changes? Like, it's not uncommon for teams to express displeasure and then the GM can make moves and adjust to things. Like, that's not impossible. It's not something that never happens. I wonder if that takes place. Like, you just wonder about the internal messaging where it all just becomes like, fuck this. Fuck playing here. Fuck these people who are running this stuff. A lot of this, obviously, the conversation does depend on it being certain things in terms of what we could assume that they would be. But I could see that where it extends beyond just like, I don't like these things happening, to we've asked for changes and you refuse them. We've told you why things aren't working and you refuse them. And now this pisses us off and they're still not going to work. And now we're pissed off. Obviously, like, you know, some of the other things that could be taking place here, which I don't even know what the hell the solution would be. But if it's just an internal issue, it could just be guys hating each other. It could come down to that. And if that's the case, then I don't even know where the fuck you go from here. You have to listen to everybody who's involved and start to figure out the problem and get it the hell out.
Yeah, I've had a hard time like pinpointing what the clicks might be behind the scenes. But I thought, you know, when Scott Lawton came back and he was on, I think First Up on TSN, he was talking about, you know, just reminiscing about being with the Leafs, and they were asking him some questions. And he talked about there was a group of 3 guys that would always stay after practice and eat. And it was always just the 3 of them. And it was Scott Lawton, it was Easton Cowan, and it was Max Domi. And that to me was just like, that's kind of weird, man, that it's only like the 3 of them. And apparently they did some little celebration for Max's birthday. And it made it seem like that was a little clique and they were kind of taking Easton Cowan under the wing. And I was like, where the hell's the rest of the team? Like, how are you 3 in this pattern of like eating by yourselves? Like, you know, it just, I don't know, man. I did some research after that to find out like, how common is this in the NHL? Like, do teams always eat together and stuff like that? And I found some other good examples of teams like largely they try their best to do it relatively frequently, right? So like, I think that team unit thing could really be a thing. But beyond that, man, like, you know, Keith Pelly has done so much damage to the team's reputation just by being in the room and talking, like since he's come in. I think big focus right now, it sounds like they're only going to hire one person, but like they have to hire a president, man. It's important. You look at what Shanahan did for the culture, refreshing the logo, retired the numbers of the Legends Row, completely revitalized the team's image. You need a hockey guy filter between the GM and Keith Pelly. Keith Pelly needs to be banished to the fucking shadow realm. I don't ever want to hear from him again. So if you want to hire a young, forward-thinking GM, like that's what they've talked about. Sounds like there's an appetite for that. They've made that clear. Take like a Sonny Maeda, for example, okay? I don't know much about the guy beyond what's out there. Why does Sonny Maeda need a president? Well, think about like relationships. Think about like alumni relationships throughout the league. Guys who know each other, mutual respect for each other. They respect each other's understanding of the game as former players. You might have to negotiate with Joe Sakic. You might have to negotiate with Austin Matthews. You might have to interview draft prospects. So one hypothetical, who would you want representing the Maple Leafs in those situations? A Sonny Maeda or, you know, first day on the job vibes, he's learning the ropes. Everyone knows he's brand new, never played a lick of pro hockey. Or as an example, a Chris Pronger, right? And I'm not saying Chris Pronger is the guy. There's a lot of good reasons why he shouldn't be the guy. I'm not advocating like he is 100% put him as president, but just in that example, you got to make a call to Joe Sakic.
Yeah.
To me, there's respect there. When you talk to Austin Matthews about what it takes to win, is that Sonny Maeda having that conversation or is that Chris Pronger? Who do you want having that conversation? It's a no-brainer, man. If you want to ask a draft prospect questions and find out what they're made of, do they have what it takes to win? Do they have that it factor? Like, you want guys with that kind of experience. So I think it's super important that they get a president. Okay with being data-centric, doesn't bother me. But you need someone who commands respect.
Yeah, well, the other thing too would be like I'm not gonna jump in on anything you said because I agree with everything. So just be kind of reiterating the same points that you've brought up because you hit the nail on the head on all of those, and I agree with that. The other thing is just business relationships that take place. You know, I know a lot of people don't like Brian Burke and what happened and what he did when he was in Toronto, and that's fair. I get it. But one thing Brian has talked about a lot is when you were the general manager of a Canadian hockey team, specifically he talked about in Toronto and some of the things that he's had to do. I've heard him tell those stories, but it extended to Vancouver. It extended to Calgary. It's something you do in other organizations, even in the States, but to a much lesser extent. But as the GM, you end up doing more than just making trades and signings and moving guys up and down. You end up dealing with season ticket holders and business partners and corporate sponsorships. You're really going to go through this again where it's going to be a GM. Like, you can have a forward-facing guy who can help mend the gap between the business side of things and the hockey side of things because he can advise the hockey. He can make the calls that you just brought up. But then when Keith Pelly calls and says that there's a corporate event that needs somebody to go to and they need representation, you send the president. because he knows what's happening with the hockey, but he can also help with the community and the business and the leadership side of things to help that. And then the other part of it is, I don't know what the extent of Pelly's involvement is, other than the fact that I know he's involved. I read the same article everybody else did here today. As Alberga pointed out, which I think is a fair point, like, take it with a grain of salt. Not that the guys that are reporting were reporting anything incorrectly, but just that it's one side of the story. We know that they're getting it from somebody, and or you know, 2 people, maybe 3 people, whoever, but there is another side of it out there somewhere. And we don't know the extent of the involvement. We just know that he was involved, so that is fair to say. There can be a buffer. Because rather than Pelly talking to Sonny Maeda about what's happening, if that's the guy, and the trades and the signings and the money and all that stuff, he talks to the president. And the president can shield it off and not have that direct relationship between Pelly to the GM. So the GM can operate, he can report back to the president, and then when there's questions to be asked from MLSE and Pelly in particular, it goes through the president rather than directly to the GM. And it creates a level of separation.
I completely agree, man. And I think, you know, when I first read that article, I didn't realize that it had like 3 co-signers on it, 3 legitimate hockey journalists that were like, we're involved in this and getting our sources. I think they did that by design because they know, like, hey, if anyone's going to believe this, like, all 3 of us are signing off. We've talked to these people and this seems legit. So, I mean, it's wild to me in either scenario. If Keith Pelly really is like the guy, like, they made it sound like he's coming in with like his mock roster from Cap Wages and being like, look what I made, like a fan on X coming in with ChatGPT trying to throw shit out there, and it's like
my puck
that's
to be a roster.
Yeah. Exactly. And so it's wild to me if he actually did that. It's also wild to me if that's the impression that people in the organization wanted to give the journalists of how he was perceived. Either way, it's just wild. So like that whole thing is a fucking nightmare. I don't want to hear about this guy anymore, man. He's not a hockey guy. He's like being immediately rejected like a bad transplant by the entire market. Just get yourself out of the way. Hire the right person and get out of the way. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point there, like, people putting that out there from either currently in the organization or people previously in the organization, wink, wink, Brad, nudge, nudge, you know, if there's a conversation that takes place with him, regardless of who it is and who said that, regardless of how the events took place and to what extent he had his hands in the pot of what was going on and what wasn't going on, regardless of all of that, it's very clear that at the end of the day, what it boils down to is that the hockey people who were in the room, who could be anybody. It could be anybody, McCluskey. It could be fucking Brandon Pridham and Haley Wickenheiser, for all we know. And nobody radio me and say that I'm saying it was them. But you know what I mean? Like, it could have been anybody. At the end of the day, at least we can decipher that what they are telling us is they don't want him involved in it. You're the president of MLSE, and that's it. You can check in on the organization, but you're not running this. Like, stay away. Stay away. You know, like, that is at bare minimum what we can decipher from the article, regardless of how true or how deep things go. Surface level, they don't want him in there.
Completely agree, man. One other thing I wanted to ask you about was just your thoughts on Matthews in general.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. And think about this for a second.
Okay.
Did John Tavares deliver more value in each year of his 7-year, $11 million annual value contract than Austin Matthews did this year in his second year of 13.25? Second part of that, what do you think is the probability that Austin Matthews ever gets back to where he was? Because everyone's talking about the knee. Everyone's talking about, does he hate his team after they didn't defend him? Everyone's talking about, does he want to be here long term? Mm-hmm. No one's even still talking about, like, what the fuck was plaguing you all season and last season? And, like, what is going on with you? Are you healthy? Is it chronic? Like, what is the matter? Why are you not the way that you were? He's a shell of himself.
So first one, yes. Because you're pinpointing this year and last year, right? So I think in general over his time, no. But if you want to boil it down to the last 2, I would say yes, because, I mean, a couple of different factors. One, how John Tavares contributed to the team points wise in that time, and a voice in the community, and the fact that when he came back here, it kind of changed the narrative, right? He was the guy who came home to play in Toronto, who was the big name, and he lived up to it. He came here, he was the captain, the pressure never got too much for him, he always performed the same, and for that to have happened, that meant so much to the organization, the city, the fans, and what he provided there. He did, for the most part, live up to the contract that he was signed to. The reality is he would have been a number one center if Austin Matthews isn't here. And he would have been a damn good number one center, but he had Austin Matthews, so he becomes a number 2C, and then you kind of look at the money value in a number 2C, and you're kind of like, eh. But otherwise, yes, I think that the value he had in that time versus Matthews over the last 2 years, he brought more. If I were to put a percentage on Matthews getting back to where he was at, if you're talking 60 to 69 goals, I would say super low, like 10%. If we're talking 50, 55, I would put it much higher.
I'm talking like 5,500 points, and for how many years are you putting him in that range?
I would put it at like a 55% that yes, he could, and I think he could do it for a few years, not just once again. I honestly, McCluskey, I don't blame Berube as the number one culprit for why this thing is the way that it is right now, but he plays a significant factor. You don't go from 69 goals to 30 goals that quickly. Maybe I'm an idiot, but I just don't see how that happens. I look at all the underlying metrics. I look at his line mates that he's played with at different times. I look at the usage that he was put in by Craig Berube. I think so much of it was so different than what he experienced with Keefe that if he gets back in a position with a coach who puts him in more opportune situations, you're going to see the guy rocket again. I also am not a fan of Marc Savard and Marc Savard's power play. And obviously for the last half of the season, it wasn't Marc Savard, but for a year and a half, he was under that. How many more power play goals does he score if they have a better operator, or, coaching them and stuff? Obviously a power play is more feel than it is anything else, but still, I think that if he's in a better situation, he can produce at a significantly higher clip. And I optimistically think, yes, he could. I think he could get back there. Maybe 55%, yes, he could, is a little high, but I think he can, man. I do believe in it.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think it's dependent on the coach then? Because I was under the impression, and still am, that it was more of a health issue. Earlier in the year, man, no one was thinking what is going on with their system? He's not getting his looks. It was he can't hit the fucking net. He doesn't look like himself skating around out there. He's not moving the same way he does every year. So to me, it's more of a health issue than anything. I definitely think coaching has an impact on it. The way he was utilized is part of the problem. I think losing Marner is part of the problem. Those are all factors, but they're not enough of a factor to justify the entire decline, and he played some of the best hockey in that 69 goal season with Domi and Bertuzzi on his flanks. He was scoring a goal a game over a 15 game stretch or something crazy like that. It was nuts what he was doing with those guys. So to me, it's is he healthy? I'm thinking more from a health perspective. I think a coach can help him for sure, but do you think he's healthy? Let's start there.
No, I don't. But I'll tie the two together. I don't think he's fully healthy, and I don't think he ever will be, but I think that's part of the problem, is that he was put in situations where he had to work 10x to get the chances that he was getting in that season with Domi and Bertuzzi and under Sheldon Keefe to get into those positions, and the style of play that they were running, the lack of possession that they had, the dump and chase where they had to go in there and play this physical brand, it just deteriorates a guy who's already lacking health. So no, I don't think he's healthy, but that's why I think a different coach and a different style helps get him back on track. Again, I'm leaving 45% open that it doesn't happen again, but even in that 45%, I think a 40-45 goal scorer is in there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. To me, what I feel uncomfortable, I just feel like the Leafs right now are like a high risk portfolio. You know, when
Yep.
you look at, you've got Matthews at a 45%, that he doesn't come back to what he was. Like that's just a massive gamble when you're at a pivotal time for what we're going to do with the franchise. Are we going to move him? Are we going to keep him? It's such a high risk. And then, paired with that, you've got high risk in net with both goaltenders being so injury prone. I think there's just so much risk in keeping it going. And then what is the ceiling? Well, history would show it's a second round ceiling. That was with Marner in the fold.
Yep.
So I don't know, man. I'm really torn on what they should do as far as like keeping these guys or flip the switch now. But
Yeah.
I go back and forth every day.
So the one thing I would want, and we'll never get it, and we'll never get to know, but the one thing I would want, especially right now would be the most interesting time to ask and find this out. If you're sitting down with Matthews and having a beer and you can ask him a question, I wonder what he thinks about the current situation and where he's at. Publicly, when, the reporters go in that room and they ask him, how are you feeling, whatever, he's going to say feeling good. We knew he was never going to say what the injury was. It happened last season at the end of that. It happened in the Boston series. Like, he never was going to say. I wonder if you ask him how he feels and how he feels he could produce, what he would say. Because I think he would be honest about it, and that would be extremely interesting to me about how he feels about it. Like, again, I'm asking him to give us the answers, and our job is to assess the situation. But I would just be so curious what he says about how he has to play and what the style is that he's in and how limited he feels by the situation. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if he's looking at it and being like, if I played in X system, Bednar's system, Cooper's system, DeBoer's system, I could do this. That's why I succeeded in Keefe's system, and that's why I don't here. Like, I wonder what that conversation would be, or if he just says, I'm injured and I'm not going to score at 55, 60 goals a year. I'm going to be a 40, 45 goal guy, and that's it. Like, I wonder what he thinks about the whole situation himself.
I just think the caliber of player that he was being compared to at his peak, if you look at those guys today, you would never think like, would they be successful in another system? I mean, how many coaches has McDavid been through, right? Like, there was a time where people were putting Matthews ahead of McKinnon.
Yeah.
Like that was legitimate. And no one's thinking like, oh, McKinnon, like if they change the coach, like you're going to see a decline in his production. Like, no, those guys you don't worry about. They're just horses, and it doesn't matter what's going on around them. They're going to find a way. And
Yep.
He didn't seem to have that. So the last part about Matthews is like, how detrimental do you think to him not being backed by his teammates is going to be? And if he is upset, what are your thoughts on the hypocrisy in that, as he's not a known guy, to do that himself for his teammates? I'll tell you this. What bothers me about Matthews, about Nylander, Marner when he was still here, like those high-end skill guys with no toughness, is you have the skill, you have the complete package, you have the God-given talent. The part that you don't have, like the grit, the toughness, the physicality, the pushback, what drives me fucking crazy about that is that's the only part of hockey that is a choice.
Yeah.
You can't walk off the street and skate like Willie or shoot like Austin or pass like Mitch Marner, but you can walk off the street and shove a guy. You can walk off the street and skate into a scrum with your teammates. It's entirely a choice, and they're choosing not to do it. So why don't they do it?
I think that's a really important
fear.
distinction. I think that's a really important distinction that you just brought up. And that's why it frustrates me a little bit when Leafs fans get the rap that they do for being frustrated on these guys for not having the involvement and like calling them out after playoff series and stuff, is because I think that if that guy's on your team and you watch that happen, it boggles a lot of people's minds. And, I can't speak for you, but I know myself personally and how I reacted when I played hockey or lacrosse. Like, you're never letting a guy get away with some of those things that took place, especially if you're the captain. You're never letting that happen, and you're choosing to go in there and stick up for your teammates, for yourself, whatever it may be. And that's why Leafs fans lose their minds, because they look at it and they just go, you just chose not to do it. That's a good distinction that you just made. In terms of the question you asked about like if it bothers him. I mean, I could see it bothering him for sure. But at the same time, the fact that they did respond after the fact and were so embarrassed by it, I think helps lighten the load, because if they just never got to a point of being physical, if they didn't come out in the third period of that Anaheim game and run around with their like chickens with their heads cut off, I could see it weighing a whole lot more. If they didn't roll through the next like 5 games, which we saw them play a whole lot more physical, a whole lot more intense, if they didn't do that, I could see that weighing a whole lot more. But the response that was there, I think, was at least something to alleviate the pressure off of it. The hypocrisy is the one that just gets me, you know, like there's, I don't even want to say it. There's a guy who's a barstool like blogger from Philadelphia or whatever. And he's like, and he just keeps going at it. It's all these people from Philly, to be honest, who keep doing it, but they're like, Matthews is going to leave. He's embarrassed because his team didn't stick up for him. I'm pretty sure it was you who put out the video. If it wasn't, correct me, but I think it was you who put out the video of Matthews seeing incidents happen, looking at them and skating by, or the one that's even crazier to me, which I know people will stick on those ones more than anything, but not sticking up for himself. The Sherratt thing against Montreal is one. Stamkos against Tampa in the playoffs is another. Like, Steven Stamkos is a star player. He's the captain of the other team. It's not like you were getting dragged into the mud by Zach Bogosian. You could have done something, but they won't even stick up for themselves. And now they're asking other people to stick up for them. Like, that to me is what breaks my brain, honestly.
Stamkos is grabbing him, being like, hey man, I'm giving you your opportunity here to become a legend in your city.
If he dropped the gloves and just swung, people would have been so horny for that guy. He would have never had to do anything physical again if he just did that right there.
Man, that's where these guys really disappointed me. Like, in the last few years especially, when young guys come into the league, the veterans are supposed to protect them. So they're used to that. They're the top prospects. Veterans have to look after them. At a certain point, you're expected to transition from being the protected to being the protector.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, their star players never made that transition. They still act like they all need to be protected. You look at Easton Cowan. I mean, if there's any guy who got the message after what happened to Matthews, timid to start, comes in, young guy, 20 years old, he should be the one who's still being protected. And then Austin Matthews does that flyby when he gets run into the post by, I don't remember who it was in Nashville. Like destroys him. Matthews is not there to have his back. And then, okay, well, 6 months later, you expect Easton Cowan to jump in for you after, like, this kid's 20 years old. But Easton Cowan, whatever Berube said or whoever had that chat in the locker room, he's taken that message to heart. And I'm so glad it's a young guy who's like learning that very quickly, because it's such an important part of the game, man. And you don't have to be a scrapper. One guy I always think of is Mark Stone. Guy's not a fighter, dude, but he will hit. He's always in there for his teammates. He's a skilled guy. He's a perfect example of like just checking the boxes for the bare minimum requirements. And if I'm running this team, you've had guys like Ryan Reeves. Why aren't you just like dancing with him a little bit in practice and getting used to being thrown around and how to protect yourself? And Max Domi, like, just show him. Grab a guy here. This is how you protect yourself. You'll never get hit if you just duck your head. You'll never get hit. You'll never get hit. You need to take him down. This is how you do it, right? Fall backwards if you need to. Like, it's so easy just to have a little bit of courage and go in and do that. I don't know why these guys don't box a little bit in the summer, take a little bit of lessons from these guys in practice, and just get a little bit of fucking courage. Not to fight because they have to, but to know that they can if they need to, and not play like they're so intimidated all the time.
Yeah, and you know, if you want to even look at more skilled guys, McDavid will do it. He'll stick up for himself or teammates, and it doesn't have to be with fighting. Like, you can stand up and cross-check the guy back. You can take a swing at the guy. Like, they do it. They do stuff like that. Sidney Crosby does stuff like that. And, you know, like... The other thing here too with Matthews, which the whole situation kind of comes back to, is, and this isn't a pass on William Nylander, let me be clear on this, but William Nylander is still, he's wearing an A now because Matthews isn't playing, but he's still not a guy who's wearing a letter for this team for the most part. He's still a guy who's just like a superstar player. He puts up points and that's what he does. The second that the C, and the A was already on him, so he should have had an onus of responsibility in the beginning, but the second that the C gets put on his jersey, you can't dodge shit like that, brother. When Cowan gets hit into the post, you can't dodge that. When Liljegren goes into the corner, you can't dodge that. When guys are in scrums and getting grabbed, you can't dodge that. You wear the C. The second that thing went on your jersey, there just becomes a little bit more responsibility, and everything you don't do becomes that much worse.
Because you, as the captain, have to hold your teammates accountable to do all of those things, and you can't be a fucking hypocrite who doesn't do them yourself and go in and say, this is what needs to happen, guys, and you're not a leader doing the same shit. Doesn't
the best thing I ever heard, I don't know if people remember this, but it was the Amazon Prime series that came out, and they did the Captains episode. And I know people don't love Trouba, and maybe in a way he's not the best example, but Gabe Landeskog said something similar. He was asked about Quinn Hughes, because they focused on Landeskog, Trouba, Quinn Hughes in that episode. I think there was probably one more, but I don't remember who it was. But and they asked Trouba about Quinn Hughes, and he said, incredible player. He doesn't know what he's like in the room, yada, yada, yada. But he said the only question Trouba had about Quinn Hughes being the captain was, can you ask the guys on your team to do something if you won't do it yourself? And that's always stuck with me, because I know that it's a little bit of a archaic thought, but it's true. You're the captain. How can you get up in the room and be the voice, be the leader, be the one everyone looks up to, and turn to Jake McCabe, Brandon Carlo, Dakota Joshua, as Austin Matthews, and say, we need this level of physicality. We need you to fight. We need you to stick up for guys if they won't do it. How can that be asked if they won't do it themselves? You know, like, and it doesn't have to be Austin Matthews being a fighter, but how do you go out and ask guys to do that? That was one of the things that made me laugh so much about Mitch yelling at everybody on the bench about let's fucking go, when we all watched Mitch in that game having an atrocious game 7. I don't think he registered a hit. We saw the turnovers. We saw him not back checking. We saw the backhand goal that goes the other way, and his guy scores the goal. And then he yells at everybody else and says, let's fucking go, or get fucking going. How can you ask everybody else to do that if you're not doing it yourself? And that's where I think a lot of these guys lost the plot, whether it was Matthews or Nylander or Marner in their time here, is that they demanded other people to do things, or at least we assume that they did, and they were things that they wouldn't do themselves.
I could not agree more, man. And it drives me crazy when you see people in the fan base downplay the importance of this, because if you show me a guy who sticks up for their teammates, especially a skilled player who maybe wasn't expected to do so, but like got in a tilt. Easton Cowan's a perfect example, right? You look at like just taking a run at Zadorov there. Look at the post-game interviews where they ask the players about what did it mean to the team. That happens every single game when a player like that does something like that, and all of the players come out and say like, that was incredible. It was important. He got the boys fired up. It's important we stick up for each other. He's leading by example. Like all those things. They talk about how important it is. So anyone out there who's saying like that's not an important part of the game, it doesn't matter. Well, the players will tell you otherwise immediately after it happens. Reliably. So it's a bunch of bullshit. And I think, you know, Ryan Reeves, guys like that, they're not going to save you. You can't add a tough guy. You need team toughness, which means everyone just has to have the courage. It doesn't mean you can't be scared. Courage is like doing shit that you're scared of, but you're doing it anyway. That's like the definition of courage. It's not being afraid. It's like not letting the fear stop you. You need guys who do not let the fear stop them from doing whatever it is they have to do any given night. And if you think there's no correlation to why these guys shrivel up and score less and don't perform the same clip they do in the playoffs to when the game increases in physicality, and that intimidates them a little bit, like you're crazy. So whatever they do this summer, man, I think they need more skill, obviously, but I hope they bring in hockey players and not guys who have this soccer mentality, because we've had too many of those guys over the years.
Yeah, and a lot of people in the chat right now, Donnie Does Dishes, saying, Zach, you know where Mitch is going to the playoffs. And people are bringing up, he's on Vegas and they're doing well. They're going to the playoffs. Okay, that's great. Like, great. Good for him. I'm very interested to see how it's going to go. The first round may be easier for him, and the fact that he's got other guys around him who have been there, done that, they've won a Stanley Cup, they know what it takes in the playoffs, that's great. I'm really curious what happens when that Vegas team runs up against Colorado, Dallas, Minnesota, even Edmonton, where they're going to wear you down. And the Western Conference is traditionally known as being a heavier conference just from top to bottom. You know, Florida, obviously, and Tampa were the heavier teams here in the Eastern Conference. But over there, from a wider variety of teams have that level of heaviness and physicality. I'm interested to see what happens there. Not saying he can't do it, but he showed us for 9 years that he couldn't here. So it's just going to be a very interesting thing to see what happens in Vegas.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has the best playoff of his career, because I think the way Vegas is built, they're a team historically that looks like they add 10 pounds a player when the playoffs start. And I think he's never had a team like that. So he's going to be out there with 4 guys that would jump in for him, that are going to be laying the body. You saw Marner lay the biggest hit of his career this year. Like, where did that come from? You know? So I think I wouldn't be surprised if he plays a little bigger, because he's got a little more confidence, because they have that culture. And you can take a Matthews and a Nylander and a Marner and plug them into a team that's already got that established. They can't be at the center of it trying to tell other guys that's how it's got to be done. You put Marner in that room and he shows up and they're like, hey man, this is what we're expecting from you. Welcome to the team. We're all bros now, right? You got to do these things. It's totally different than him being the one who's never done it, who's telling everyone this is what's expected.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Anything else you got here, McCluskey?
I'll just tell you, in the chat I said, I know this is your question to end off, McKenna for Bedard. Yeah. At first I said, yeah, I'd do it, no brainer. The more I think about it, I think just Bedard is going to get paid. I think you're better off with 3 years of McKenna at entry level, because for cap reasons only. I think if they're both getting paid the same salary, I would do it in a heartbeat. If they have the same fixed salary for the next 3 years, McKenna and Bedard, I would do that trade, McKenna for Bedard, all day. But with Bedard getting paid, I would not.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thought. I think I'd rather keep the pick. I don't know. All right, McCluskey, thank you for the call here, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate your support this year. I'm glad that we got to get you on calls, the second one of the season. Saved one up for the final call here, so thank you very much for this. And I hope you're not a stranger next season. I hope we can get you back on here more regularly.
I'll be around, buddy. It's a great show. I told you last time, really impressed with how you've developed over time, and you just keep getting better, man. So looking forward to next season.
Thank you very much. We'll see you next season, McCluskey, and I will continue to follow your Twitter because it is very entertaining. So thank you for that.
All right. Cheers, bud. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too, McCluskey. There you go. McCluskey on the line. We got some super chats before we get to our next callers here quickly. This one comes in from Maxentius Decimus. Max says, Mr. Chair has the best takes. I don't know who he's talking about with Mr. Chair. J-Rock says, Frank D23, the human version of the Arizona Coyotes. Oof. Maxentius Decimus says, you go from Marner and Nyes as wingers with more O-zone draws to Domi and McMahon and D-zone draws. I feel bad for 34. I blame Tree and Berube. I think that's probably a fair point, right? Like, I know that it gets brought up that he played with Domi and Bertuzzi, but how much of that started in the O-zone versus what he's doing right now? And the fact that Max Domi is 2 years older, right? Like, guys aged, and that seems to be one of the big things that happened here with this team. Next caller here on the line. Let's go and welcome in Like the City. First time caller here, I believe. Like the City, what's up? Do we got you? Like the City.
Hear me?
Yep, I got you now. There you go.
Okay, let me turn off. Listening to a bunch of different other stuff. How's it going, Zach? It's Prague. Thank you again
you
for
rebranded.
All you've done this. Huh? Oh no, I'm calling from my phone because I have my iPad here. It said choose a name, so I was like, okay, Like the City. We're shits and giggles, even though
I got you. Prague, Like the City.
Okay. Hold on. Let me put on my headphones for a second, so I can hear you and chat better.
All right, all good. What's up, Prague?
Okay. So okay. I'm so sick of the Nylander hate. It's so fucking annoying. Like, honestly.
Oh, we lost you. No audio, Prague.
Something happened in an important game. Can you hear me now?
Yep, got you back.
Can you hear?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Thanks. So, like, people don't realize how important it is to have somebody who actually improves every season after the off season, comes back and will go into any position, like any forward position you want, play any role you want, and has the skill to do that. Like, he's played center for the Leafs outside of his 22 games in his rookie season. He played it once. Do you remember when?
Preseason with.
It was the playoffs.
Did he play center in the playoffs?
He was centering. Yep, Galchenyuk and Kerfoot were his wingers. He got 7. Willie got 7 points. Kerfoot, I think Galchenyuk got 6, and I think Kerfoot got 5. And he was a third line center. And he had not played C since his rookie season. He did this under Keefe one time. He has not played center. He's taken faceoffs, which he's decent at, but he's a natural C. He'll play C anywhere. He plays left wing better than most left wings. And if you think about last year, what happened from game 4 onwards? Florida was not scared of Marner and Matthews. They could go fuck a tree or a goat for all they care. Why? They said, we're scared of only one person.
Yeah, William
Nylander. Yep. So what did they change? Why did Willie have these worst game 5, 6, and 7? They told Barkov, I don't give a fuck about his line that Nylander's on. You shadow Willie. And then they put their baby Barkov on Matthews and Marner, and they shut them down anyway, so it doesn't matter. Besides, it's Marner. He's Mitch the bitch. But, like, honestly, if you want toughness, here's the thing. Like, Willie's plenty strong enough, but the thing is, look, people would say he doesn't go into the corners. You're fucking blind. People said he did go into the, like, I remember the year he started, I think it was like 2019 or something like that, when he was the number top 3 person to go into, he was the number 1 person getting in front of the net. And they're still bitching about him not going to the net. Like, stop this fucking stupidity. This is why there's people calling in like 2 months ago saying we should trade for Luke Shen or Logan Stanley, like, or fucking Braden Shen last year. I was like, fuck no. We're old enough. We need youth. We need something. Like, I'll tell you right now, Montreal is actually a real contender compared to any Leaf team we've had in the last 10 years, in the Matthews era. This actually was our deepest. This year was our deepest forward group. But what happened last year? We went from, like, the only good coach we've had. We had a psychopath who caused people PTSD, like the Mule. If you remember him from Detroit, he still can't go near a hockey rink. His kids play hockey. He's part of the reason. He's a big reason that the Wings won. But Babcock only won once in all the 6 seasons he was there, because he's a fucking loser. If you can't win with Nick Lidstrom and all the fucking Hall of Famers you have, like, I think there was 11 Hall of Famers on his team at one point. Like, and he lost. But then, thanks, Jeremy. Anyways, so Keefe was a good coach. He had his issues, don't get me wrong. But we went from having possession, using the skill that our players are, to having last year, no matter what you say, I think we had an NHL record number of wins in 1-goal games. And we had the highest percentage in the last decade for winning 1-goal games too. It might have been just the best for that season or the last decade, but like, that showed us, and we couldn't get, and we were getting caved in. Like, yes, Our goalies went stellar, and our defense was able to help with crease passes. But there's no sustainability with that. There's no sustainability. We couldn't get a puck the fuck up out of our zone. We were getting caved in despite having super uber skilled players. So what happened this year? But if you look at it, Brew Bay, when we had one person injured, Scott Lund, he put how many centers? Like, look at all the centers prospects we have. I don't know what you said, Jeremy. I don't understand your words. Anyways, okay, Jeremy, I don't interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me. I love you too, man. Even if you call me a cocksucker, I don't give a shit. But thank you. But the thing is, okay, yeah.
Jeremy, you got to stop. We got to hear Prague. Jeremy, you got to stop. Mute yourself. Prague, go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Prague.
Okay, so, and truthfully, this is not an organization. This is disorganization. The whole thing, if you think about it, every step of the way, the only thing the ownership ever cared about is rushing us to the playoffs. Burke traded for Phil Kessel, unprotected firsts, right? Imagine having a 6'6", super fast hitting dickhead right-handed D from Toronto, or maybe a number one right shot center from Brampton. What the actual fuck? Brian Burke traded, he would trade just to speed up the process. There's two things the Leafs do. Either they trade picks to speed up the process, trade picks to get gritty veterans, or they do nothing. It's the two extremes.
Prague, did we lose you?
Jeremy, maybe another time.
Hold on. You know what? Hold on. Yeah. Prague, go continue your thought. Hold on.
Okay, so now when people say, who do I blame? Number one, ownership. Number one. They're the one thing that's been there the whole time. Why the fuck do they need to get permission if you're the president of hockey ops from the ownership? Fuck the ownership. Honestly, the Leafs are actually a worse run organization than the Vancouver Canucks. You know why? Canucks have won more rounds of the playoffs than the Leafs have in the Matthews era. Prove me wrong.
No, I can't.
And they don't have this uber stars that we did. Yes, they have Quinn Hughes. They had Quinn Hughes. But that's because they have an interfering fucking boss, right? And the Leafs are the most powerful organization. I don't give a fuck if you're a mafia don like the Boston or Chicago or whoever the fuck they are, people. The Leafs are the most important team in this league. Bar none. If there's no Leafs, what are you going to talk about? Who's going to give a fuck? You can talk about Montreal all you want. That's fine. But they don't give a fuck. The rest of who do you think is the number one hated team in Canada? In NHL? Who?
Yeah, the Leafs.
Why? Because we're the fucking center of the hockey universe. It doesn't matter if you're a Leaf fan from fucking New Zealand or India. They're going to hate you. Right? I hate myself being a Leaf fan. But the thing is, but I think I hate the Leafs more than I love the Leafs, and that's because of the management. But anyways, We need somebody who has a brain. I'm tired of looking for like toughness, for grit, for truculence, for bullshit. If you get that, make sure they're fucking skilled.
Mm-hmm.
Like Taylor Hall might not be tall, and he was traded for a second-round pick when we went for whoever the fuck it was. I can't remember what the Foligno cost us, like a first and 2 fourths and a couple prospects. But like Taylor Hall cost a second. He hits. He can transition the puck like a motherfucker. Yes, he's left wing. He also can pass. He also can shoot. He'll fight. Has like I just don't get the fucking people who don't think skill is important. Skill is the number one thing you need to look for. And then attitude. Right? Willie doesn't give a fuck about all this stuff, and I love it. You know why? Because he goes about his business, he improves himself, he gets stronger, faster. Every year, like, look at this year. He was treated like a piece of shit by Berube. He was always the whipping boy. He's always the whipping boy. In the hottest hockey market in the world. Bar none. Right? And he's the one who actually does shit in the playoffs. He's at 100-point pace if he was actually trying, and was like, he's doing what, 18, 19 minutes in a game, and he's carrying the fucking team. And this talk about Tavares, they were playing him 23 to 24 minutes when Matthews was hurt for 2 weeks, and even in the early season. He's 35. What the fuck are you doing? It's very easy. Coaching. Look at the coach. He plays, instead of bringing players up, giving them a chance, he puts Max Domi at center. Between, and he'd keep the same players. He would never change. He'd put Myers on. He would instead of put Riley on third pair minutes, make him play 15, give him time to readjust, because it's, But when did Riley turn to shit? Not under Keith. There's been 2 years of shittiness from Riley. And he was not the best defensive player, but he was still at least passable. But when did the pressure go on? When did people start complaining, actually complaining? It was under Berube. Almost every fucking player has done shit under Berube, except for the ones that don't give a fuck. Stetcher for a month played like shit because he had a week of training under Berube at the end of the Olympics. But then the last few weeks, except for a couple of mistakes here and there, he's been like the old Stetcher. Like, it's just so frustrating, and they did nothing. I think Pelly was going to extend. I don't believe Pelly had any thought to fire Terliving or Berube, and he kept Berube because he likes him even better. So it's like these ideas that I hear about. Oh, Jay Money has one bullet. I'm sorry. What fucking organization do you work? I started 2 businesses. I fired people. Did I have to quit? Like, what kind of fucking stupidity is this? If the coach is not working, I change him. The average coach in the NHL works just over 2 years, 2 seasons, maybe 2 1/4, 2 1/2, something like that. And it's getting shorter. So this fucking bullshit about, oh, Matthews has had 3 coaches, blah, blah, blah. Go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck. I'm here to win. MLSE and Rogers and Bell and Tannenbaum are here to make money. When I took my nephew this time to the game, not only did they have Marner signed Vegas jerseys selling for like $1,000. You know what I bought for food and drinks at that time? Because my nephew, he wasn't hungry at the time, thankfully. I bought 2 drinks, 2 Cokes, and a popcorn. $39. 39. Go fuck yourself. I spent $88 American to get 13 rows center ice. I went to the Pittsburgh Philadelphia game on a Saturday in March. $65 American. I went to Columbus Panthers on a Thursday, that same trip. The Pittsburgh game was 2 days later. It was $65 for me and my buddy.
Now, in fairness, I will say some of this is resale market, it's not the team setting the price on those. It's resale market, but.
Okay. Buffalo, Toronto, when Buffalo's having a fucking hot season, they're finally playing like the talent that they have. Explain to me how in God's green earth it's $88. Leafs game 4 against Tampa on a resale market, and I bought the tickets for more than they cost. Yes, I was second row from the wall in the nosebleeds, but it's a playoff game. And I think it was like $35 of it, of the ticket was Ticketmaster charge. It cost me $120 something US. Tax in. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? You're killing, like, all these fuckers who can afford to go to games regularly. Thank God. And I believe some of them are probably Leaf fans. But a lot of them are just doing it for fun.
I will say on those, like, that is resale market of what you're getting those tickets at. Like, it's because there's demand there and people are willing to pay for it. I'm not defending it. I understand the sentiment. Let me be clear, but I want to make sure we point that out. Like, it's not MLSE setting the price at $800 a ticket in the lower bowl. Like, it's resale. Like, they still have probably more expensive, but still not those prices for those lower tickets, and then they just get jacked up and people buy them.
Well, no, I was not in the lower bowl. I was in the upper bowl. But yes, it was resale for upper bowl, and it was a Marner game. But the thing is, okay, if you have a family of 4, right, in this economy, you have a job, you and your wife or husband or whatever the hell you have is working, and you have kids. Can you afford to take them to one game in Toronto? Or is it better just to wait till there's literally people from London, Ontario, BC. One person was from Perth, Australia. Right? He was Canadian, but he's been there for like 25 years. He came for the entire series in Tampa, and like, honestly, he said, and all of them, like the people from London, Ontario, the people from wherever, they flew down from BC, Leafs fans, and they said, yeah, we can afford, like, even on regular, like, if we spent one game in the playoffs in Toronto, would cost us as much as it would for all the games in Tampa.
Yeah.
If they had 4, and even like, you know, they went with a couple, like, if you went with a buddy and shared a room, or there was 4 of them from London. Yeah. Like,
can we move off the prices here, Prague? The ticket prices. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so let's go with like, I think we should have another time, preferably during a regular hour, and have a discussion about what came out today. But I'm not shocked, because I don't think he even planned to fire Treliving until he saw it got even hotter, because the Vegas fired Cassidy. And then he was like, I guess I should do something. I don't believe he had a plan whatsoever. If he had a plan, right, he would have already had a list of people. He already had called agencies if he wanted an agency to hire somebody. He would have already, like, he had no fucking clue. Like, if you look at who makes it in companies, it's not people who are actually the smartest or the best. They're just the people who are the most psychopathically willing to kiss ass and get along to get along, like whether it's president of the United States, prime minister, or whoever the fuck. But like, so the thing is, Living got hired. There was nobody else that Shanahan chose because he just got along with him. He's a good guy, and I will say, sure, he's a great guy. But I don't give a fuck if the person's a great guy. I want a guy who will kill for the team. I want a guy who will care for the fans. The thing is, the Leafs are killing, the MLC is killing not only Leafs fans, Raptors fans, and eventually will kill Blue Jays fans in the future because they'll price everybody out. They will make it so hard. Like, why is it costing $1,000 for a 8 to 12-year-old to wave a fucking flag in addition to the ticket? And like, that's like imagine, let's say there's one person a game, or let's say there's 10 of them a game. Like, it doesn't matter. That's only like $400,000. That's not even 0.003% of their value. Like, it's not even that. That's probably I think it's like 4 decimal places. But anyways, maybe 5. But like, if they spent $1 million, like I was saying, let's say the company's only worth $4 billion only. You spend $1 million, 0.025%. 0.025%. Right? And when they sell the team, you're going to sell the team for a markup, which will be minimum $6 to $8 billion. But then you see there's only one team in Toronto when there should be 3, or in the greater GTA. But like, so I think the mismanagement has been, the rot has been like there, and it's ownership down. So I choose ownership and management / coaching as 1 and 2. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, but we had the deepest center group I've seen. Maybe early 2000s, probably earlier, farther than that. Like, I really don't think we've had a deeper center group. But we've also had the dumbest fucking combination of everything. From ownership to, like, it's just incredible. Like, Scott Lawton got you less than Justin Falk, who's 7, 8 years older, and his contract is, I think, a year longer, and it costs $6.5 million. I'm sorry. You got a Stanley Cup winning 3C, who, if you looked at it, played well with anybody you put him with. Anybody. Despite playing under Berube, who's a dumb fuck. Like, I don't understand the thought. And then you trade him for a 1st and a 5th from Colorado? But the thing is, the whole point is, like, if you looked at this smart, the writing was on the wall by the end of November. You should have gotten rid of Berube, and if you wanted to keep the season going, then you hire somebody who is a developmental coach, or at least a positive fucking guy that will allow the horses. League. No, if a person's ready for the team, if a person's ready to play in the NHL, of course you need to develop.
But you said you wanted development.
No, there's a development. Like, okay, I'm saying Cowan. Listen. How many goals did Cowan score? How impressive was Cowan in the fucking preseason? How many? Like, he's playing with 2 elite players. Mm-hmm. Like, we got a 35-year-old who's scoring 70 points, 30 goals.
But I don't think
while
he's
playing under
carried.
fucking Berube. Okay, so you're telling me I'm sorry, there's somebody who's either complimentary. Nylander's the player. Nylander is the team. I'm sorry, I'm starting the team. I'm not choosing Matthews. Fuck you. Because Matthews does dick all in the playoffs. I'm choosing Nylander out of all those 3. If I need a goal, if I need an assist, if I need a play, if I need to get like, Matthews is uber talented, but he's done dick all in the playoffs when it counts. So if he had done something, maybe I'd think about it. The thing is, Nylander is the one. And second of all, I'm sorry, Cowan. Cowan did what? For all the minutes he spent, there was at the beginning of the season he was averaging about, I think it was like 16 minutes a game. But you're telling me Scott Lawton? Yes, Scott Lawton's never been a high point scorer, but you couldn't put him on like for 16 minutes once. And he was like, Cowan started with shifts with Matthews. I'm sorry, Matthews is number 1C by far in this fucking league. Despite playing with Berube and this cheapo fucking organization, right? And Cowan didn't do that great. I'm sorry. Do the smart thing. Do you understand? Like, I don't want us to turn into the New York Rangers or Chicago Blackhawks with their lack of fucking development. There's a reason Lafreniere didn't develop very well. There's a reason, like, all their top end players barely developed and very few made it, like Kravtsovs or whoever, since Drury took over. So I'm saying Cowan is a great player, but I want him to, the whole thing is I want a player who, like Cowan, did amazing in the OHL, and I'm a big fan of Cowan's, but let him become a king in the AHL. Let him come into the NHL.
Come on. We can't be doing this right now. Look at how he's playing right now.
No, but I'm just saying.
Really well, and he's getting the opportunity. I can't believe we're revisiting it.
In garbage time. But in garbage time, what did he do in January? What did he do in December? Like, I'm just saying, the Leafs need to have an actual plan. For the last 20 games,
he's been playing. Okay, sure. He's been playing higher up in the line, which is what
time.
Everybody wanted it. It doesn't matter. He's still playing against teams that are pushing for playoff spots and are playing their best lineups, their top defense, their best forward line, their best shutdown lines against them, because he still has Nylander and Tavares on his line. So they're playing them there. He's getting first power play time. He's playing those minutes, and he's developing and maturing and growing every single game. He makes mistakes, but he's showing why he should be here and why he probably should have been getting more opportunity from the beginning. I think if he got that opportunity, he would have gotten to this. He would have gotten to this a lot sooner in the season.
He was playing 16 minutes a night.
No, he wasn't.
That's more than Nylander did.
He got like 1 or 2 games in a couple different situations up there, and then that was it. That's not enough to make a determination.
In the beginning of the season? The beginning of the season.
He was playing on the fourth line with Steven Lorentz and Scott Lawton coming out of preseason, and they planted him on the fourth line to start the year. He played
Scott
1 or 2
was injured
games
for 2 months,
on the first
but
line.
Please tell me how he's playing with Scott Lawton outside of the preseason.
He was playing on Steven Lorentz's line. He was Prague. I literally said he was playing with them in the preseason, so don't fucking twist that.
Yes.
I said he was playing with them in the preseason. That's what I said.
That's
and then I
fine.
said he started on the fourth line. He played a couple of games with Matthews, and that was it. He went back to the fourth line, and he played with Steven Lorentz on that fourth line. Like, he was not playing higher up in the lineup.
How is he averaging about 15 minutes and 15 to 16 minutes?
You tell me. You're making up the number. He was never playing 16 minutes a night.
No, this is his average.
He had like a week long. No, he was not. I don't fucking know. I'm not looking at it right now. But he was not playing 16 minutes a night. He had like a week-long stretch where he played with Nylander and Tavares, and that was it.
Listen, he's better than Demidov. He's better than Matthews. I get it. Good, fine.
Oh, my God. I'm not saying... Who said that, man? Who said that?
Okay. Dude, listen. Regardless, the Leafs do the wrong things at the time. I think Cowan, still needs some development, but the thing is, why was he the only player that was brought up? We have players who played against grown-ass men for 5 years.
Do not fucking say fucking betting. Like, if that's who you're going to say right now, like, come on, Prague.
Benning? I didn't bring up Benning this time, but the thing is, okay, if you bring up Benning, you can bring up Benning, but like I'm talking about, there's players that we have right now who have won, let's see, NCAA championships, beating Nice's team, who scored 40, who have done well in the AHL. Quillen came up in December.
Yes.
He was leading the Leafs. He sat around eating popcorn for like 2 weeks. And what's that going to do? Like, we don't know what Topinimala is. We don't know what any of our fucking prospects are. But then we give up Steves and he goes off somewhere. We give up fucking Holmberg. Holmberg won the SHL MVP for the playoffs. You're telling me he doesn't have skill? Of course he has fucking skill. Maybe he might be a third liner, but he'll be one who can skate, he can score, he can be defensively responsible. But you put him with fucking Yardencroft on an injury year, and you put him with fucking Kampf. And the thing is, this is not hard to think about. Like, we lucked out on our late round pick with Holmberg. I don't think he's like a top end player, but I'm pretty sure he scored almost as many points in a season this year as Lawton's ever done. I'm not sure Lawton's ever hit 50, but like he's hit like 30 a few times, but like, not that much. But the thing is, I'm not going to hire, like, people want Lawton back. I love Lawton. I think he's fantastic. Not for a first, not for preventing, not even for either of them separately. He's a third line player, but they never played him a third line. Just like how they're treating Quillen. Quillen is a much more skilled player than Haynes is, but Haynes has already played more minutes than he has in any game.
Yeah,
agreed. Or like Brew. Brew is a great player, but until
26.
Leafs fucked him around, and he, like, the thing is, until the Leafs fucked around with Quillen in December and January, he was rocking it in the league. Mm-hmm. Steves was the number one goal scorer in the league last year in the HL, and he had already shown himself like that the year before that. But what is he doing? And then Minton, they needed a 3C. Minton has been playing most of the last 2 months with some guy named Pasternak. I don't know. I've never heard of him. Yeah. Like, for fuck's sakes, people. And then, okay, I can send you the elite prospects from 2024. Ben Danford is number 74 pick. That's third round. There's a lot of other players ahead of him. But the thing is, he was never expected to be that early. And right after him was like Igor Chernysov, the right winger, 6'2", 6'3". He played like 20 games for San Jose. Was almost a point a game player. I don't know. Is San Jose stupid to not play him? Or is he just, they're giving him a taste because he's already done a few years with grown men and other stuff? Like I just don't understand.
Was mostly ranked between 30th to 57. So late first to second round pick.
Where do you have that? I didn't see that.
Elite Anyways, prospects, he was ranked 30th. NHL Central Scouting, he was 35th.
The elite prospects was 74th.
I'm looking at it right now. TSN, he was ranked 54. So.
Okay. Anyways, I'll find that stuff and I'll get back to you because I found it before.
I'm looking at it.
Anyways, but anyway, so the point is, and I don't think they're actually doing a long search here. I don't trust these fuckers. I think they're going to just like pretend like they did it for 3-4 weeks to look like they're being diligent and doing all this stuff. But I think they already know their person and they're just going to choose one guy. And if it's like, here's the thing, Mike Gillis came out with a fucking plan that everybody can read. You can disagree with this, disagree with that. But the thing is, he's been studying teams around the fucking world. And he was a dickhead. Like, people thought he was a bit arrogant. But I don't give a fuck. He was doing things for players. He wanted to, he would say, he was looking at sleep management, even for when you have back-to-backs and you have to play the next day. He was looking into all these different techniques and he was trying to find the best options, even in 2008. From 2008 to 2014, he got 2 President Cups out of a team, right? He let Marcus Naslin go in 2008. Well, that was mostly because the coach was fucking Tortorella, but like he still made a team out of a lot of scrappy players. Not all of them are like superstars. Like, the Sundins were good, but none of them were Matthews good or Nylander good, I would say. well, maybe so the Sedins, yes, maybe as good as Nylander, but like because they could actually play in the playoffs, unlike Matt Matthews. But in terms of just a number one center, you take Matthews. But the thing is, he created something out of nothing.
Yeah,
he might have rubbed people the wrong way. But how many times has the Leafs won the President's Cup and also been to a Stanley Cup final? When Joe Bowen was 15, in 1967 was the last time we went to a Stanley Cup final. How about a conference final? How old are you, Zach? Like, do you remember 2003?
Vaguely.
So you don't remember, like, honestly, like we went to a conference final. What was it? The late night.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time. All right. Yeah.
So like,
all right, Prague. We're gonna wrap here.
The only thing I'm saying is, like, all these ideas are great, but the thing is, I would trade Cowan for, let's say, just a high end defensive prospect who's offensively skilled. I would trade, like, but the thing is, I'm not trading for somebody who's super old and not thing. Here's an idea, Zach. Let's say Vancouver doesn't want to take money back for Elias Pettersson. Well, he scored 100 points. I'd trade. Where's Morgan Riley from? If he's willing to go there,
no,
fuck it.
He wouldn't be willing to
take that. No, but take it back and then take picks in addition for all the years, because he's got 7 more years at 11 points.
They're not going to take Morgan Riley, but they're not. That's an unrealistic trade, Prague. They're not going to do that.
Why? There's only 5 years. And also,
why would Vancouver do that?
Don't.
Why would Vancouver do that? To take Morgan Riley, dump Elias Pettersson off, and then give up picks in it? They won't do that.
No, but I'm not saying high picks. It can be like their second rounders. It doesn't fucking matter.
They won't be doing that. They won't be doing that.
Why wouldn't they? It's just like you told me we can't make it to the bottom of the league. I'm sorry, we're 1 point up on the Rangers, 3 points up on the what was it? The Calgary Flames, what they have one more game. And we're only 6 points up on the fucking Chicago Blackhawks. The Panthers, until they got hot this past week, started tanking 3.5 weeks ago, and almost made it below us. Like, it's always like, the thing is, if there's no planning and you say it's not possible, fine, it's not possible. Good luck. We're going to probably give the most likely chances we're going to give up the 6th round pick. I'm so tired of hearing the fucking same old tired ass thoughts from every fucking person, whether Leaf fan or these uber like rich media guys. Like they don't question anything. They don't question, like, they know, like, they heard about how Marner was treated. I'm sorry. How is that a good thing?
Yeah. Like, I don't think anybody said that. I don't think anybody said it was a good thing. But I mean, Prague, with that, we will wrap.
Anyways, thank you so much
for the call,
and good luck to Jeremy. Have a great time, guys.
Thanks. Enjoy your night, Prague.
Cheers.
There you go. Prague on the line. Let's go to our next caller here. Let's welcome in Jeremy to close out the callers for tonight. Jeremy, what's up? Jeremy.
Oh, Zach.
Yo, Jeremy. What's up, Jeremy?
Hold on a second here. Let me try these iPods out here. Give me a sec. I gotta be able to, so fucking Frank can hear me, that cocksucker. Here, come on. How do I turn these fucking things off? Let me get out of here. No.
Jeremy? Yo, Jeremy, we got you?
I knew it. I knew these fucking things.
We got you.
These bitches! And Zach, just fucking go take a leak. I'm trying to figure these fucking things out. I don't know.
We got you. I got your audio. It's good. Yeah, I got you.
Zach?
Yeah, Uh-oh. I got you.
I don't know what the fuck happened here. They're not showing.
I got you, Jeremy. I can hear you.
Because they're working.
Uh-oh. All right, in the meantime here, quickly, 1 second. We do have a super chat that came in here. This super chat comes in from B. Khalid. Thank you for the super chat, B. Khalid. Appreciate it. As always, B. Khalid says, yikes, wish I came on. LMAO. Was fun coming on this year. Have a great rest of your spring and summer, Zach. Go Avs. Love my boy Kadri. See you in October. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you for calling in this season and for that super chat. Let's see if we've got Jeremy back here. Jeremy, do we got you?
You got me?
Yep, I got you.
Oh, Jesus. I tried out these fucking AirPods. Oh, my God. You know what? Do you need to go take a leak? Go take a leak. Just
I'm
leave
good,
it.
man.
Background, go take a fucking leak, have a sip out of the Yeti, a smelling salt. I'll take fucking over. By the way, go to look at the private chat, yada yada. Okay, starting from the beginning because I had to get the PR guy to write a fucking couple little notes down here because we got some piece of shit motherfuckers over here. Hey, I'm coming in like I'm ending it. Actually, we're not in it. I got a couple ideas for us. That's why after this, if we can get off this shit, we're going to talk. Whatever. I'm coming in like we started this. Listen, all right. Nick Alberga. Okay, how you looked, my friend, tonight when you said, oh, I'm waiting for Matthew's demeanor. I love Nick. This is just busting his balls because he wants to throw you under the bus. Listen, I didn't know you didn't do a show when you guys went to Kelowna. I looked the next day because Kenny was like, hey, are you going to call in? Nah. If Alberga's doing it, I ain't doing it. You know what? I called him because of Zach. I saw his hair. I watched the chat for a year and a half. I'm his fucking wingman. So if fucking Alberga, as much as I want to tell him how miserable he fucking looks half the time, which I get it, I'm miserable too. We all watch the TV for the first time in 9 fucking years. Go through this bullshit, and we're not allowed to. The Leafs are not allowed to. And then I see him say, oh, I want to watch Matthew's demeanor. Because remember when I was talking to you, saying tones up and down demeanor, to where if you saw me fucking talk, like if I got to be Rosie and everybody got to see me roll my eyes while people were talking, oh my God, the laughs would be coming out because it would just be like I'd look like a Slinky, Beetlejuice. So him saying, oh, Zach, I do remember this year, blah, blah, you fucking saying this team's different. Listen, Alberga, you do not throw a buddy underneath the bus. Don't matter if it's a fucking funny, a sarcasm, an annoyance. I don't want to do this show because the season sucked so fucking bad. I'm annoyed to her. Hey, Leafs After Dark, Mike from Buffalo, Alberga, producer Vick. We're going to get to fucking Frank. You fucking troll, Ottawa Center. Guess what, motherfucker? The Leafs are the first team that didn't make the playoffs in 9 years. We get to go down. Hey, do you know that I buy these hats all the time? Dirty Hands, Clean Money. And it's from Troll, Canadian, to where, oh, we get to troll your bitches. Yeah, you guys lose one game and your star player don't do fuck all. Gonna stuff up inside you like a bad tampon. Okay? Like a bad tampon. No, we're gonna get nuts. You want to be gross? We're gonna be gross. Oh, Rosie? Oh, I got one for that for the $450 fucking super chat. Where the fuck were you the other night when I said somebody match me and I'll match that? Because now, all of a sudden, Zach, Alberga, Vick, Carter Hutton, all of us, because everybody in this super chat, Mr. All fucking know-it-alls in Leaf Nation, were the biggest fans of Jay Rosehill to where I need a jersey. Oh my God, send me one signed. They were at the fucking goddamn Leaf Station in the fucking thing. I can walk and buy one. But now I want one. Send me one, Zach. Talk to fucking Jay, please. Talk to JR, the best fucking initials other than Jeremy Roenick. Wait, Jay Rosehill, Jeremy Roenick. Oh my God. They got the same. I didn't know it. I change my mind every day. No matter what who's saying, Toro, he's my favorite. Can somebody please give me a fucking 38 Jay Rosehill jersey? Worst number in the NHL. Sorry, Jay, I'm pretty sure you didn't want it. Like fucking Sandine or whatever. So now we're all fans. So hey, why didn't you guys like him when I said we need more of them? And him and fucking McLaren and the other dude. Colt Nor were getting kissed by Don Cherry. To now everybody loves them. To where they could pay $450 fucking dollars and beg Zach and beg for likes and I want to. Yeah, we'll get you a Jay Rosehill jersey. Jay Rosehill, Jay's like, holy fuck, wonder if they can make one like with my name on it. I know they gave me a suit jacket, but like, hey, I got a jersey. Pizzetta's mom is still wearing her jersey she bought from fucking Walmart a decade ago with the big giant TML. Same with Matt Sundin. He couldn't even get a fucking jersey for his fucking mom. And now we're asking Jay Rosehill for his 450 super chats. Where were you the other day when I was challenging, motherfucker? Put up another 450, right? So now we'll have 9, and I'll match it with 1,000. Let's get cute. But at the end of the day, I don't ask for handouts. At the end of the day, I'm not fake to where I love people because I have a chance to fucking talk to them and then be like, oh my God, he said my name on fucking YouTube. Oh, they love me. Right? So where were all those fans? Let's go back into it. Frank from Ottawa, you motherfucker. Your team only survived just like Phoenix did because of the Toronto fucking Maple Leafs. Mike Fisher said it 16 years ago. Hopefully, if we can keep the Leaf fans out of it tonight, we can hopefully get a good win. Because we kick your ass all day, every day. If you want to be the mama or the papa, I bet you say, well, I want to be the mama, I want to be the papa. Get down, suck mama's dick. Get down. Listen, Leaf fans are embarrassed you talk so high. Listen, Brady, Canada, they have to wait for decades to get a building. Later than fucking the Islanders. We're DeBoer. Everybody said DeBoer ain't going to go to Toronto. What fuck you want to get in that mess? Yeah, I'll go to a team 2 points out of a playoff spot. Oh, coach 2 games. We're out. All right, sign 3-year deal. No big deal. I should have listened to Leafs Nation, all the most realistic fans in the fucking world that have facts but mumble their shit. No offense, bro. Well, maybe it was this day. Hey, listen, talking about Nonis and Brian Burke days, like, bro, Austin Matthews was playing hockey in Phoenix as like a 5-year-old. Matthew Nyes wasn't even in Baghdad yet. So bringing up the same bullshit, dude, I thought we were bitching about shit this year, not last year and decades ago. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's going to be pain. There's going to be pain. Remember Babcock there? Babcock, Rencock? Yeah, there's going to be pain. There's going to be this. This team was shitty for 15 years. We do have a couple 4th and a 5th and a 7th. Okay. Oh, Austin Matthews. Boom. 9 straight years of playoffs. Holy shit. Where's the pain part? They drafted this guy and went to the playoffs for 9 straight years. So we're bitching now. And here we go to our pain. Yeah, let's get rid of a 28-year-old 69 goal scorer 2 years ago because he don't got it. You ever thought he don't have any fucking fucks? To our left, to our, yeah, let's get rid of no, let's get our pick this year, next year. Then everybody's going to be like, well, Toronto, they got their top 5 pick, plus their pick this year from fucking Colorado. Anybody bitching when we had a first-round fucking pick? And it was our own to our, fuck. I don't know what's going on with this year. We're missing the playoffs for the first 9 years. And all we got, well, fuck. Our team finished 6th overall. That's great. Right on. We're going to have a 20-some second overall pick. What the fuck's that going to do for us in the future winning the cup? No. But you trade that pick, it's like we got nothing. Meanwhile, it's like, oh, what about this pick this year, that pick next year? Fuck those other picks because our players are getting older. Oh, yeah, let's get a pick for 5 years down the fucking road when Matthews, Nylander with no give a fucks. Fuck! Yeah, put that fucking helmet on, Zach. You do you, baby. And you need to take a leak. Oh, Rocco, they can stand there and look at the back of the fucking thing. I need the address. I'm going to send you a Euro card. Little something to Jeremy in the background because I love the beauties. Don Terry with Baby Blue. Fucking A, Zach, you just pumped me up watching the fucking helmet go on. It's too small. We both know that, but at the end of the day, it's wicked. Great style. I am going off. You take a break. You need to pee. You keep going. You go do whatever. I am letting a nation know how delusional they actually are. At the end of the day is Frank, you fucking delusional piece of shit. I ain't no racist. I say fucking Nazem Kadri. Well, listen here, motherfucker. When Nazem Kadri got drafted, I said, wow, that's great. We really needed that. A kid that doesn't like Toronto. He likes Montreal. The joke is with... we'll say brown people, they say, all you white people look the same, just like we say to Chinese people. This is no offense. If you're allowed with comedy, don't go to a comedy show if you can't take the comedian show that you're going there to pay the ticket for. Don't go if you don't like what's about to be presented. At the end of the day, you said look like Nazem Kadri. Who the fuck is this guy? There's all the fucking white people in the world, you fucking fuck, to fucking say, oh, he looks like Jerry Seinfeld. I don't need this. Oh, he looks like fucking...
Jeremy, careful.
You said Nazem Kadri. You fucking fuck. You are a piece of shit. I can't wait to troll your ass. Because you know what, really? Where's your fucking Ottawa Senators fucking Nation podcast? So we can disrupt that. Where's all the Habs fans fucking podcast? We can disrupt that. At the end of the day, you know what, you fucking piece of shit? This is the first time Leaf fucking Nation actually has a year off from taking your bullshit. And I think we're allowed that, but now we get to judge you. We get to judge you. Brady gonna stay in Canada? What? Fuck. Yeah, because he wants to stay there. Yeah, because everybody thought fucking Ottawa was going to be this team. Wow, hey, great run. Buffalo. Who would you thought? Oh, they should follow Buffalo's fucking plan. What, 14 years to the playoffs? I'm pretty sure everybody thought that fucking Detroit would be in before Buffalo. Now Buffalo and Kevin Adams, they're the fucking heroes. Let's go. That's the fucking way you go. Get fucked. This NHL has fucking two teams from the West and 3 teams from the East that weren't even supposed to be here. I ain't talking no train coming because I was a real East fan. We know Montreal is going to be good. We thought Detroit would be better, but we know John Gibson and fucking Campbell and the Miners, whoever other fucking snowflakes there, they're going to fall out. And they did. No big deal. Right? To where here we are. Ottawa, yeah, they're behind us, so they get on a run. I don't give a fuck about a run. Brady made the playoffs last year. Franco. Hey, Franco. Ayo, Fungo. Hey, Fungo. You pasta vizu. Hey, Fungo, you want naki? Ayo, Fungo. You fucking unsmarted motherfucker. Fungo is fuck you in Italian. Because I'm Italian to where, hey, Ottawa, this team, we're going to be weeping in our things. You guys won't be saying that till they're the first Canadian team win a cup. Get fucked. You know how close you are to fucking Quebec to where you and the Habs fans don't fucking know where you guys want to be on. Oh, we don't want to be a part of Canada. We know our own border. Hey, Zach, laugh her up, baby. That's what I'm here to fucking do. The last show to where if we want to go back in the fucking day to knowness to fucking Berkey like Prague does and go around in a circle and bitch about fucking 20 years ago before all this shit every fucking time. We've never talked about anything about tonight. To at the end of the day is, Frank, I can't wait to fucking mall and find a fucking station you were on. I'm gonna have a hard one finding one. It's like a Chev dealership, right? You have a Chev. Fuck, wow, it's hard to find a fucking place to fix up my Chev. Yeah, when a Ford or a Dodge, they're every fucking 2 blocks. Oh, I gotta bring my Dodge in. Oh, I gotta bring my Ford in. They're everywhere because they're pieces of shit like the fans. Canada Brady. Fucking Brady probably wants to come to Toronto before he goes to Florida to where, wow, they're actually going to be younger than Florida. So maybe, Matthew, we should go there. Because, you know, like we could keep Austin Matthews because everybody wants to trade somebody in their prime at 28 years old because, he was deployed wrong. No, he's junk. He's washed up. He's 28. He had 69 goals. Brube came there, and he has to play the most defensive faceoffs in defensive game in the history of prime all-star fucking scoring forwards, and take a step back and be like, yeah, I guess I'll get fucking 30-some goals in 67 games because, hey, you got Domi, Prague's favorite fucking superstar, right on the wing, thinking he's fucking Franzen, the mule. Get fucked! He was a fucking centerman, the mule. Won a cup, but all those cups were won before Babcock. Babcock won a cup there, dude, and then fucked off, and Dave Lewis was like, I could make that Suk score 20 more goals, and Zetterberg and all these guys when they're a fucking 1,000 years old. They're no. Yeah, let's trade Austin Matthews, the youngest out of the top 10 players in the NHL, other than Pellegrini, and who's coming out that's actually going to prove what they are for like a 5-year period. Because, hey, in Toronto, why not? There's going to be pain. 9 years, make the playoffs, never miss it, to where we were supposed to miss the playoffs for the first 3 years. So take 3 out of 9, and there's our pain. But we got lucky. We weren't like Edmonton, right? And Buffalo, 14-year fucking deal. You know what I mean? We got a miracle. Buffalo, 649. Fire Kevin Adams as a big... right? Turn out. Yeah, let's trade the guy that took the quickest time in the less games because there was 2 COVID years pandemic. And let's get rid of our quickest goal-scoring lead. Put that fucking helmet back on. You look like a beauty, Zach. You don't have to, but you do good. Let's trade Austin Matthews. He's washed up at 28. That is the quickest goal-scoring leader and the one that still could beat Ovechkin's record with all the games he missed because of COVID bubble year. Pasternak, 48 goals. Ovechkin, 48 goals. Matthew, 47. COVID. Point percentage goes in the playoffs. So now we have handouts. We have handouts now. Okay, Calgary, fucking Montreal. You fucking guys all get to make the playoffs because you guys played a couple games less than these teams. So on points percentage, if you're to win them, you'd be in. So here you are. You have to match up against the fucking goddamn Columbus Blue Jackets where they hit on a 5-game series. Toronto only ever lost up till this year 3 games in a row because the game plan was 6 out of every 5 games. So 6 points out of 5 games, 6 points out of 5 games, 6 points out of 5 games. So that means you at least win 3 or win 2, grab overtime points. At the end of the day, you don't lose 3 games in a row. Look at our stats. 5 years or 4.5 years in a row. Because I don't say shit like, maybe it was this. Oh, wait, Zach, you're right. Sorry, I was wrong. It was this. No, when I say, and I don't have a fucking iPad, a Mac, to where all my friends think I'm Rain Man. To where, Jared, how do you have all these stats in your head? You don't look at anything. To where I say, when I remember something that's relevant, I keep it there. To where if I open up my mouth, I try my best not to make it irrelevant. To where, we have this right there to where this team didn't lose more than 3 games in a row up till this year. We watched them show a fuck you in Pelly's face and the organization's face to where, you know what, we'll go 8-0-2, and we'll be unbeaten in 15 games and show you a taste when we still have 4 guys that will line up and only 2 goalies, and they're both unproven, and junk D, and they're tired, and they're no good to begin with because they're getting older every year, to where maybe 2 defensemen, to where they did all that. You know how hard it was this year, Zach? Look at, I'm having a great day, baby. We didn't get no point tonight, baby. You know how fucking hard it's been for us to be excited for us to lose? Right? Lose? It is hard to be this shitty. This team decided, you know what, I don't care what they say. I know fuck saying you want us to make it exciting? All right, nobody in the lineup. We'll go put a fucking 11 spot up for Joey Bo, right? With fucking Dallas. But you know what? I'm gonna give everybody what they want, because in this fucking fishbowl, you better feed all the fish what they want, or they're gonna be upset. Better find a way to fucking blow this one. I guess Akniamov, my guy, my fucking guy, he finally got the memo to her. Okay, dude, like, we know you're high-fiving us after the first period, after your first full NHL game, 24 shots to 3, and you're high-fiving. Oh, my God, that was awesome, bro. We're getting it, guys. He's all pumped up to her. The John Tavares probably like, this is unacceptable for this shit, because he's the one that still gives a fuck, right? 80 points. Nylander's not even trying. He's almost there. Mitch Marner just got there tonight. Trying, Mitch Marner. Oh my God, yeah. Oh my God. I don't know who. I gotta check my half sheet here. Notes. I've never written down notes, but I've seen so much retardedness. Sorry. No, I've seen so much delusionalness to where it's like I have to write a couple things. I have to call out so many people to where Mitch Marner will probably go there and lead the thing, and he'll lead the thing. Yeah, Mitch Marner will tear it up in the playoffs. What? Game 1, 2, and 3? Then what? Then what? Where's 4, 5, 6, and 7? If you guys aren't eliminated by there. Dumb. He laid out his biggest hit this year. No shit, because he had to fucking lay one. To where, you know what? How many hits he fucking missed from getting out of the way? Let's go 465, because the outweigh of trying to get out of the way of the hit and not taking one for the benefit of the team to get the puck out from the thing is more greater than fucking laying a hit. Fucking don't give a shit. Anybody but the Ryan Terry guy can make a hit during the season where that kid came up to the last game against the Leafs. Can somebody push him in to somebody to where he falls, and hopefully somebody notices it and says, hey, he got a hit. He has 0 hits in 67 games, so he can't fall into somebody, right? To where that Frank I'd end this one, because I got the point to where, hey, bud, go to another channel and be troll. To where, because at the end of the day, since Brady Tkachuk has been in the Ottawa Senators in Canada, he doesn't even like Ulmark. What the fuck? You can't play. We're in a playoffs. We need Reimer in tonight. You're not a team player. To her dad, don't ask me a question how I feel about Ulmark saying, I'm a little tired. A little tired tonight. I know it's a big game against fucking Tampa tonight. But, a little tired. Don't know. A little mental health, a little fucking strain in my arm. I don't know. Choke the chicken a little too long. Don't matter, Dad, don't ask me. Do you think that fucking Brady Tkachuk is so end-all, be-all on Ottawa in Canada, traveling 45 minutes to get there, 45 minutes back, right?
All right, 30 seconds, Jeremy. Give me your best 30 seconds.
Oh, fuck, I don't got that. To where it's like, no, that dude, his whole time he made the playoffs. To where this guy loves Ottawa, this, that. No. Ottawa's a piece of shit. To where that's got to go. And going to, what was this one here? Kenny, what the fuck did you write right here on this fucking thing? Wendell's first defenseman. Oh, yeah. And then the Wendell, when was the best defenseman top? You know what? Do you know Wendell Clark was drafted? Remember when I talked on the first show, Wendell Clark, 1985, first overall pick since Austin Matthews? You know Wendell Clark was a defenseman, right? Till he got to Toronto and they said, Harold Ballard, everybody thinks Pelly is, you're going to play wing. He was a defenseman in the Western League his whole career, drafted first overall. Yeah, you're going to be winger. So our best defenseman drafted in the top 5, to whoever said that, I can't read the PR's fucking terrible handwriting. We'll work on that, Kenny. To where it was actually Wendell Clark. Borden Solomon, yes, he was the master of Swede. To where at the end of the day, he was the best. To where Wendell Clark came to the NHL and played winger and punched people's lights out.
10 seconds.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Oh, Zach, I'm not even done, but dude, did you check? I fucking hate even talking over this.
Well, I'm not trying to like end your call necessarily, but you just did 28 minutes straight.
So where I'll just fucking come back in an hour and we'll still have all these views going to her. Hey, all right, Zach, you can shut her down. I only have Frank in here bitching about life and telling me how the Leafs should be, and Prague telling me how the Leafs should be fucking rebuilt. Because Prague knows everything since before Austin Matthews.
All right, Jeremy, I got a bunch of super chats asking you to do one thing. Can you give a Ric Flair woo before you leave?
Woo!
One more.
I'm not doing it fucking full right now.
One more.
That's a little quick one right now, but.
All right.
Super chats, and I want to finish it off with a good one to do the super chats, the whole bit, to where we need to talk.
Okay.
And by the way, producer Vick better be watching, because that Frank motherfucker, dude, we need to get a fucking new podcast going on Troll Sens Nation. Let's see how many fucking Leaf fans or Sens fans come into that pod. I bet you less Leaf fans will come in there. Why not? Because they don't give a fuck about pieces of shit. But those little Sens fans, they love it. They got nowhere else to go. For 2 years in a row, you get to go there, and you guys are talking all this shit. You guys know you guys are 0-7 with the Leafs being in the playoffs. So you guys, you're welcome. We're taking a year off. No big deal. But to somebody talking about Stanley Cups in Ottawa, I think it was, 1942? Like, they actually have 4 Stanley Cups. To somebody talking about Ottawa saying, oh, it's only 35 years. Oh, shit, motherfucker, Frank, eh? Know your team, bitch. They've only been around for 35 years. Actually, motherfucker, they've been around a lot longer than that. They had to take a break like Atlanta. Yeah, so they actually have a cup, so that's how terrible they are. They had to leave, not be able to continue, come back, and still not be able to beat a team that has a 1 in 67. So who's the joke on now, eh? Yeah, we need to get a podcast going for the Troll Seds fans. It's our first year off. Zach,
okay.
I only ever started calling 10 shows ago because of you. Everybody said, Jerry, you didn't call in? No, I ain't calling in. Then I find out you don't have a show. You didn't have a show the next night where there's no show on? No, I wasn't calling in anyways because he was like, I need to call in Alberga. I'll let him know to her, hey, dude, you do not look impressed. So if you're looking for Austin Matthews' demeanor and how he speaks to the camera, Nick, you might want to take a look at yours on the fucking screen tonight, because you could tell you're doing a favor for your buddy Zach coming on, because you did not look impressed. Shaking your shoulders, that's a sign of annoyance in broadcast.
All right, Jeremy. We got to wrap.
Drink or a coffee cup, you do not lick your lips afterwards. You keep them closed and continue on. He had sad eyebrows. I don't know why. Like, clockwork, baby. We're right there in the fifth spot. Remember when I first called in, though? Do you want to be in the fifth spot? Or would you rather be in the seventh? Because if we're in the fifth, look at all the delusionals. Oh my God, we're there. To wait till you hit that fucking goddamn draft lottery. And do you want to be disappointed? I'd rather be disappointed. I'm used to it. You know what I mean? Oh, the Sens are going to win the cup this year. Screw you, Jeremy. Yeah, you know what? Your mom said, screw you, Jeremy. And I said, listen, you don't have enough money in your bank account to get that fucking far, sweetheart. At the end of the day, we need to get a fucking podcast for Frank, because he is a piece of shit. I don't like the way these people, he's rude, inconsiderate, and Vick is a fucking beast coming in, having to deal with a piece of fucking Nike. Is Zach's girlfriend with a nightcap? Listen here, motherfucker. If there is any Zach's girlfriend, it'd be
all right, wrap it, Jeremy. Wrap it.
If he's gay, I'm his boyfriend, and come and say that to his boyfriend's face. I'll slap you around like nobody's business.
All right, Jeremy. All right, Jeremy. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Thank you for calling in and providing at least myself at minimum entertainment this season. And I hope you call back next year.
Hey, chats.
All right. Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it. There you go. Jeremy on the line. That'll wrap with the callers for this season. Thank you to everybody. Again, not trying to, just shut Jeremy down, but I think you did 31 minutes uninterrupted. So shout out to Jeremy for the call here tonight. Appreciate that. But with that, we'll get to our final segment and we'll wrap this thing up. So let's go now to the tankathon to shut this thing down. The Toronto Maple Leafs securing the 5th best chances of winning the 2026 NHL Draft Lottery. It is now 3:10 a.m. We've been at it for 5 hours and 2 minutes. Let's sim the lottery. No! They dropped to 6. They dropped to 6. It's devastation. All that hard work, and we drop. That'll do it for me here tonight. That'll do it for me on the season. You can catch me on Leafs Morning Take at different points as we get ready for the draft lottery, as we get ready for the NHL draft and free agency. I will be here on this channel, so make sure to subscribe, turn on notifications as well. Monday to Friday, The Sheet with Jeff Merrick at 1 o'clock Eastern time on the Daily Faceoff channel, so make sure to check that out. Thank you to everybody who watched, followed, liked, commented, subscribed. You guys make this show an absolute blast. It is so much fun to do. To all the callers, to all the super chats here tonight, thank you guys. Thanks to everybody who liked. I will be around here on this channel, but as for the After Dark show, this is it for me for this year. So we'll be back with these again next season, I guess around starting in October, end of September, October. So thank you guys so much. We'll see you guys then. Till then, keep believing. For more content just like this, including game previews, post-game live shows, Leafs Morning Take, Monday through Friday with Nick Alberga and Jay Rosehill with special guests, as well as instant reaction videos. Make sure to be subscribed here to the Leafs Nation YouTube channel. Turn on notifications so you don't miss anything, and drop a like.